Morning, everyone. We will now call this fiscal year 2027 Budget Committee meeting to order. Thanks for joining us for day one today. I'm just opening this meeting until we can nominate a Budget Committee chair. And I think that's about all I need to say to open the meeting. Well, I guess I should run the nomination process for the Budget Committee chair. Yes. Okay. So we have had we've had the honor and the pleasure of having Jim Pfister uh, serve as our Budget Committee chair for a couple of the last few years. But at the beginning of a Budget Committee week, we reappoint or appoint the chair. So that opportunity is available right now. We will ask if there are any nominations or
I'll nominate Jim Pfister. Second.
it's been moved in
Oh,
second.
we're sitting together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I already said that was dangerous.
it's been moved and seconded. Would anyone like to make any comments or discuss? Seeing none, I will just say, Jim, thank you so much for your leadership as our Budget Committee chair these last couple of years. I have greatly appreciated it, and I especially appreciate the long-term planning discipline that you have brought to this process. And thank you for considering being appointed again to be our Budget Committee chair.
I would graciously accept it if offered, yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, if there's no further discussion, we can call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining?
I'll abstain.
There you go.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Please proceed.
All right. Well, welcome everybody to day one, Tuesday, May 12th, 2026 of the fiscal year 2027 Deschutes County Budget Committee. We're convening the Budget Committee meeting. We have all 6 members present. Always pleasant to see that. And the first item of the Budget Committee, now that we've nominated the chair, is to next nominate and appoint the Budget Committee representative to the Investment Advisory Committee. I will turn it over to CFO Tintle to give us more details on that.
Morning, Budget Committee. It's a great start for this year already. Bill Kuhn, our county treasurer, was not able to be here today, so I'm actually presenting this agenda item on his behalf. Per the resolution from 1995 with the establishment of the Investment Advisory Committee, it requires and states that the Budget Committee member will be selected each year by the Budget Committee. So that's why we use this time to nominate the next representative from it. Commissioner Adair is our current representative on the Budget Committee, but we are seeking the nomination or the continued or the next nomination. And this is for the next year. The Budget Committee meets twice per year, typically in April and October. So the next time we meet will be in October because we've just met in April.
Okay.
And with that,
And
I'll
it
open
be a
it.
commissioner specifically?
It says a Budget Committee member. Traditionally, it has been a Board of County Commissioner member.
So I've done that for a few years and Commissioner Dare's done it for a while.
Yeah, I have served in it for a couple of years as well.
Good, so we all have.
Yeah.
And is there any necessity for consistency? Since Commissioner Adair is
I won't be.
off to
I
bigger
won't
and
be-
better things.
Won't be here next year. So, yeah.
And we do rotate, as all the commissioners have stated, they've all been on it and served, usually
Mhm.
couple year terms. And so they're all familiar with it, and who's ever nominated, we could bring up.
Okay.
So I nominate Tony DeBonne.
A second.
All right. Any discussion?
Well, I was just going to ask what the process looks like if there's a vacancy mid-year.
Well, yeah, that's basically where I was going.
Yeah, we would come back to the board if there's a vacancy and have the board, the county commissioners nominate a replacement for that until the next budget committee meeting.
And that would
Okay.
probably be.
And it would be for one meeting
Yeah.
typically.
And typically at the beginning of a calendar year, the sitting board looks at all the committee assignments, but not budget committee, investment advisory committee, and as well as another 20 or so committee assignments. And we divvy things up so that there'll be that process happening in January regardless.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make sure there was no kind of hitch that we were not able to appoint someone to serve on the investment advisory committee at the January reshuffling.
It's a mid-season budget committee too, that may fall right in there at the end of the year.
To bring it up, the other option is, this is a very old resolution from 1995, and we could always bring it, modernize it, bring it up since, and change the election during the January committee assignments as well, which usually lines up with all the assignments that are distributed.
Okay.
Um,
Well, we have a motion and a second. We're acting on the, did you just call 1995 old?
Please.
Fine. We have a motion and a second. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstains?
Saying, but
Okay.
the honor.
All
Always
right.
education would be at these, to have a business finance folks that are sitting around the table looking at the kind of the corpus of the county, the dollars that need to be invested, the value of the choices to have that investment, and then philosophy is always you ever lost a nickel, that'd be big news, but you're just trying to optimize the returns.
I like optimized returns
Yep.
as a taxpayer. So, all right. Thank you for your service, Commissioner DeBonne. Thank you to the Budget Committee, all of you for your various services and all your volunteer activities and your paid activities as well. At this time, we will open for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? Okay, so we have no public comment. We're ahead of schedule. That's the way I like meetings. So we will focus on the Deschutes County proposed budget, and we will start off with the county budget message. I will turn it over to our budget lead, Nick Leland.
Great, thank you.
Got a powerful voice
I
today.
guess so, yes. Well, good morning, Budget Committee members, colleagues, and our Deschutes County community. It's great to be here this morning. Welcome to our fiscal year 27 budget week, where the Budget Committee will review, discuss, and approve our county's budget for the next fiscal year beginning on July 1st. The Board of Commissioners will then review and adopt the budget next month in June prior to the start of the fiscal year. We welcomed our newest Budget Committee member, David Cosper, at our mid-year Budget Committee meeting in January, but I want to do so again. This is really the official week. That was a mid-year check-in, and this is really the important time of year where we focus on our budget together. We appreciate your service. Thank you also to, of course, Jim Pfister, our chair, and Chrisanna Clark Endicott for your time volunteering for this incredibly important service. We really appreciate your time and expertise here as well. I also want to begin by thanking our entire team who has contributed to this process. Of course, it includes our department heads and elected officials who oversee offices, our business and financial managers across the organization, Whitney and Eric, and of course, our finance and budget team, Robert, Cam, Laura, and Dan. You're going to help guide us through this entire week. This is a total team effort, and the team effort begins in the fall. We've been at this for quite a long time, and it's really great to be here today to present the proposed budget to all of you. So I'm going to jump right in. I'm pleased to present a balanced budget for fiscal year 2027 that maintains the high quality and foundational services our community depends on, and it demonstrates careful stewardship of taxpayer dollars. It implements the Board of County Commissioners' priorities for our organization and community. Those include safe communities, healthy people, a resilient county, housing stability and supply, and service delivery. The year ahead will bring important changes for Deschutes County. New leadership in several of our key departments, along with the expansion of the Board of County Commissioners from 3 to 5 members, will shape both our organization and the community we serve. This proposed budget plans for those transitions while staying focused on fiscal discipline and limited growth. In recent years, financial forecasts showed that the county's general fund could face a shortfall as early as fiscal year 2027. Of course, the year that we're now budgeting for, and we're planning for that time right now. Ongoing expenses were outpacing incoming revenue. In response, we took steps in the fiscal year 2026 budget to slow spending growth, reduce costs, and build reserves where possible. I will highlight some specific cost reduction strategies in a moment. The key is that these steps reduced ongoing general fund spending and put the county in a stronger financial position to manage unexpected costs or declines in revenue from outside sources, including state and federal funding. Even with those initial savings in fiscal year 26, we knew that fiscal year 2027 would bring more challenges for departments and offices. Inflation, the increasing needs of our growing community, rising personnel costs, and uncertainty around state and federal funding continue to put pressure on the budget. With those factors in mind, staff recommended and the Board of Commissioners unanimously approved late last fall, continuing a limited growth strategy for fiscal year 27, for the fiscal year 27 budget to support long-term financial stability, sustainability, which we believe can occur and will occur through fiscal year 2035. This approach limits general fund spending growth and caps existing internal service fund charges while setting aside limited funding for ongoing or one-time high-priority special requests from departments supported by the general fund. The committee will consider those requests this week. Cam will provide a bit more detail on that here in a few moments. Departments put significant time, care, and thought into preparing and refining budgets to meet the goals of the limited growth strategy. Their work, our collective work, identifies ways to limit spending while maintaining staffing levels to meet the needs of our community. That collective work involves and has involved countless conversations, financial analyses, continuous problem solving, critical and creative thinking, and so much more. I'm grateful for the collaboration of our county staff and elected officials, and I am proud of the hard work they put into developing this proposed budget before you. It's a total team effort. Even in these challenging times, everyone stayed focused on protecting essential core foundational services, using taxpayer dollars wisely, and planning for the years ahead. Limited spending growth and capping ISF charges for the second year in a row presented significant challenges across the organization. This is a clear and consistent theme across departments, and it's in the budget document that you have before you. And I mentioned this also at our mid-year budget committee meeting as I saw some of the impacts that departments had identified if we were to continue on this path. At the same time, several departments are facing budget shortfalls in addition to those caps and limitations due to actual or potential reductions in other funding sources, including grants and state and federal funding. Some departments, and I'll say most notably, health services, are experiencing double hits of both the limited growth from the general fund allocation and reductions from other funding sources. And I just want to take this moment to state that new Health Services Director Holly Harris and her team really deserve enormous credit for their work in preparing the health services to budget, and we'll focus on that this week as well. The budget document and forthcoming presentations highlight the financial challenges departments are facing, are experiencing. Specific saving strategies vary by department, including some departments made the difficult decision to eliminate vacant full-time equivalent positions, FTE, this fiscal year in fiscal year 2026 to prepare for fiscal year 2027. And some of those departments will make further reductions in fiscal year 27. This may affect service levels. The Sheriff's Office, Health Services, and Community Justice are all experiencing these reductions, and we'll hear about and learn more about those over the next few days. Other strategies: implementing a hiring pause with a strong review process to decide whether a position should be filled, investing in or using tools and technology to streamline workflows, exploring alternative funding sources, including grants and other revenue opportunities, if available and where appropriate, maximizing partnerships to maintain services and reduce costs, postponing capital projects due to funding uncertainty, implementing voluntary options such as work furloughs where feasible to manage personnel costs, reducing building or office space and consolidating operations and services, including shared workstations, et cetera. These are just a snapshot of some of the strategies, cost-saving strategies that departments have implemented and are proposing in the current fiscal year and in the fiscal year ahead. Again, you'll hear about those funding challenges and saving strategies from our departments and offices over the next couple of days. Next, I'll dive into some of the budget details. The total proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for all funds, of which there are 78, not 79, 78, I confirmed that yesterday, including the county service districts, contingency funds, unappropriated balances, and internal transfers, is $826.4 million. This is a $33.1 million or 4.2% increase from the current fiscal year's revised budget. The proposed fiscal year 27 operating budget, which best reflects the county's actual spending and excludes county service districts, contingency, unappropriated balances, and internal transfers, is $437.8 million. This is a $1.4 million or 0.31% increase from the current fiscal year's revised budget. Overall, the number of FTE included in this budget represents a decrease of 9.15 positions, mostly in health services and community justice. And again, this number does not include those that were already reduced in fiscal year 26. This would be a decrease in our fiscal year 27 budget. The total FTE to carry out county services provided to residents and visitors is 1,211 positions in the proposed budget. I think we, as an organization, do a really great job of limiting impacts to our employees and the people we serve when we make these difficult financial decisions regarding FTE. The proposed budget proposes capital spending of $59.9 million, including county service districts. The capital budget includes transportation system improvements, capital equipment additions and replacements for various departments, technology improvements, and various others. Total capital spending is an $8.4 million decrease, or 12.3% from the fiscal year 26 revised budget. Assessed value growth, AV growth, has averaged 5.3% over the last 10 years. AV growth we budgeted AV growth at 4.58% in fiscal year 26, while actual growth was 4.9%. Due to economic uncertainty and to maintain best practice to budget conservatively, the assumed budget has an AV growth for fiscal year 27 of 4.57%. The proposed transient lodging taxes, TLT, are projected at $13.1 million, which is an increase of nearly $750,000, an increase of about $730,000, or 5.9% from the fiscal year 26 revised budget. And it's important to remember this is the only source of capital reserve contributions in the proposed budget. Finally, state revenues comprise a major portion of the funding for several county departments. State revenues in fiscal year 27 are budgeted at $101.7 million, a decrease of approximately $18.4 million, or 15.3% from the fiscal year 26 revised budget. The largest recipient is Health Services at $51.8 million, followed by the Road Department at $21.9 million. The decrease from fiscal year 26 to 27 is largely due to state grant estimates within the Health Services Fund. As we begin to review department and office budgets, I do like for us to keep in mind a couple things. One is that most funds are restricted in one way or another, either by state or federal requirements or by county policy and practices. The general fund is our discretionary fund, where we have the most flexibility in deciding how to allocate dollars to pay for services, matches for grants, and board priorities. We also have some discretion in how to allocate video lottery dollars. That's not much of a focus this week, and full discretion for general government purposes over about 70% of the transient lodging tax fund. Up until a couple of years ago, the general fund contributed to the capital reserve fund to support future capital projects. With the limited growth budget approach in place, that transfer is no longer feasible and is not expected to resume in the foreseeable future. In fiscal year 27, the county plans to support capital reserves with the discretionary TLT revenue and will continue to evaluate other funding options for capital projects and maintenance. So while I focused on the challenges we have, I also want to highlight funds that remain stable, including one that helps reduce pressure on department budgets, and that is the Health Benefits Fund. Healthcare costs have been unpredictable in recent years, so we took steps to stabilize the fund. Those steps included rate increases in fiscal years 24 and 25, and a very small increase in fiscal year 26, and that plan, as well as plan changes that save about $1.4 million a year. And I want to credit our employees with really helping to identify what those plan changes could be. They made very significant contributions to that process. As a result, we have rebuilt reserve funds, and it remains well positioned to manage rising healthcare costs in the near term. In addition, our enterprise funds in solid waste and Fair and Expo remain stable. Our 100% fee-supported community development departments remain stable, and our 911 district not only remains stable, but also does not levy the full tax rate for that district. Our sheriff's office, which also has 2 taxing districts, while experiencing similar financial challenges as other departments and offices, is proposing a solid budget for fiscal year 27 under Sheriff Rupert's leadership. And of course, we'll hear more about that here as well. Deschutes County's financial management practices continue to receive outstanding recognition. For the 6th consecutive year, the Finance Department received the Triple Crown Medallion from the Government Finance Officers Association. This honor is given to agencies that earn the association's 3 highest awards: their Certificate of Achievement in Excellence in Financial Reporting, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and the Popular Annual Financial Reporting Award. And I didn't know this until a couple of months ago, and I wanted to make sure we highlighted it, and that is that Deschutes County is only one of a few Oregon counties to receive the Triple Crown Award, and we're very, very proud of our team. Thank you. This recognition reflects more than sound financial practices. It also supports Deschutes County's ongoing commitment to deliver essential services while fiscal pressures and community growth continue. My written message in the budget document highlights numerous accomplishments from across the organization this past year. I am extremely proud of what we have achieved together. I will only highlight a few here. I think we could all talk about these projects at significant length, but I'll keep it brief in the interest of time. But I do think it's important to acknowledge that together our annual budget provides the opportunities to deliver projects and services to benefit our communities. So just a snapshot of those, of course, advancing the courthouse expansion project that we see. A good portion of it is already open, and that will continue over the course of the summer. Numerous technology improvements, including the .gov transition, the new website, and more. Securing funding for mental health care facility for young people. Receiving state funding for the Core 3 project, beginning construction on a secure residential mental health treatment center, co-leading efforts to complete the development of an East Side managed camp in Redmond to provide more shelter options for houseless residents, expanding waste diversion efforts by increasing hazardous household waste collection and improving recycling options to help reduce landfill use. Securing a $3.4 million U.S. Forest Service grant to support wildfire preparedness, response, and recovery in the Lapine area. Making significant progress on several major road improvements, some of those particularly notable in the Sun River and Three Rivers area, but across the county to support safety and transportation needs. And the final one I want to mention is completing the wage equity project to ensure an equitable, competitive, and sustainable compensation for all employees. Labor costs will increase in fiscal year 27 over 26, as reflected in the budget. This increase is not insignificant. At the same time, our employees are our greatest asset. They continue to bring innovation, creativity, and passion for continuous improvement to their work. They are dedicated public servants who care deeply about our county as a place, our organization, and the people they serve every day. Looking ahead, we will build on these efforts to implement the Board of Commissioners priorities next fiscal year. And there are a lot of priorities that we'll tackle together. Just a few of those will be welcoming and supporting an expanded Board of County Commissioners, identifying a location for a future county landfill. That could happen even before the fiscal year begins, or another long-term solid waste management solution if necessary, completing capital projects and opening the Eastside Managed Camp in Redmond, starting construction on a youth behavioral health facility to expand access to needed services for youth and families in Central Oregon, and so much more. I look forward to our budget committee meetings over the next couple of days. We're going to listen, learn, discuss, ask questions, and engage with our department heads and elected officials, along with our finance and budget team. And in the end, make important budget decisions that will best serve Deschutes County in fiscal year 2027. Thank you, everyone, and I appreciate your service. And I look forward to our time together.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions for Nick before we move on? Or comments?
Just one note, for the solid waste, landfill siting or another long-term solid waste management solution, it's a shame we need to put contingencies in there because I do really wanna, prioritize the fact that siting a landfill in Deschutes County can be so valuable for the long-term solid waste needs of a growing area. So as I say, and we'll talk to the solid waste director here at some point, but leaning into that siting instead of the other options possibly is where I'm at, just sharing that.
All right, additional comments? Go ahead.
I wanted to ask about the variation between the assessed value growth budgeted and actual. I'm curious, and we can wait until the assessor is in here, but I'm curious why it came in significantly higher than budgeted. It's a good thing, clearly, and it's also a good thing to be conservative when we budgeted. But any observations or thoughts from the finance team?
Yeah, the last fiscal year, there was some additional one-time monies that came in because there were some late fees that were charged in that. And those were typically, we always have late fees that are assessed, but this time instead of like around 500,000, it was around 750,000. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it came in higher. So that's what helped this past year's revenues come in a little bit higher on those. And so, but we do always budget conservatively, even if we think it may come in higher. Again, Cam mentioned, as budget officer Nick mentioned, the 10-year average is a little bit higher than we are, but we take the number from the assessor, and there's no guarantee in his numbers, right? He just says, hey, it's each budget committee in each jurisdiction does what they feel comfortable, but we take the assessed value. Also, we reduce it by 3% because 85% of folks do take the 3% discount, pay by that, but there's no guarantee on how much they will or won't. So if less people pay by that time and then they pay in the thirds, so we will automatically collect more than we budgeted. So it takes in our assumptions. And then we also have a 1% that we minus it by 1% as well, because we assume not everyone's going to pay during that fiscal year. So we take his number and we do massage it to what a lesser budgeted number.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that was a pretty comprehensive explanation of why the total revenue, property tax revenue. I was asking about the assessed value rate of growth, 4.58 versus 4.9%. I mean, did people build more things? Did they build more particular things this past year? I mean, you mentioned something, when you talked about kind of late fees coming in, that doesn't affect our assessed value base over the long term, right?
I think that would be a great question to ask during the assessor's comment, but I will say, I know in the last few years, CrowdStrike that has come in and put in a lot of equipment,
Right.
has fluctuated. They at one time weren't even in the top 10 taxpayers, and then they moved up. So I don't have exactly where they are in this year, but for example, that is one example of how it does change it year to year, but I think the assessor could address the assessed value during their presentation.
Yeah, and that's super interesting because that's not necessarily oh, we built more houses than anticipated. That is a particular kind of industrial, capital investment that is really significant in our community. I mean, I heard about the CrowdStrike, development sometime during the last year, and that was part of the reason I was curious.
And it depreciates as well. The equipment depreciates.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And as Robert mentioned, if Scott says he thinks the assessed value is going to be 4.8%, we always dial it back a little bit and say, why don't we just go with 4.6, just to be on the conservative side?
Mhm.
That's why we love what you guys do, being on the conservative side. I'm just wondering, do you know who the other counties are that actually receive these awards? Similar, is Lane County one of them? I'm just curious, because we're happy you're here.
They are not, and that will be in my budget presentation for finance. As of 2023, the only other county that received it was Jackson County, which I have a lot of respect for their finance team there. I know them well, and yeah, but that was as of 2023. GFOA has not released 2024 numbers yet.
Okay,
So yeah.
okay, as long as it wasn't Lane.
Yeah, when they announced it at AOC, I was really surprised how few counties in Oregon received all three awards.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. And I was just going to make a general comment as I read through the budget in my prep work. Nick, I wanted to highlight, your crowning accomplishment was the wage study. And again, it's good belief I share your belief that the employees are the best asset to any organization. Deschutes County has great employees, as far as I can tell, as a citizen member here. And it's really nice that we are finding ways to be able to fairly pay them. And yet, at the same time, even as you see some double-digit personnel growth numbers, almost all of the organizations have figured out how to continue budget. That's a painful thing to go through. I've recognized that, or I've seen that in the past. And I really appreciate, just in general, all of the effort that the organizations put in on the various funds to make sure that they were being fiscally responsible, even as they rewarded their employees. Great. Any additional comments? Great. If there are none, we can move on to the next item, which is the Deschutes County proposed budget overview. I will turn it over to the awesome duo of Robert and Cam to lead us through that.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Chair Pfister, members of the Budget Committee. Robert Tintle, Chief Financial Officer, just for the record. Before Cam, when we get into the details, before she speaks about that, I just want to provide another high-level overview. And also first, it's my privilege to work with the amazing administration team and the budget team on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2027. It is a plan that reflects our commitment to fiscal responsibility, sustainability, and long-term financial health of the county. The budget incorporates the tremendous work and contributions from our departments. And also thank you again, Budget Committee, for your full 3 days here and digging into all the materials that we provided. So the last couple of years, we've discussed what it really means to have a structurally balanced budget. And that means where ongoing revenues equals ongoing expenditures without the use of the reserves. So I think we've all got that down, and I appreciate that. And that's how we budget. This year, I'd like to review the types of funds used in government budgeting and the respective uses of available resources. This is a high-level overview. And Nick referred to it during the budget message that we have different types of funds. And some of us here may be more familiar with that, but in case there's others that are listening and watching meetings as well, or just as a reminder to us here, let's review about the different types of funds. So government entities cannot freely spend money from one fund for use in another fund, primarily because of legal restrictions, strict accounting standards like GAAP, and the need for fiscal accountability. So unlike personal finances or private businesses, government funds are often legally restricted, meaning funds generated for a specific purpose like roads or health services or grants, they must be spent on that specific purpose. Therefore, governmental entities, we use fund accounting, and that's why we have 78 funds. as Nick mentioned, where each fund acts as an independent entity with its own set of self-balancing accounts, similar to a separate bank account. And as we mentioned, in the olden days, back in 1985, no, so it's prior to that, but prior to computers being on board, governments actually had separate checking accounts for each individual fund, and that's how they balanced each books. Now we have computers where we can combine our funds. So, but that's fund accounting, keeping everything separate for a specific purpose. This structure ensures that taxpayers can see exactly how funds, such as special revenue fund or capital projects funds, are utilized. So this restriction is not a lack of funds, but rather a mechanism for ensuring legal compliance, public trust, and fiscal accountability for each of those funds. Governmental budgeting and accounting uses this fund basis structure to ensure revenues are used legally and appropriately, as mentioned, and separating those money into 3 separate categories or fund types. And those types are governmental funds, proprietary funds, and fiduciary funds. Most of our funds at Deschutes County are governmental funds. And there are different types of governmental funds. The first one that we refer to is the general fund, and that's the one we mostly talk about because it is the main discretionary fund for the county, and that's where there aren't limitations within that fund. Our other discretionary fund that we talk a lot about here during the budget committee is our transient lodging tax, whereas Nick mentioned about 70% of that is discretionary, that is used for purposes. But the other type of governmental fund is special revenue fund, and those funds are used when sources are legally restricted or committed to specific purposes. Examples for that are a lot of the health services funds or our ARPA funds, where they have very strict guidelines on how those funds can be spent. We also have capital project funds. Courthouse is a great example. We received funds for the courthouse. Those funds could only be used towards the courthouse. Right, that's what those capital projects was for. And then debt service funds, of course, can only be used to pay for debt service. But even though we budget in each of those funds, those dollars can only be spent for those specific purposes in those governmental funds. The other type of funds, proprietary funds, those are the business type funds. And they're enterprise and internal service funds. So enterprise funds for us and financed primarily through user fees and charges for services. Examples are solid waste, Fair and Expo. They're self-supporting, self-sustaining funds, and those dollars stay within those funds as well and aren't used for, say, the general fund, which is discretionary. And finally, fiduciary funds. Those funds hold resources in trust for individuals, private organizations, or other governments. The biggest example of that is our property taxes. The county, and as the tax collector, we collect all those dollars. They're not our dollars. We pass those on. They're fiduciary funds. We hold those for other jurisdictions. So through the work of the budget committee, the county adopts the annual budgets for each of its funds and fund types. The resulting budget resolution authorizes appropriations for each fund, sets the level by which expenditures cannot lawfully exceed appropriations. So the budget has the force of law is really the general concept of it. So as mentioned, the main discretionary funds of the county are the general fund and the transient lodging tax fund after the tourism related spending requirement in that fund. Currently, both funds are fully allocated. As we approach this budget week, understanding the different funds, often with restrictions on usage, allows for effective strategic allocation of resources while maintaining our budgetary control. So with that, I just wanted, again, to provide an overview on the different types of funds and just remind all of us and those watching that certain funds are available within certain specific parameters. And that's what the budget committee approves, and the board ultimately adopts the budget. So I look forward to our discussions this week with the budget committee. And again, thank you for your commitment to this process.
Okay. Any questions or comments for our CFO?
Just thoughts that come up, kind of big picture. Remember the transient room tax went from about $8 to $12 million during and after COVID. Sun River came in and said, hey, let's allocate some of those for public safety campus, which was wonderful to be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And now, and we have a beautiful courthouse that was built, and that those dollars could have gone there instead. But now that long-term capital and some debt services associated with transient room tax. So just in the last few years, it's interesting to see how it's evolved, knowing that we're still in a good, stable environment. did have to take a $20 million debt play for the finishing the courthouse, but it's finished, which is wonderful, and public safety campus in Sun River. So it's really exciting to see the big things we're able to do. Instead of talking about it, we've got them built.
Other comments? All right, if not, we will move on. We're still ahead of schedule.
You out of here by noon.
Yeah,
I think
Never know.
Dare has a comment, maybe?
did you have a comment?
No, I'm just, every time you say that we're ahead of schedule, I knock on fake
Yeah.
wood. Testing.
I'm not promising we get out early today. But we'll try. So let's move on to fiscal entities. I will turn it over to Cam Sparks to present. And again, for reference, we'll be discussing general fund and funds 160, 170, and 060. And those page numbers are listed on your agenda for both your books.
And Jim, first, I just have a few kind of technical comments on the week, the materials. So, but first, I would just like to thank the Budget Committee, especially the citizen members that are volunteering your time. We appreciate that. I also want to thank all the departments who worked very hard over the last 6 months to develop a fiscally responsible budget while still a commitment to providing service to their community. So the book that you have in front of you is a culmination of all of that effort across the county. And last but not least, I'd like to thank Laura and Dan for all of their hard work. I couldn't do without them. They are rock stars. And a big thanks to Brenda for providing snacks and getting the coffee set up. We all appreciate that as well. So just a reminder, the role of the Budget Committee is to review the proposed budget, accept public testimony, consider special requests, and approve the budget and the tax rate. So we'll spend this week reviewing the proposed budget. And then on Thursday, the Budget Committee will deliberate and consider the special requests before final approval. And then on June 17th is when the board will hold a public hearing and formally adopt the budget. So I'm sure you've all had a chance to familiarize yourself with the budget materials over the last week, but you've been provided with the budget book itself, along with that line item detail budget for more detail if you want to see what goes into some of those roll-up categories. And also I want to point out on the agenda, next to each department that's presenting, there's page numbers in parentheses. So the first page number you see is the page number that's in the budget book. That's where you can find that department's budget. And then the second page number is where you can find their line item detail in the line item detail book. And then also you all should have hard copies of the PowerPoint presentation in front of you if you want to reference those, because I know sometimes it's kind of hard to see the screen. And then towards the back of the budget book, I just wanted to point out that's where you'll find the special requests and the supplemental materials. And in the supplemental materials, Sun River's budget as well as Black Butte Ranch's budget is included in the supplemental. And those are in order of how things are being presented. So just a couple housekeeping items. I think we've been able to swap out everybody's pages, but we did have a correction to the FTE schedule and then a correction to a resource category that we wanted to get corrected in everybody's book. So I think everyone should have the correct pages. Let's see. So we'll be talking about limited growth strategies. We move into the fiscal entities presentation as well as the special requests. So the majority of the departments are presenting today and tomorrow, with a few Thursday morning. And then, as I mentioned, Thursday afternoon will be dedicated to deliberations. At the end of today and tomorrow, I'll just ask the Budget Committee if there's any department that they want to hear more from, and we can have them come back on Thursday. We do have, I believe, about an hour set aside if you want to ask additional questions or just hear from a department further after their presentation. And we spoke about this last year, but I just want to remind everybody about the budget process for the Sun River Service District. So the official Budget Committee is comprised of the 3 county commissioners plus the 3 Board of County Commissioners appointed community public members, which in this case is Jim, Dave, and Chrisanna. So these are the only people that should vote when approving the budget, except for Jim, because per ORS 294.4144 states that appointed members of the Budget Committee may not be officers, agents, or employees of the municipal corporation. So therefore, Chair Pfister would need to abstain from voting, but can participate in the discussion as a Sun River Service District representative. So with that, unless there's questions, I can move into the fiscal entities presentation.
Any questions or comments?
Who's the budget committee for Black Butte then? Black Butte right?
The same committee,
This whole committee,
yes,
okay.
the six members.
Without an
But I didn't help them with
Yep.
their budget, so I'm allowed to vote.
Okay, so first I just wanted to provide a countywide overview and Nick touched on some of this as well, but the overall budget for fiscal year 27 excluding service districts is 705.6 million, which is a 3.89% increase over the fiscal year 2026 revised budget. The overall operating budget, which excludes service districts, reserves, contingency, and transfers, is 437.8 million, which is an increase of 1.4 million or 0.3% from the fiscal year 2026 revised budget. So relatively flat. I did just want to provide an overview of some of the changes from year to year. So overall, beginning working capital is down by 6.5% from the previous year. And that's primarily because of the courthouse spending. We spent down a lot of those funds in fiscal year 26, as well as we spent the 5 million that was in the PERS reserve to establish that site account. So those are kind of two big drivers of what's driving that decrease in beginning working capital overall. Charges for services, so that went up 13.8%. That's the corrected percentage. And that's really being driven mostly by solid waste disposal fees. So they're increasing their fees for fiscal year 27 to help pay for the upcoming debt service that we are anticipating once we issue debt for that landfill purchase and for other projects. And then there's other fees that are increasing, such as CDD fees, and we're also budgeting in the TLT fund, which wasn't budgeted last year. So the combination of those is what's driving that 13.8%, or the majority of that 13.8%. Our other revenues category that went up 18.7%, and that's primarily being driven by solid waste budgeting 15 million in bond proceeds for fiscal year 20. And then just personnel overall was up 7.6%. Materials and services was down 3.9%, and then capital down 12.3%. And again, a lot of that's being driven by the courthouse. We spent most of that in fiscal year 26, and so we're seeing our capital expenditures going down. So just a high-level overview of the assumptions that were used when we built this budget. The COLA that's applied to personnel, that's 2.7%, and that's based on average CPI increase from January 2025 through December 2025. Nick mentioned this as well, but our health insurance premium increase for departments this year was 0%. Again, we kept that flat because of the healthy reserve balance we now have in that fund. For PERS, usually this is a significant, or can be a significant component of our personnel costs, and that was flat this year because we're in the second year of the PERS biennium. We also incorporated the board-approved market study increases for ASME and non-reps. And as mentioned, our assessed value growth for property tax, our assumption is 4.7%. And then our interest earnings assumption is 3.6%. And we worked with the treasurer on coming up with an estimate for what we should assume for that revenue source. This is just a high-level overview of the changes to FTE for fiscal year 27. So as Nick mentioned, overall proposed staffing changes result in a net decrease of 9.15 FTE. This is primarily driven by the reduction in health services. Justice Court has a small increase. The Justice of the Peace is increasing 0.10 to help process those new citations that they'll be getting from the City of Redmond's traffic cameras. The Board of County Commissioners, obviously that's going up 2 positions effective January 1st, 2027 because of those new commissioner positions. Solid Waste and the Road Department both had requested 2 FTE for each department, which Nick has included in the proposed budget. So between those two departments, that's an increase of 4. Health Services is proposing a decrease of 14.25, and Community Justice is proposing a decrease of 1 FTE. Now I will move into the general fund. So we've talked about this at mid-year, but just kind of to review general fund operations. The general fund accounts for the financial operations of the county, which are primarily supported by property tax revenue. General fund departments include the county assessor, the county clerk, the district attorney, tax, veteran services, and property management. The general fund also supports other departments through transfers, which includes health services, community justice, victims assistance, and dog control. And the county financial policy requires that the general fund hold 4 months or approximately 33% of property tax revenue in contingency. And so for fiscal year 27, this equates to 14.6 million. The general fund resources, as I mentioned, the majority of the funds are property taxes, excluding beginning working capital. Property taxes makes up about 85% of the general fund's revenue. And again, we budgeted a 4.7 assessed value growth. Beginning working capital increased about 3 million or 12.7% from fiscal year 2026, but there are some restricted components to the ending fund balance in the general fund. That includes that 14.7 million of required contingency, as well as we have some restricted opioid funds, 830,000. We have restricted recategorized ARPA funds that will be spent in fiscal year 27 of 607,000. And then we also have set aside $1 million in emergency reserves per our fiscal policy.
And I'd like to acknowledge right there, you know, that's the general fund, beginning working capital, trying to put a little bit of a cushion in there, is what I'm seeing. But there's not a lot of cushions anywhere else either. So that's the big picture. That jumped right out at me is, oh, good, we have a big beginning working capital that's growing over time. But that's kind of it. You know, there's no other extra little places anymore.
Right?
Because it used to be, you know, kind of the capital reserves or future capital projects and all these different things, but that's it.
Laura, could you do me a favor? Could you look up how much we gave to Oregon State Little Kids Program? Because we just got the notification that it was not even a year into the program and they were closing it and looking for a new provider. So I just want to know, was it like 1 million? Was it 1.2 million? Thank you. I figured you could get it faster than me.
Okay, so then taking a look at general fund requirements, so the expenditure side of the equation, general fund existing expenditures and transfers out to departments were limited to 4% in fiscal year 27 as approved by the board. And establishing these baseline budgets at 4% required all general fund departments to diligently assess their budgets.
Just a clarification, when you say that, the overall general fund contributions increased by 4%, or you went to the department and said you will not get any more than a 4% increase?
Each department was given a baseline that capped their existing expenditures by 4% and transfers out by 4%. However, because we had built in an assumption for the market study in the general fund, we allowed the general fund department's baselines to absorb that market increase. So if you'll see overall that general fund expenditures actually went up by 8.9%.
Yeah.
And that's because of that market study increase.
Okay, that makes more
But
sense.
we capped the existing expenditures to 4%.
Okay, thank you.
And that 4% is the limited growth strategy
Yeah.
right there.
Correct. Let's see. Yeah, so I mentioned that. So general fund fiscal issues, short-term fiscal issues, status of inflation and the impact on COLA. I actually heard on my drive in this morning that the new inflation number just came out. I believe it's 3.8%, the highest it's been in 3 years. So we do have a cap in our union contracts of 4%, but if inflation exceeds, goes up to 4 or exceeds 4, then we're looking at a 4% increase to personnel in fiscal year 28 potentially. So we just kind of want to keep an eye on that. High interest rates, which has kept the clerk's recording fee revenue low. And I also heard this morning that interest rates were just below 6%, and they ticked back up over 6%. And economists are calling the housing market just kind of like a frozen market right now. So we're not really seeing a lot of movement there. So we're not anticipating necessarily that revenue will increase, or at least not significantly. And then just the overall economic outlook. So long-term fiscal issues, the general fund expenditures will continue to be limited without an additional increased, new or increased revenue stream. So when I look at the long-term forecast model, we need to continue to limit expenditures somewhere between 3% and 5% in order to maintain that at least 5 years of financial sustainability. So without a new revenue source or increased revenue, we're looking at a limited growth scenario for the general fund in the short term, at least. Capital and maintenance needs. So the cost of capital and maintenance needs outpaces our revenue sources for these items. And then again, just future personnel costs. Personnel costs is a large part of the county's expenditure and budget. And so any costs related to the COLA, to PERS and health benefits costs have a significant impact on the fund as well. And then just economic uncertainty could slow growth and lower property tax revenue, which again is the main source of revenue for the general fund.
Sorry, could you, you just mentioned, today's estimated, inflation rate, 3.8%. What assumption are we using for our COLA for, the coming year and you know, kind of how does the current inflation rate, the potential future inflation rate, and the assumption that we use to set COLA, how do those all connect and you know, to potentially raise our COLA to you know, to put us at giving a 4% increase instead of
Yeah.
something.
So the models, my model assumes, we had the 2.7 this year, and then we were kind of optimistically hoping maybe for 2% going forward. However, the way we measure that increase is we look at the CPI we'll be looking at the CPI between January 2026 and December 2026. So the average over the 12 months. And so if that ends up being more than 2%, then that potentially means that we need to limit the general fund a little bit more than, like I currently am showing a 5% limited growth for fiscal year 28. However, if COLA ends up being 4%, we may need to limit things further. And then that 3.8 that's a point in time. So that's looking at May of this fiscal year back to May of 2025 is the 3.8% increase. But we take the average over a 12-month period.
Okay. But we are currently, or we were hoping for, assuming a 2% inflation, and in reality, right now it's more like 3.8.
Yeah, year over year it's 3.8, and again we do take the average so that we're accounting for the fluctuations throughout the year, and we're not just taking a point in time. So we don't know what that average looks like yet, but we are seeing year over year inflation ticking up.
I'll just note that you listen to better radio, well, at least more highfalutin radio than I do. I was rocking the Twins on the way at volume.
That's what I should have been doing. Okay. So taking a look at the general fund forecast. So I know we've mentioned this many times, but previously the county was projecting a budget shortfall in fiscal year 27 for the general fund. So we implemented a strategic framework to limit expenditure growth. And new projections, by doing this, new projections indicate that we'll have financial sustainability through fiscal year 2034. Expenditures are still growing under this model, so departments aren't necessarily having to cut per se. They're allowed to grow, like this year they were allowed to grow 4%. However, this model is only a forecast with a lot of assumptions and variables, including COLA. And so it could change. But we do continue to look at the long-term forecast model, and we will make adjustments along the way. So this isn't just like we set it and forget it. We're continually looking at iterations of this model and making adjustments. But I do think that prudent financial planning and forecasting has placed the county in a strong position, as Nick mentioned, to plan for the current and next fiscal years while continuing to provide core services to our community. So challenges and initiatives, the challenges, again, continuing to limit growth. could challenge operations, especially if inflation remains high. And while the general fund is operationally structurally balanced, the fund no longer has the resources to contribute to capital reserves. For current and future initiatives, there's still, I think, a lot of unknown future costs related to houselessness. We've acknowledged that we do need to establish a mechanism to fund ongoing capital maintenance because again, the general fund does not have the additional funds to be able to do that currently. And then just overall unknown initiatives of a new board. We know that we could have up to 4 new board members beginning in January, and we don't know what the initiatives of that board will be. Okay, so as we've mentioned, along with the board approving that 4% limited growth, we also set aside $350,000 for ongoing or one-time special requests for departments that are supported by the general fund. So we did receive 3 special requests, but in total, that's $815,000, so more than the $350,000 that we have set aside. So there's one from Health Services for $256,000, and I won't get into the details of their special request. I'll let the departments speak about that during their presentations, but this is for funding for preservation of IDD program service level. Community Justice has submitted a request for $209,000, and it's for four items. And then the assessor has submitted a request for $350,000 for the purchase of AI technology. So that's all I have for the general fund. If there's any questions, I'll move into the transient lodging tax fund.
Any questions before we move on? Go for it.
Okay. Again, we've shared this slide a few times in the past and at mid-year, but this just to show how those different percentages of TLT tax revenue are allocated. So that first 6%, 20% is going to VCO and 80% to general county operations, which is considered discretionary. The next 1%, 100% of that is going to Visit Central Oregon. And then the newest 1%, 70% going to Fair and Expo required for tourism. And then 30% has been allocated to the Fair and Expo Capital Reserve, which is discretionary. So Robert did an in-depth work session on April 6th about this topic because there has been a new House bill 4148, which is effective January 1st, 2027, changes the allowable allocation between tourism and general government to a 50-50 split. However, in our budget, the current allocation maintains the historical funding levels because which is based on voter intent. And during the work session, the board indicated their intent to leave the current allocations in place. And that's how we've reflected that in the fiscal year 27 budget.
So just a couple of clarifications on that. I mean, one, you say 20% to VCO and then 100% of the next 1% to VCO. That's to travel and tourism. VCO is our chosen
Correct.
contractor for that.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So just clarifying that. And then, that was a great presentation. I actually showed up in the room for that. And good information and also was pretty clear. It was in there. I just want to make sure I heard right. We believe that some of the ballot language that Deschutes County itself to use might actually limit some of the changes and restrict that 50-50 split.
Yes, that is a conservative opinion of our legal team. There could be legal challenges if we spent the funds different than the voter intent.
Mm-hmm. Legal conservative opinions from legal regarding finances are always good from a budget committee perspective. So there is some potential discussion, but effectively it's not something that we're going to do this year. Correct. Okay.
Just a follow-up question on that, on the legal opinions. Are there other counties that have specific ballot language around their allocation ratios that we might anticipate will be testing the legal questions in the next couple of years? I mean, could we could we let someone else figure that out? And then benefit from whatever learning comes out of that, or are most of the other communities, I mean, if I understand correctly, one of the reasons why we're so heavily weighted towards general funds in, our first 6% is because those increments of tax are older, right? So, I mean, are some of the counties that are chomping at the bit to kind of redo their ratios, are they living in a, like basically younger tax base?
Most of our taxes, as you mentioned, were approved prior to 2013. And that's where, after 2013 is when we had to have the 70-30 split. 6% mentioned, or the first 5% was towards tourism. We only had 1% that was general in nature, where it just said increase the lodging tax by 1%, just kind of reviewing what we talked about previously. So for us, that would be the only one that we could change that one in a 50-50 without having someone file a suit or a claim
Right.
for us. I mean, ours are mostly clear. As far as other counties, I did do a survey. I asked counties, still waiting for a few responses on what their splits are, and going to provide that information as soon as it's finalized. But I don't have specifics on each ballot language. But if it was general ballot language, should we enact a 2% transient lodging tax? If it was general like that, then it seems, I'm not an attorney, but check with their legal department, but it seems there could be option to change that to a 50-50 split. But if it was like ours, where it's, can 1% be used for tourism related at the Fair and Expo, and then we changed, and the voters approved that, and then we wanted to change that to a 50-50, that's where the question would come in. And if there were court cases that would decide that for us, then we could follow that example.
But you don't have a sense of whether there are other counties that have specific allocation ballot language that are going to be pushing this legal, testing this legal question.
I have not heard of that yet.
I just think it's one of those areas where Robert, with the finance directors, and myself with county administrators and part of Oregon City County Managers Association, I think we'll begin to hear from our colleagues around the state if they're beginning to, what they're thinking about, both in terms of our interactions, our associations, or Association of Oregon Counties conferences we go to over the coming months, to get a better understanding of what they're thinking and whether it's clear they can do it, or they're going to be testing their prior ballot measures.
Yeah, because I mean, we know that
Yeah.
there's going to be a bunch of coastal counties that are wanting to go to 50-50.
Exactly.
But I guess my question is, do some of them have specific ballot language, and which would make them test these legal questions before we might consider doing?
Yeah, I think we'll ask those questions of our colleagues for sure.
I do know there is interest in moving to a 50-50 split from some counties, but I haven't heard of it. Is it because of specific ballot language? I don't know if to address that. I'll also put a plug for a commercial for AOC, Association of Oregon Counties. On May 22nd, they are doing a webinar, Use of Transient Lodging Tax in
Ribbit.
Oregon Counties. Yes, and Deschutes County will be a presenter on that as well. Similar information. We'll be meeting prior to that with the other counties about what will be presented, but that will be May 22nd at 1 o'clock. We'll be talking about TLT.
So were we able to book the like 500,000 that we're going to get extra from the legislature for the fair funding? Last time I asked you, it didn't seem like it was in black and white yet. Is it in black and white yet?
The last I heard, no, it wasn't yet. So we have not booked that.
Okay, so it's supposed to be like $500,000 for each fair in the 36 counties. It'd be nice for them.
Okay, I'll move on if there's no more questions or discussion around that. But this next slide is just looking at overall TLT resources and requirements, which majority of the revenue is the TLT transient lodging tax revenue. We did implement a certificate of authority fee in fiscal year 26. We're budgeting about 500,000 for that in fiscal year 27, which does help offset our administrative costs and does free up discretionary TLT funds to be able to transfer to our capital reserve fund, which is how we have that budgeted in fiscal year 27. So TLT revenue, we have that budgeted to increase 2% from our fiscal year 2026 projected revenue. And so that's about 13.1 million. Approximately 35% of TLT collections are allocated to tourism per that original ballot major language that we were just discussing. So about 3.5 million we have budgeted to go to Visit Central Oregon, and then about 1.1 million going to Fair and Expo. And then any unallocated discretionary funds, so that pie chart off to the right shows how all the discretionary funds are getting allocated, which is in the darker color. The kind of orange font is the tourism related allocations. So then anything that that's left over, essentially, we are budgeting to be transferred to the capital reserve fund. And so for fiscal year 27, we are budgeting 1.6 million. And again, TLT contributions to capital reserve are the only source of revenue because the general fund is no longer making that contribution.
Now, when you say the 1.1 million to Fair and Expo and Fair, is that the required allocation, or does that also include the extra 30% discretion?
That's just the required
That's the
allocation.
required.
Yeah, the extra 30% is roughly about 470,000. Yeah.
I had that in my head. I was just checking. And then, obviously in the discretionary, there has been some discretionary increases, notably to the sheriff's office, I think this year. And a couple other places where we continue to allocate that. So do you have a floor that you're trying to transfer into the capital reserves, or is it really you're allocating and then whatever's left over goes to capital reserves? I'm just trying to understand the.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't necessarily established a floor, but we are trying to, whatever's above and beyond what we're allocating, that we're transferring to that capital reserve. And I will mention too that, so we budgeted the revenue to increase by 2%. And so on the expenditure side, we also budgeted the allocations increasing by 2%, with the exception of, the courthouse debt service. That just kind of is what it is. And it's pretty much static every year. So that didn't increase 2%. And then Justice Court, actually, their allocation went down significantly from about 500,000 down to about 120,000, because we are anticipating they're going to have additional citation revenue from the City of Redmond camera project, and they should be able to cover their operations. We're hopeful that we won't actually even need to make a transfer at all, but we're not, until that revenue is flushed out, we're still assuming that we will have to transfer about 120,000 to cover their operations.
Mhm.
So if TLT comes in lower than projected, we're allocating out on a formula, percentage formula basis. We're not there. Jim was just asking about whether there's a floor for capital reserves. Is there a floor for any of these things, or is it basically if TLT comes in 3% lower than estimated, everyone takes a 3% haircut?
That's not how we've structured it. I mean, we haven't had to do that in the recent past, but I think what we would probably initially do is just the transfer to the capital reserve fund would go down, and we would maintain the allocation that we've budgeted to those departments, unless it could be a board discussion, and maybe that is a discussion we would have if that revenue came in lower. How do we want to allocate those funds if we want to maintain a certain level for the capital reserve fund and reduce what we're transferring to other departments?
I asked a similar question, and I can't remember, it was a year or two ago. And the answer I got back was the general fund will have to eat it. Which is always, it's a backstop, but it's a backstop that nobody really wants to do. So,
Yeah, and the general fund can't really eat it anymore.
right. So, let's make sure that we tell everybody to come visit Central Oregon this year.
Yeah, unless there's
Yes.
Unless there's massive fire and smoke.
Then we'll have, I got marshmallows. We're good.
Marshmallows and masks. There we
Um,
go.
Just gonna ask something else on that. I was, just as a reminder, the debt service on the courthouse is $1.5 million.
Yes.
Okay.
And we are reserving $1.5 million in the fund to make sure that in a situation where if there was a big fire and we didn't have the TLT revenue, we still have that 1.5 million to make that debt service payment because that is a priority for the county. And I will also say we've never had a contingency in this fund, but it is an operating fund, and our policy states that an operating fund will have about 8.3% in contingency.
Mm.
And so we've talked about in the upcoming fiscal year that maybe we reduce that transfer to the capital reserve and create that contingency. So we do have that operating contingency just in case the revenue does not come in as we budgeted. And then we have a cushion to make sure we can allocate the funds that we've said we were allocating to the different departments.
Kind of related question. How do we decide what we do with the additional funds if actual revenue for TLT comes in a little higher than budgeted?
Well, what we have been forecasting, because this fiscal year we're anticipating revenue to come in about 470,000 higher. And so we are budgeting to transfer 470,000 more to the capital reserve fund.
We could instead think about putting a little bit of that into a reserve or a contingency, and then putting
Exactly.
putting some into. Okay, is that a decision we're going to make this week or?
No,
Next
just-
fire budget.
This follows a practice and based off a policy that we've had where that's how it was when it was transferred from the general fund. Any excess in the general fund was transferred over to the capital projects funds for the board's priorities. Commitments that they wanted to make. This follows that same practice, but instead of the excess coming from general fund, it now comes from the transient lodging tax fund. So any excess gets put into the capital project funds from TLT, but any shortfall, it reduces that as well. So it goes both ways on that. The default is always going to the capital projects fund after the budgeted expenditures for the year.
I mean, it's a little outside of this budget, but you could actually, but that is probably a philosophical discussion that the Board of Commissioners can have long term in terms of if there's an excess, does it go to the capital reserve, or is that discretionary that goes to some of the potential new uses for TLT that rolls around. But with that said, at least from my perspective as a taxpayer, having a good reserve for capital projects in a county that has a significant capital projects need over time is always a useful default. So, I mean, I appreciate the way that the county is handling it. And then it's just up for discussion as to how to handle it otherwise in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, maybe it's something for mid-year next year, or mid-year in the next cycle, or maybe it's really a commissioner discussion and it comes back to the budget committee next year.
Before we leave the TLT topic, I wanted to ask a couple questions about the COA fee. So first off, I know that the COA fee is meant to absorb or cover finance departments, basically what it takes for us to have and administer a TLT collection program. I know that the county also has other costs associated with short-term rentals that go to review that CDD does, that the short-term rental that is being offered is actually like a legal structure, things like that. Does the COA fee cover those costs as well, or are we absorbing that within CDD right now?
Correct. CDD is absorbing their activities related to short-term rentals. Our staff within finance and the transient lodging tax fund, if they have questionable properties, they do refer those to CDD, they review them, and then they let us know if there's, issues or whatever. And so, correct, the cost of the certificate of authority fee, those revenues that come in only cover the cost within finance for the software and the staff and the programs and materials.
So just so I'm clear, I mean, you have the recording fees. Where do those come from? Is that from people who are applying to become a rental, or is that revenue, or is that revenue taken off as it comes in? I just want to make sure I'm clear of the mechanism.
The certificate of authority fee.
Yeah.
So that's to register, and Robert, maybe you speak to this.
So there's you have to renew the certificate of authority annually. So annually, there's $150 fee to renew that, and the board approved that rate. For a first time, it's a $300 charge.
Okay. So thank you. That makes sense, because I was unclear where that was coming from. And then I saw that the finance ISFs across the two funds went down. Is that in part because of the reporting fees that you're getting, or I just noticed that the ISF and I have lots of questions about ISS over the 3 days, but just in general, I noticed that the finance fund had gone down reasonably significantly. So are reporting fees cover some of that?
No, it doesn't. But the ISPs fluctuate depending on your slice of the pie, right? So depending on the drivers, which our allocation drivers for finance are number of paychecks, number of transactions, the size of your budget. So as someone else's budget grows, then they might take more of the slice of the pie. And that's why TLT went down. And we did actually implement new drivers this year. We used to just base it on size of budget. But we went through a long process of identifying, a justifiable, equitable way of allocating finance. And we came up with, number of paychecks, number of GL transactions, and the size of your budget, and then weighted those. So it did change people's allocations. Some people went up because we started capturing truly the number of transactions that occur in their fund, not just the size of their budget. And then others went down because maybe they didn't have as many transactions.
It would be interesting. I mean, not necessary for it's because it's not a discussion or decision, but it would be interesting, at least to me, to understand the criteria for all the different ISFs, because they were, at least from my line item look, all over the map in terms of increase, decrease. So it would just be as a philosophical question, just understanding the criteria would be good, or maybe including it in future budget books if you change it.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great recommendation. And we do have a pretty in-depth narrative that Dan put together on how each ISF fund is allocated and what those drivers are. And then we also, and we can provide this to you later today, we also have a schedule that kind of shows the year-over-year increases for each department, whether they're going up or down. So we can provide both of those items.
All right. Thank you.
If I can just ask my second COA fee question now. So the way that we set that fee structure up, we have a first year application fee, and then there's the renewal fee. Are we anticipating, how much are we anticipating the revenue from the fee to decline, or how much smaller do we expect it to be in the second, third, or fourth year after people have paid the larger initial fee?
The initial fee is for those that are just starting a brand new lodging facility. So we have about, I think it's around 3,000 is the number. So those will renew every single year. It's only new ones that are attached to the $300, not if you already had an account.
So it's not, it's not that you don't pay the larger fee the first time. Okay, got it.
And I think even when we established the fee, whomever had an existing COA just paid the renewal fee.
Right.
We didn't, oh, by the way, here's a new fee. Everybody's going to pay the large fee to begin with. And then we didn't do that. We started with the
They were just
lower fees. Yeah.
And I can take a look. I think we looked at the average of, you know, how many accounts we add every year. And it was about 2.5% a year. So that's kind of what I've built into the long-term forecast model.
Yeah, I mean, going back to my earlier question about, you know, those costs that CDD incurs in order to support the enrollment of new short-term rentals, I think it would be worthwhile in the future to consider, potentially raising the initial fee, to absorb costs beyond what the finance department incurs.
If this is the only discretionary fund that the county has, you always need to be very careful in terms of what it is that you're doing. I mean, it's one long range philosophy would say, let's make it easier for people to register and utilize those so that this fund goes up. And then make it easier for people to want to come visit in terms of protecting them. So some of the changes that I saw in the state were pretty useful for that in terms of ensuring that not only are there good tourist areas, but the good tourism areas are protected. And I think there's good opportunities for it, but realistically, I mean, you don't want 100% of your houses in Deschutes County to be generating revenue. But it's not bad to see that going up, and finding ways to discourage it is not always the best thing, at least from an opinion perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about like a $500 increase. I'm talking about, the initial fee is 300, is that right? I mean, to bump that up to 350, 400, I mean, that's, I don't think that that's going to discourage that many people from entering the market.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody always has fun ideas on, hey, if that's if we can find other ways to fund on the backs of these, short-term rental properties. And most of these still are hotels, but there are a significant number of, homes that are being done on that. And I think that's increasing over time as well, right? From looking at what I see in the reports. Not greatly, but it is increasing. It's just really interesting to understand that to make sure that we are clear as a county that this is our at least for the next few years, our discretionary fund. And ensuring that we can not limit it is probably always a good philosophical approach.
Yeah, I simply want to make sure that the costs to have a short-term rental are actually covered.
Yes. And Peace, I'm with you on that. All right, other comments?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and skip over this slide because I feel like we've discussed most of the points I was going to make. So I'm just going to move on to
Up and to the right is good.
moving on to TLT fiscal issues, and then I'll talk about one special request of TLT funds. So as we've discussed, the revenue for this fund is very variable. It's difficult to forecast and it can be volatile. And then general funds fiscal challenges is putting extra pressure on TLT discretionary funds because, as you mentioned, Chair Pfister, this really is our only source of discretionary funding. And then any additional one-time or ongoing commitments of TLT funds reduces the county's ability to fund capital projects in the future. So there is an opportunity cost there. So we do have one special request of the TLT fund. So Solid Waste is requesting $126,000 for the fiscal year 2027 USDA Wildlife Services contract to deliver countywide wildlife damage management services for Deschutes County residents. So they'll talk about this in more detail, but Solid Waste has been paying for this wildlife contract in full in the past. However, only 25,000 of that is actually related to bird and wildlife mitigation at the solid waste facilities. So in fiscal year 27, property management will be paying 5,000 for county property related wildlife support. But there's still this 126,000 for the countywide wildlife support that we don't have funding for. And so solid waste is requesting an allocation of TLT funds if the budget committee and the board wanted to continue this USDA contract. So again, I'll let them speak to more of the details during their presentation. But I did just want to point that out.
So I'll back and slide to that, TLP forecast, talks about $30.5 million debt service payments for the courthouse expansion. So as I say, I'm usually not real precise with my numbers, but 30 is a lot bigger than the 20 something I mentioned. Can you clarify that one?
The 20 is the net amount, but it's interest cost. So
Cost of that money over time.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay. thank
yep.
you.
like
I was
when you
just
buy a
making- I didn't
house.
think we took
Yeah,
$30 million.
yeah.
Good, thank you so much.
Just to follow up to a couple of questions asked earlier, Commissioner Dare, Laura provided the information on your request. So for little kids, they received 2 separate ARPA grants. The Bend West Building project received $1 million and the Little Kids Internship Program received $750,000.
At the same location?
Yes.
Well, no, the internship program is placing interns in early learning facilities all over the county. Not just at Little Kids. Is that right? I'm pretty sure, you know, like basically COCC and OSU are engaging in a workforce surge strategy, basically saying one of the things that makes childcare break down, across the region is workforce shortages, and there's sort of this kind of valley of death between someone learning, entering an early learning career track and actually going into the job and providing internship funds, because I'm pretty sure that those folks were, who were going through training, education and training at OSU were being deployed all over, and childcare is all over the county. Including at Little Kids, but not exclusively. That maybe there was another, I mean, there was a substantial amount of the ARPA funds that went into early learning and childcare went into workforce. Training, the really exciting small business development center programs that we had there. And I'm pretty sure that people who are coming through education and training at OSU were going to childcare facilities all over the region, but I could be, I could be thinking about a different pot of money, but
I'm happy to confirm that in my last update may have been about a year ago, so.
okay.
I'm happy to double check.
Laura, did that 1.0 million go into the building then? The triple wide or whatever it was? Or was it 7 sections or 3?
1 million was a capital investment. The other 750,000 was a workforce investment.
And sunk cost is sunk cost.
I mean, the
Do they have debt on their building? I wonder. I'm waiting to hear back from the president. She did call me.
All right, let's keep moving. I think we're on to the capital reserve fund.
Yep, and real quick, one other follow-up regarding Fair and Expo question. Jeff Curtis, our new Fair and Expo director, who you'll be able to meet at the budget committee, will be coming in, so you can expand on that question there. Just as of a few weeks ago, when that question first came up during a board meeting, Jeff stated that our contact with the Oregon Fair Association, they've been reluctant to pin down an exact number or timing on that, because it was kind of a last minute bill that came together. So they weren't getting very specific numbers that we would expect at that time. But again, he'll be here and the budget committee can ask him questions at that time.
Okay. I don't think it's gonna reach Eric.
I already blew it.
the USDA Wildlife Services contract, $126,000 special request that would come from TLT.
Correct. It would be, if it was approved, it would be an allocation from the TLT fund into the solid waste fund to pay for that expenditure, because they would still manage the overall contract.
Hmm.
Oh, yes, coming from the discretionary portion, which essentially would just reduce. So right now we're budgeting 1.6 million roughly to transfer to the capital reserve fund. And so that would be reduced by 126,000 if that was approved by the budget committee.
Okay.
So that's gonna be discussed. Options at the end.
Correct.
Yeah, that'll come up
I mean-
in solid waste and also in special requests.
Okay, I mean, we can wait for solid waste to discuss that, but I have some real concerns about that. Those funds coming out of TLT. I mean, some of the stories of how those funds have been used by Wildlife Services. I mean, there was one church's pastor that was thanking us profusely for the investments in USDA Wildlife Services that came and exterminated the rock chucks at their church. And like that is a necessary thing, maybe to make the church function and keep your grounds in order. But I don't necessarily think that county taxpayers should be paying for that. Other things like wiping out this pack of coyotes up in the Terrebonne area that were terrorizing people's sheep. Maybe that's a more worthwhile expenditure of county funds. But like personal pest control for your facility, like I just don't feel I don't feel very good about our public dollars being used for those kinds of purposes. And so I'm going to have a lot of questions about that special request, and what portion of it is valid, and the portion that's valid, how we pay for it, what the appropriate way to pay for it is. I mean, you could argue that exterminating coyotes so that they're not impacting agricultural businesses, that's actually an economic development investment, maybe, that could be taken out of the lottery dollars. To be continued.
Okay, to be continued oh, go ahead.
So, on that allocation of funding, is that the USDA Wildlife Services that's making those decisions as to how those funds are allocated? Is
What?
that the complaint?
What they're responding to?
Yeah.
Um,
Is that made in their,
yes, but I mean, they keep us updated on what kind of animal control activities or wildlife control activities they're engaged in.
but they report after the fact? After the funds are spent?
It's not that case by case. It's kind of generally, this is what we're doing.
There's some ants at the gallery. They don't buy anything.
I was just curious. I was just curious how the decision was made.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're generally exercising discretion within the envelope of agreement with the county. But we could be more clear about what we want, our funds to be used for. But also if we were, if we said a narrower scope of things, we only thought a narrower scope of things were appropriate, then maybe the amount of money that they needed from us each year would not be as big.
All right, let's have that conversation probably on Thursday, but let's make sure we have the conversation.
Yeah,
We got
and
about 10
then
minutes.
solid waste, they'll have a lot more detail. And I mean, you may have already looked at it, but there is a packet in the special request section that just describes more in detail that contract.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving into the Capital Reserve Fund, which is Fund 060. So just to provide an overview, the Capital Reserve Fund is used to accumulate county resources to fully or partially fund future projects for capital investments related to Board of County Commissioner goals and objectives. It's funded by the unallocated transient lodging tax surplus in fiscal year 26 and going forward. And then the capital reserve is really an aggregation of the county's discretionary funds. And as Robert mentioned earlier, we used to transfer the excess general fund into the capital reserve fund, but the general fund doesn't have that excess money anymore. And so that's why we're transferring from the TLT fund. So looking at capital reserve resource and requirements, the majority of the fund's resources represent a carry forward from previous year's contributions. So you can see that 87% of the resources is beginning working capital, and then the transfer in from the TLT fund is about 10%, and then about 3% interest. As far as the requirements for fiscal year 27, the majority is finishing up the gray courthouse improvements, so that the DA remodel, that's about 25% of the requirements. Then everything else is being reserved for future projects. And here is a look at the capital reserve forecast. So the last large expenditure is about 3.8 million in fiscal year 27, and that's to finish the gray courthouse, the DA remodel. But you'll see that after that expenditure in fiscal year 27, that green bar, expenditures drop off because the forecast doesn't include any spending on additional projects because those have not been prioritized or necessarily approved by the board. And again, as we've mentioned, the only revenue source that starting in fiscal year 26 is the TLT funds.
I mean, I think you got to look at two things. I mean, right now you're not budgeting for anything to come out of this, and I think that's probably good to be building it up. You need to make sure, as mom used to say, don't let that money burn a hole in your pocket. And make sure that I was always a saver anyway, but make sure that you are letting it grow up. But there probably are some different discussions that the county could be having in terms of how it's going to otherwise fund this, either through a levy or something else. Otherwise, this is going to grow fairly slowly. If you're doing $1.5 million of debt service and you're putting 1.6 in, it's going to be a long trip to a new building somewhere.
Public safety campus was talked about $80 million. Remember, if there was a tower out there and a big project. So
Yeah.
$20 million 4 years from now is not getting us there.
Well, and I know Core 3 is looking at a bunch of different options, but that's a big building project as well. I mean, and there are needs that the county has as it continues to grow. So, I think there's a great discussion to be had around this, saying TLT is necessary, but not sufficient. And how do you get sufficient?
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out is that the TLT fund is also making a transfer of about 700,000 to the capital maintenance fund. So that's Fund 070. And we have had discussions about finding a new mechanism for funding that, because that 3% of property taxes that goes into Fund 070 is not sufficient to cover the maintenance needs. So if we could find a different way to allocate, maybe through some sort of ISF charge, to recoup funding for that maintenance fund, and that would free up additional discretionary funding for the capital reserve fund.
Okay, I think you got one more slide.
Yes. Okay, so capital reserve fiscal issues, no surprise. I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, Jim, we're building this up slowly. We don't have enough funds in there to fund anything fully. So our potential capital expansion needs are greater than the available funds. The general fund can no longer transfer discretionary funds. And ongoing funding is dependent on a pretty volatile funding source as well, right? Because as we mentioned, we're just transferring the excess. So if the revenue does not come in as we budgeted, then we can't transfer 1.6 million. We'd have to transfer less. And then there are competing demands on the surplus TLT funds, since that is our only source of discretionary funding.
Another big picture thought, 2006 is when the permanent rates went in for public safety and countywide and then rural patrol. And that really just provided those cushions for the last 20 years. The general fund wasn't tagged with public safety, sheriff's office, jail operations was covered by a little bit from that transient room tax, but grown into that rate. And then, I mean, it happened all around the state. Everybody, our current 3% revenue system that's set up just hit a wall everywhere. But as I say, you kind of look back for the last 20 years, those permanent rates for public safety really put us in a good spot for all those years.
It's just going to be interesting. I mean, the the niceties aside of what we actually can spend based on ballot language and all the rest of the stuff, given that there has been a change at the state, I would expect that there's going to be a lot of organizations with their hands out saying, well, hey, you have the ability to give that to me now. And I think people really misunderstand that TLT is a fund that is spent at the county's discretion, not at the hands of the people that actually make it. But at the same time, you don't want to bite those hands because they are making that TLT. So again, it's that balance you need to work.
When I say transient lodging tax in Deschutes County has its culture, its history, it's how we got here. Because it was a very early start when, the original destination resorts were put in place. It's evolved over time. There was industry support for that 1% for the fairgrounds too, and then our great relationship with our regional DMO. So the culture of what we do here is not the state. Because there's jurisdictions that are just full panic mode trying to maintain roads and looking at those dollars for capital. Absolutely.
And I do want to put it in the record that as of the year to date, Sun River is providing 73% of the room tax revenue.
Sun River and environs, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Pine Lane needs a ladder truck if you're looking at how to support tourists as well. But go ahead and make a comment and then we'll go into recent.
Before we leave this capital reserve forecast and your comment about not letting money burn a hole in our pocket, I do want to just kind of reflect historically on past fiscal conditions and decisions that were made as a result of that. So we incurred $20 million of debt for our courthouse expansion, and that could have been a lot less. Back in, FY 18-19, because the county was in pretty good fiscal condition, the budget committee then made the decision to reduce the assessed property tax rate 3%, 3 cents one year, 3 cents the next year. If we had just continued collecting those 6 cents per thousand, which, to me at this point is maybe $16 a year, we would have had $10 million more in the bank when it came time to build the courthouse. So we could have incurred half the amount of debt that we have incurred for the courthouse expansion, and our debt service would look very different at this.
Sunk loss is also sunk loss, as
Yeah.
in
Okay. And
But I'm just to go to your point of don't let money burn a hole in your pocket. I just want to make sure that as we look at that growth curve, we don't say, oh, that's looking pretty good. It's growing at a healthy rate. We could actually afford to do another assessed property tax rate, or do something in the realm of TLT that would curb that growth rate. So
And just to put it in the record, I went on Monday, the weekend after the Sisters Rodeo, because nothing was being allocated to Deschutes County. We had every legislator on the letter and we'd made 1 million trips. I went Monday and I just happened to take the right friend and we got 15 million because the right friend was there with me, and I asked for 25, and AOC even wondered, how the heck did Deschutes County do it? Well, thank goodness somebody told me to drive back over there one more time. 15 million. Into the record, please.
all right. Thank you very much for the conversation. And we are taking a recess.
For 10 minutes.
We'll give you the full 10 minutes. That says we will promptly start at 10:28.
Just have to get
Are we good? All right, everybody, welcome back. We'll be moving on now to, by the way, the cranberry bread is always really good. Just wanted to make that comment. Moving on to finance.
Second that.
I will turn it over to Robert and we will be discussing Fund 630 and 01-18.
Thank you, Chair Pfister. Again, Robert Tintle, Chief Financial Officer, Finance. So this presentation is specific for the Finance Department, as of every other department that is presenting here today. Just an overview of finance. Our mission is, obviously we provide the financial activities for the county, and here's our org chart. We'll get into a little more detail on that. Overall, for finance, it is mostly a status quo year. Not a lot of changes. We're not adding FTE. We're not adding services. We're just maintaining the great work that our staff does. We do have 20.50 FTE in total. Here's a detail of how we are allocated out. We have, as you know, 3 wonderful budget staff that are represented here today that focus on the annual budget, financial planning, financial forecasting, and ARPA administration. We have 7 accounting FTE that our staff focuses on financial reporting, payroll, accounts payable, receivable, general ledger, capital assets, cash management. A huge workload for that small amount of team as well. Our tax section has 6.5 FTE, but notice the first highlight there. Property tax collections, which is the general fund portion, only is allocated 3.95 FTE. And we also, the tax section does transient lodging tax and dog licensing. Continuing on with procurement, we have our 1 procurement manager, but she oversees one of the accounting staff. So it looks like there's 2 FTE, but the other senior accounting tech shares payroll, accounts receivable, general ledger responsibilities as well. We have, of course, our county treasurer at 1 FTE and our CFO, myself, at 1 FTE as well. This was brought up earlier, but finance accomplishments, I do want to highlight. We talked a lot about the Triple Crown Award, and we received it 6 years in a row now from the GFOA, which is phenomenal. And as of the 2023 reporting, we were only one of 2 counties, us and Jackson County, that received that award. I'm waiting for the results from 2024 or 2025 when those are, to see how many there are. But it should be noted that there are only 9 entities in Oregon that receive the Triple Crown Award, and this includes cities, school districts, and counties. So we're only one of 9 as of 2023 in there. So that is a great accomplishment. But not to miss is the Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting. That's our ACFA report. We've received that award and designation for 24 years. And again, the Popular Financial Award for 6 years, and Cam and the budget team and predecessors, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for 18 years. The reason why we received the Triple Crown Award now for 6 years is because we started producing the 3rd document for transparency and accountability and for public awareness, the Popular Annual Financial Report. That's why we're a Triple Crown winner for 6 years. And that's where other counties, they do the Certificate of Achievement for financial reporting. They receive the Distinguished Budget, but they're not preparing the PAFR as a public document. And so that's why they're not achieving the Triple Crown Award. And we are. I'll give all the credit to our team for that.
And just to note, 24 years is almost back to the 90s.
Almost.
And it is all of those, getting the certificate of award on all of those is a huge task, and our accounting and finance and budget teams really do a great job maintaining those awards. Continuing on finance accomplishments, again, as Cam has talked a lot about today, we spend a lot of time, and her team spends a lot of time looking at the long-term financial forecasts, moving toward a structurally balanced and sustainable budget. That's our goal, that's our focus, and that's where we try to provide, whether it's the Budget Committee, the Board of County Commissioners, the information they need so that we maintain that updated forecast with a structurally balanced budget and sustainable. We did do a lot of work on updating county code related to the transient lodging tax, and that enabled us to start that certificate of authority fee, and we implemented it this year. We also implemented phase 1 of the Tyler ERP employee reimbursement modules to create efficiencies in employee reimbursements and also improve internal controls. And that's just trying to use our systems more that we have. Our Tyler ERP system, commonly referred to as Munis, was the old name, so we can process things efficiently. Just a quick slide as far as if you want to know what are some of the stats, and these are from a full year of fiscal year 2025, since we're still in the current fiscal year 2026. We haven't ended, but I thought I'd provide the stats for the previous fiscal years. So this just tells you, obviously we processed tens of thousands of invoices, accounts payable checks, payroll checks, purchasing, card transactions. And I always like to remind staff that, and others, we do what we do in finance so that others can do out in the county what they do, right? We pay all the vendors, we pay the employees. We do really form a very important role here, and we're part of the process, even though we're not hands-on with the public necessarily in a lot of cases, but we are providing that direct support that the county relies on.
So this is your ISS at work.
That is correct. There's a lot of value in that.
Question,
Yes.
number of tax accounts, that's not parcels, is it? That could there,
Those are a number of statements we sent out, number of mailings for tax statements.
because there could be property associated with business, are those parcels?
Those are tax statements that we mailed per person. Is it one?
Cause I was thinking about 100,000 parcels, but it's interesting number to know.
Yeah.
Those are tax statements, okay?
Yeah. If you own 2 homes, you'd get it would be 2 statements in there. So each.
I'll ask our planning director about the number.
What about if you get 2 tax bills for the same parcel?
Yeah, which we do.
You can, yeah.
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 So that's the number of tax statements that we actually mailed out. And that the reason why that number is important to us, because as we get to our expenditures, we'll see in a minute too, as postage continues to increase and we're mailing out over $100,000 statements. And as postage continues to increase, you can see how that adds up pretty quickly in our budget. Speaking of our budget, so this is now focused on the finance budget, Fund 630, which is our ISF. Our total, the main revenue source for finance is the ISF charges, which makes up 82% of our budget. And then we do have some other slight revenue sources coming in as well. On our finance requirements, our total cost is $4 million, but 2.9 million of that is in personnel costs. Our biggest cost within the department is our software, the Tyler Munis system. Tyler ERP is the main one, but we also have a lot of other software programs like our transit lodging tax and others, but that's in the other fund. But our audit with Baker Tilly, our external auditors, 124,000, and other M&S 188. So we do have a lot of larger expenditures for a small department, but it's mostly related to audit costs and software costs. Now, specifically within the tax office, and again, the tax office is the general fund budget. Our main revenue source is the general fund, and we get a small portion from CAFA payments. This is similar as the as the county assessor. Their funding comes from CAFA as well, but you can see same thing. It's a small percentage compared to the general fund. That's why CAFA funding is so important to the county assessor as well as county tax collection. As far as tax requirements, the expenditures, yes, our ISF charges did increase as well as others. We have 452,000 in M&S expenditures. Large portion of this, as I mentioned, is we spend it's $90,000 on postage alone, which is a big expense there. And we have software costs and other related costs there. But again, we're stayed within our baseline budget given by the budget manager and continued on with our budget. Fiscal issues for finance. A lot of these overlap with the big goals that we have that the budget team and the budget officer is looking at. But as I mentioned, county sustainable fiscal stability within the county is really what we focus on. And I mentioned our CAFA funding as well. That's one thing we continue to look at the legislature. We need that funding, whether it's for the assessor or for tax. It is an important source. An increased cost for software subscriptions. We're seeing that we need software in everything we do, and those costs just keep going up greater than our limited growth. And so we are having to make adjustments, reduce M&S expenditures in other areas. And that will be a common theme you'll hear from others. All departments now have softwares, including, the assessor. We use Helion, the same software. Those costs go up 8% per year, but we're limited to 4%. So we do have to make adjustments in other areas. And as mentioned, reduced M&S expenditures to balance the budget. Long-term fiscal issues, that's again where we are looking at the long-term forecast for the general fund, TLT, capital reserve, and other major funds. But a priority that we do have is maintaining our A1 rating, which is a really good rating, a high rating that we have for our county. I mean, we're hoping to be a AAA at some point at the county, but right now it's a really good rating for a county, and we want to maintain that. And anytime we go out for a bond, that's when we will be rated again. We receive a new rating since then, and that is our last rating that we have.
Oh, do any other counties in Oregon have that rating?
They do, yes.
Very many?
I don't have the quantity, but I would assume it is a smaller number than that have that rating, would be my guess. Yeah.
I mean, so it looks like CAFA funding doesn't have any adjustment. I mean, you get a little bit of up and down in terms of some of your payments, but there's no inflation adjustment or anything like that for CAFA funding. So realistically, the county takes on more of the burden. And I mean, the county's taking on most of the burden anyway, but
Correct.
we get pushed more. And I've seen that in a couple other instances as well.
Mm-hmm. And the capital funding is based on a formula, and a lot of the funding comes from county clerk's office, goes to the state. It gets distributed by all counties submit a CAFA grant, and then it's kind of like an ISF where there's a pie and then distributed based on your percentage of the pie.
Mm-hmm.
Current challenges and future initiatives. So we will continue to monitor Oregon legislative changes related to foreclosure process. That was the House Bill 4056 from 2024. There is expected cleanup to be happening in some of those, whether it's property related or foreclosure related. We'll be looking at that. We're always every year having to implement a new GASB, Governmental Accounting Standards Board pronouncements. We'll look at those. And again, as mentioned, we have more initiatives we'd like to do within the Tyler Enterprise ERP system than the staffing we actually have to implement those programs or funding, but we are always looking at those initiatives. One big item we are implementing this year is Tyler Enterprise ERP system for the time and attendance. And that's payroll related. It connects with human resources and payroll. Our current NovaTime system is at the end of its useful life, the end of the calendar year, 2026. And so we are forced to implement a new software system. And that is actually a huge effort that we'll be working on as well. Future initiatives, we'll continue to monitor transient lodging tax, see how that develops. And then also, we do have the goal of having user-friendly dashboards, and that goes on with more transparency and accountability. We want to expand in that area. Now that we have the new website up, we'll be looking at opportunities for that too. A goal we have, finance also does dog licensing. You might have seen that referenced, and we do hope the percentage of dog licensed is increased. So just another fun thing that we get to do.
I'm just curious, where is it?
Yeah, we would say, we have about 11 to 12,000 dogs that are licensed. Estimates are, there could be 44,000 dogs within the county. So we're not quite where we should be as a county. So public service announcement, just remember you should get your dog licensed, and you can do that online or come here at the county.
There were like 200,000 dogs in Deschutes County.
Well, it fills it. Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
All right. Any questions for Robert on the finance account?
I have a couple questions. So in the finance section in our budget book, I was looking at the PERS reserve component, Fund 135. And I know that we've been building that PERS reserve, and we were able to make a great side account investment just recently and draw that down to zero. Can you remind me again? So are we going to start building a new PERS reserve, or if not, are we not going to do that because we're just not in the financial position to do that?
Yeah, I would say it's a combination of items with that. We don't have any short-term plans to start building up that PERS reserve. And if that reserve goes to zero, we'll close out that fund because we did transfer all the funds to the PERS reserve. And again, we received a state match of 25% on that $5 million. So we turned that to $6.125 million for that process. And some of the funding that originally was in that fund did come from the general fund. The general fund's not in a position to provide contributions to that, but it was also a charge to departments that funded that PERS reserve. As long as we're still challenged with increasing costs and increasing rate, it's not prudent to add an additional cost onto departments for their personnel costs when they're already, struggling to make ends meet at this point. However, we're also anticipating that once we get over that PERS curve huddle, and it's still going to be a few years out, but our rates will start going down. That's the projection on our PERS rates. So we won't, you could always use a reserve, you could always use a PERS reserve, but it may not be as necessary as we project starting in probably 2034, still a ways out, 2031 to 34, that PERS rates will start going down.
And my other question was about the treasurer role. So if or when the CFO and treasurer roles are consolidated, what kind of annual payroll savings will we realize from that? And what's the finance department going to do with that windfall?
Yeah.
Don't let it burn a hole in your pocket.
Yeah, the total
I'm sure they'll do something good.
right now, it's only about 144,000 of total personnel costs that the separate county treasurer costs the county right now. However, one thing, how those costs are paid for is from investment earnings. So when investment earnings, before they're distributed out to departments, we take off the top the cost of the county treasurer position and the banking charges and transport. The cost of the investment function comes off the top. You'll notice in the county fee schedule, there is a line, I believe it's $12,500 a month that comes off the top before we distribute interest earnings. So what happens when those costs are no longer at that rate, then that will be more interest earnings will be credited towards departments. And because we won't be reducing it by that amount, we'll just be reducing it by the stipend amount that the CFO would receive.
All right, any additional questions? So go ahead.
So when we get our treasurer reports, our investment earnings report, there'll be a little bump.
A little bit, although rates are going down, so it may offset. You may not notice any difference.
They won't drop as much.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to our next item, which is Administrative Services and the Board of County Commissioners. I'm going to turn it over to Whitney for that.
All right, thank you. This morning, I'm gonna let Eric transition slides. He's got his hands full. I am gonna transition slides.
There you go.
All right. Perfect. So this morning, we're going to talk a little bit about county administration and the Board of County Commissioners. As the board is well aware, but just as an overview, Administrative Services has 8.85 FTE represented within it. And we are a small but mighty team that covers a lot of functions. So this administrative services includes our internal audit program, our strategic initiatives manager, our communication team that supports communication efforts for all county departments and offices. We have a front office team that does a phenomenal job with board support and committee support across the organization. We help to bolster houselessness initiatives and manage ongoing houselessness operations, support the board's economic development priorities, manage the county's legislative affairs program, and also oversee the county's performance management process and program. This year, we have a few changes that you'll see reflected in our org chart. We are transitioning into this year with a shared FTE model for our digital communications coordinator position. That position has historically been a full FTE within county administration, and in fiscal 27, it will be 0.6 in administrative services and 0.4 in IT. This transition of staffing is happening for a number of reasons. The primary one being the recent transition that we just made related to the county's website. So last month we moved to our new website, DeschutesCounty.gov, and that upgrade, that platform is much less technical than the prior platform we are on. And so historically, the county has had a dedicated webmaster that really serves in a technical capacity and has a lot of coding background and needs to do a lot of back-end work to help the county make the website function. With this upgrade, we are now able to have a resource that is supporting departments with their web needs that is not wearing that technical hat, because the platform is just a lot easier to use and it's much more intuitive. So our digital communications coordinator, while the project work will be varied, a big portion of that is going to be taking on website stewardship and support for departments, and really able to give us some support in areas where we historically have not had it. We have more than 90 website editors across the organization, and so having a non-technical resource that can really meet their needs is something that we're really excited to be able to provide. And then, of course, also included in this fund is the Board of Commissioners, which, as you all know, will be expanding from 3 to 5 during this coming fiscal year. We learned a lot, the budget team and I did, as I was developing this PowerPoint, about when we show that expansion and when we don't. We do not at this point, so we're reflecting the number of FTE that we will be entering the fiscal year in. However, the budget that's prepared reflects a partial year of those expanded materials and services and personnel costs as they will be occurring in January.
So it's not a special request that we have to evaluate. The special request was already approved.
The budget team did not advise me that that was the route to go, so I'm just going to proceed with this. All right. This was a busy year for county administration and for the board as well. It was a year of transition, and I think it will continue to be a year of transition for us as we head into calendar year 27 with the board's expansion. When we talked to you last year during budget week, I was serving in a temporary role as the interim HR director. We were lucky and fortunate to hire an HR director. This year, Eric got to kind of step into those shoes and fill the role as our interim Fair and Expo director for 4 months. And we were fortunate to fill that role, and you'll meet our new Fair and Expo director later this week. So I think, it continues to be for us an exciting opportunity to get in the weeds in operating departments where we don't normally spend time, but certainly happy to welcome those new leaders, as well as our new solid waste director, Jeff Merwin. Luckily, there was no need for any of us to step in an interim capacity. That would have probably maybe not been the best use of our skill set. So we continue to support.
None of you are named Jeff either.
Yeah, that
Right.
too. It's hard. Continuing to support those new leaders as the organization transitions, while also preparing and expanding for the expansion of the board and what that will mean for us in county administration, for the incoming commissioners that are coming into office, and also for the organization. So other accomplishments that we wanted to touch on with the budget committee, in addition to those transitions, and you've heard about many of them already today, supporting the Human Resources Department during the wage and equity study and associated implementation. This was a huge project for us organizationally, and really involved staff across this line of the table and many others in the organization in our steering committee, really trying to make sure that staff and department leadership were on the same page and had the information that they needed as we moved through the process. And we're certainly very excited to be at the finish line of that project. As I mentioned, we also partnered with information technology to update the county's website. Jim, I will get your cliff notes at a break. I know you had some thoughts on our prior website that you shared in a prior budget committee meeting, but we're really excited to be in the new space and really kind of working out a few of the bugs as we finalize that transition. But overall, we think it's going to be a great place for us to engage with the public, make it simpler for them to engage with us. And we're already seeing the benefit of some of the efficiencies that are provided to us by that transition. And then continued expansion of how we're using AI across the organization and how we're able to leverage other investments that IT has made to automate core systems. And we'll talk a little bit about that later in the presentation. So again, a busy year for us that we expect will continue as we move forward into calendar year 27. So this is a snapshot of the Board of County Commissioners org within Fund 625. Again, you'll recall that last year we made the transition to consolidate 2 separate funds into one. So now the board, administration, and internal audit are all sub-orgs sitting under one fund. So when we look at fund growth, we're looking at the combination of those 3 orgs, not necessarily individual growth. And when departments see an ISF charge, they're seeing a blended rate where they historically saw multiple charges. We really were thoughtful coming into this budget development process of how we were going to adequately fund and support the expansion of the board while also really working to meet limited growth targets and to be conservative with our approach. And I think that all in all, we've done a good job of that. So when you look across the funds, admin, the board, and internal audit, our growth rate is just over 11% combined. And so this was an area where we allowed Nick granted an exception for that ISF growth cap, knowing that we were going to need to accommodate growth with the board expansion. But I think overall, we were really able to do it in a thoughtful way that didn't greatly impact departments. The board's budget growth is primarily due to that expansion in personal services costs, as well as the other associated increases that you would expect in terms of travel costs, office supplies, those types of things. And we generally, for those, just took a historical average and increased by a percentage as an estimate to try to get a sense of what we anticipate those resource needs will be. I think this year we'll have some one-time costs in the budget that we won't see going forward. Obviously, we're going to need to have furniture and fixtures and computers and phones in those new offices, and that's built into this budget. So next year we anticipate that the budget will likely look different as we get past this implementation phase.
I'll make a note of that.
Yes. All right. And then on the administrative services side, it's relatively status quo with respect to the major change being the one I identified at the outset with that shared FTE model, sharing that FTE with IT. We are going to be making some additional changes with our software costs, but they're not monumental. Our new website platform allows us to do some things natively in the web platform that we used to have to pay a third-party software provider to do for us. And so we're in the process of doing some analysis of what can the new site do, what makes sense to move over. And so I anticipate that we're going to recognize additional budget savings as we really get a sense of all the functionality that exists within that platform. Okay. And then challenges and future initiatives. I mentioned at the outset of the presentation that in administrative services, we're working diligently, have been, and will continue to support the expansion of the board. This past year, that looked like a robust process with DMAC, and It will continue in onboarding processes and a lot of new opportunities for us, so that we're excited to continue that work. We're also continuing to partner with IT to look at how we can best leverage AI for the organization's use. In the coming year, we plan to launch an AI-based chatbot for the website that will allow the public to hop online and ask questions and get real-time feedback. And we're really excited to be able to roll that out. That's a public-facing product that's the same company that we use internally. We started using in spring of 2025, and we really have seen, I would say, really quick and enthusiastic adoption of that tool, and really cannot say enough about the benefits it's providing us organizationally. It's been phenomenal. We're working in partnership with IT because they don't have dedicated AI resource, FTE that are doing that work. So we're working collaboratively as we look at what are the best ways to leverage the technology to benefit the organization, both in terms of streamlining processes that have historically been pretty hands-on, and also in repeatable processes that occur frequently. So one example is building an assistant that can help staff draft staff reports using samples that are done well and done right. That is a huge time saver, especially for a new staff member, not necessarily to completely be hands-off, but to get a really solid helping start in how they might begin that process. So we're really excited to continue that work in the coming year. I mentioned also work around automation. So we've invested and seen also a lot of growth in the organization's use of a variety of different tools, one being Smartsheet. And we're coming into a year where we're starting a pilot with a shared FTE between risk and administration. We will be leveraging some pilot projects to help look at how we might automate functions like board-appointed committee tracking, contract routing, to do those in an automated way with support of our front office staff. So I think we have a lot on the horizon as we head into the coming fiscal year, and I'm excited to keep that work going. Any questions?
I got a question. The new web format, that just kicked in, didn't it? I spend my life on that website, and it's kind of funny to see. Last week I was on it, and the normal cursing and cussing and all that sort of stuff, because the old format was so frustrating to deal with. And then I had that pop up and be able to get through the system as quickly as I was. I have a feeling you're going to be taking work away from me, because now the contractors can do it directly and they don't have to come through me, which is not a criticism. I think that's a compliment that should come your way. So you guys did a very good job on that.
Thank you very much. Staff did an amazing job, and Eric in the back deserves a lot of that credit for spearheading that effort. So thank you.
Good job.
We'll be monitoring this AI chatbot's outputs, right?
Yes, we are. It's not perfect, as we all know, or potentially have experienced in our personal lives, but the system we've invested in is a safe place for county data to be. So we feel really good about exploration in that space, and also really strongly encouraging staff and seeing that adopted, that this is not just a click and forget. This is it can help you make certain parts of the work go faster, but your brain is still definitely needed to review and edit and engage.
The output is a symptom. The input is the cause.
Well, to follow up on that, I know one of the biggest frustrations we had was that we'd place a phone call and ask for, a return phone call. 4 weeks later, somebody called me back, and I couldn't even remember what the question was. If we have some sort of a chat system on, I can sense that we're going to get immediate response back on questions.
Yep.
And I think when we're in a hurry to get permits pushed through, that's a big need. And I hope to see that take place.
Yeah, we're very excited about that tool and the growth that I think we'll have in starting with frequently asked questions and being able to grow that.
Good.
Be great.
And that does lend itself to phone over time as well. I mean, it's, to voice communications over time. So, but get the text first,
Thank you.
right? Additional questions for county administration? Right. It is time for county legal, with virtual Dave, I see. And, Kim, Kim, pick a seat. As you're coming up there, I'll note that this is usually, this is usually when I compare the Major League Baseball statistics between the Pirates and the Reds. They're both tied in at the bottom of their particular division. So,
Are you a Reds fan?
yes.
Not many of them around.
And Dave is an inveterate Pittsburgh guy.
I don't think Dave will actually be joining us virtually. He's traveling today, so just be me. Right.
So no finance jokes and no funny tie.
I do. I come prepared. I have a joke.
Here we go. We queued
Next,
him up.
let's hear what yours.
Okay, we'll see. Good morning, everyone. Kim Riley for County Legal. I'm a senior assistant legal counsel for the department. Let's go ahead. We'll jump right in just to give you a quick overview as far as our mission. Advanced a little too far. We provide full legal services for the county for all departments with limited exceptions, obviously being bond work and also workers' comp. We have outside legal counsel that assists with that through our workers' comp insurance. We also provide general counsel services for Deschutes County 911, and also we have contracts in place with Sun River and Black Butte Ranch to provide general counsel services as well. Right. We are a department of 7. Despite continued growth in over the years, our staffing has maintained relatively constant. I think we've only had one increase in FTE in about 2 decades. So, but right now we have 2 paralegals, and we have Dave, who's the legal counsel, and then 4 senior assistant legal counsels as well.
And where's the joke?
It's at the end. Yeah. Wait, you have to make it
So we
for
hang
your
on.
presentation.
Here then.
Exactly.
Great.
As you'll see from our budget, the majority of our costs are relating to personnel services. And that's where any increase in our budget is based on those costs, which we really don't have any control over. Otherwise it's a status quo budget. As far as materials and services, the 3 primary functions are ISF fees, our subscriptions and legal resources, and also any type of training or licensure requirements for our attorneys. As far as challenges, as you were told last year, we assumed the providing legal counsel services to the sheriff's office. They previously had 1.5 in-house attorneys, and they contracted with approximately 3 external attorneys. And so our office has assumed all of those duties, and obviously the work volume has increased quite a bit with the assumption of those duties. On average, Dave estimates that we probably increase 5% annually as far as the work volume for our department. We also, we've talked, I know Dave has kind of talked to the committee previously about the benefits of AI and how we can hopefully utilize that to limit growth or need for additional personnel. But what we've actually seen in the last year is the AI impacts with other people utilizing AI with the pro se litigants and also any type of public records requests. We're seeing a lot more substantive and voluminous requests in those, which obviously results in additional staff time to address those requests. So it's a blessing and a curse, so to speak. As far as our challenges, pretty much similar to last year, we have ongoing complex land use matters. Homelessness and housing seems to be a top priority for our county. Ongoing staffing support. We will also be continuing to work with the landfill site. That obviously we still have not landed on a site, but we expect that will have some extensive litigation once that site is determined. Also just continuing to manage remote work. Most of our attorneys are in the office, but we do tend to have a little bit of a hybrid work model where you can work 1 or 2 days a week from home. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions, and then I can certainly provide a joke. Any questions?
Actually, on KBND this morning, it was repeated like 4 times as I'm driving for 30 minutes. Please, if you're using AI attorneys, you've got to actually read your source, etc. Steve Gunnels, that was the message. They kept saying that
Yeah.
so many people are relying on it and AI makes mistakes.
Yeah, Presiding Judge Miller for Deschutes County Circuit Court actually sent out a memo to the bar regarding the enforcement and what they intend to do regarding inaccurate citations provided by AI that you submit to the court. And then I know that the Oregon appellate courts have also recently done similar actions. Any other questions?
I'll just say thank you for joining us. You're up there at the dais with us and, prepared and, keeping us on track. It's funny when we make a motion, we forget to vote on it sometimes. You're always right there for us. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I was just going to give you a compliment, nice job managing materials and services and keeping it down. It's sometimes that works. And an observation, I think the charges for services is actually low because if I recall another budget that I'm familiar with, we're paying you more. But we can resolve that otherwise, but at least it's upside.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Kim, I wanted to ask you about this anticipation of substantial litigation with the new landfill site. Is that anticipated primarily from people who we think are going to oppose the site that we choose, or is it on other grounds?
Primarily be based on the site that we choose and also any mitigation efforts, et cetera. We believe that there's going to be some challenges relating from environmentalists, et cetera, and also land use issues.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering how much ability we have to pre-negotiate and kind of reach agreements with different parties and to kind of address their needs and concerns, before they take us to court. And just wondering, are we legally allowed to do that kind of stuff, to try to find agreements, make deals, kind of figure out what win-win solutions are? Or do we basically have to kind of move things forward, let someone take us to court, and then go through some kind of very structured mediation process?
I think, I think that the Solid Waste Division has done a really great job with the robust public outreach that they've done with the SWAC committee and everything. And I think will hopefully assist in minimizing those concerns if we're able to obviously address the concerns that are raised during those committees. And so that certainly might help in any type of future litigation that might come from it.
Yeah, no, I mean, the SWAC has done tremendous work for us in helping us, get to sites that will work and that will have, and to go in eyes wide open around any controversial aspects of any given site. But I do think that there's a next stage to those discussions of, like, okay, well, we know you have these concerns about this site. We're going ahead with this site, and now how do we address and kind of resolve or abate your concerns? I don't know what this process looks like, but I can imagine us having some kind of a really positive, proactive process for surfacing concerns, trying to figure out how to meet various needs, and maybe not having to go to litigation. I mean, this is very the language in here is ominous. So I guess I'm asking, well, how much room we have to do those kinds of proactive, front-loaded negotiations And if we have some room for us to start putting some thought into what that might look like.
I think you certainly have the ability to do that in answer to your question. How much we're able to do, I think it's a little too speculative right now because we don't know what those demands are going to be. More likely than not, we're probably not going to be able to meet all of those demands. And so I think litigation will most likely still ensue because we probably cannot agree to 100% of what those demands are. But I'm sure that we will probably be trying to negotiate what those requests are with the interested parties.
Yeah. I know that I know that for specific land use applications, we have, quite a history of controversy in this community, but for, various kinds of complex natural resource management challenges, federal forest management, water resources allocation, we actually have a very rich history of collaborative process here in this region as well. So I would hope we would be able to tap into some of that to address probably concerns about wildlife habitat that come up from our choice of a landfill site.
I think staff is certainly open to those types of discussions, but whether or not, again, like that we can accommodate everything.
Yeah.
have to see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying I'm not saying we sit down with people, we give them everything they want. I'm saying that we, there may be room for some proactive pre-conflict back and forth.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Just joke time. Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Why are accountants so calm, composed, and organized?
Well, Robert, you can answer that.
They have strong internal controls.
Oh. The gift for you there.
That was a good one. Thank you.
Thought I'd play nice for the.
That was a nice joke.
All right, thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
All right. We will move forward. Next on the agenda is risk management. And we'll turn it over to Eric to discuss that. Fund 670.
Good morning, Eric Kropp. I have different titles. I'm currently risk manager, deputy county administrator. As Whitney mentioned, I was the interim Fair and Expo director. So it's kind of advantageous because when you meet people for the first time, they ask you, what do? You can use different titles based on how long you want to talk to them. So I found that I went to a neighborhood barbecue and I told them I was the interim Fair and Expo director. We had great conversation. They would tell me about their experiences at the fair and, talk about bands that I was selecting for the fair. And then if I don't want to talk very long, I would tell them I'm deputy county administrator. Then you have this awkward silence. They're not sure what that is. And then they tell me about some pothole. And then if I really don't want to talk to them, I tell them I'm the risk manager and they kind of run away from me. And when you
is awesome.
And when you're risk manager, jokes on risk management, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. You tell them you're the risk manager and you're going to get some risk management jokes. So that's just part of what comes with the territory. So thank you for having me. Just want to talk a little bit about risk management. We are a function of county administration, but we have our own separate fund. In risk management, we oversee the county's insurance programs. And they're generally categorized. We have unemployment insurance. For unemployment insurance, we are fully self-insured. It's the state of Oregon that determines whether or not the employee who left employment has the benefit. And then once that's determined, risk management pays for unemployment insurance. For vehicles, we are fully self-insured. We have a lot of vehicles throughout the county. We charge departments based on the type of vehicles. There's two charges. If it has lights and sirens, we charge a little bit higher because those create more risk. And then the general county fleet is a smaller charge.
You probably blow less turbos in the regular county management.
Yes. For property insurance, we're fully insured just like a homeowner would be. We have a self-insured retention or deductible of $50,000, but the county's property portfolio is too valuable to self-insure. We would need to put too much money aside. So we purchase a property policy just like a homeowner would. General liability. For general liability, we are self-insured up to $1 million. So any claims that we settle or judgments against the county under $1 million, we just pay that. And then we purchase an excess general liability that covers the county for $1 million to $10 million. That's what we've been doing for the last couple of years. We are going to make a slight change next fiscal year. The state of Oregon will reimburse us for a higher level of excess general liability. And the reason for that is the aid and assist population. Aid and assist is a description of people who are guilty of a crime, would normally go to the state, are guilty of a crime except for reason of insanity. So they can't aid and assist in their own defense. They used to go to the state hospital, but the state of Oregon changed that model, and more of those people are in the community, which creates additional risk to counties. So the state of Oregon is offering to reimburse us for a higher level of excess general liability coverage, and we'll take advantage of that. So starting in fiscal year 27, we'll purchase an additional layer of excess general liability. For workers' comp, we're also self-insured, but we purchase a higher level excess layer for workers' comp claims that go over $1 million for an employee who is sworn and $500,000 for non-sworn. And with workers' comp claims, those can last years or if not decades. If the injured worker has an accepted claim, then the employer is responsible for paying for their medical and time loss for the duration of that claim. And then we also purchase cyber insurance. We've been doing that for about 10 years. When that first came out, it was a new line of insurance. We did not purchase it because it wasn't well defined. Then we started to purchase based on the risk. And at first it was a really good deal to the county. And then the market hardened and rates went up, deductibles went up. So we've been purchasing it, but the rates have finally stabilized.
You actually didn't have it until I got here. And then I couldn't believe we didn't have it. And it's only been 8 years that we've had.
8 years?
Yes.
Okay. About 8 to 10 years.
Yeah.
And cyber insurance is worth every penny you have to pay, unfortunately.
It is. Like any insurance, you can overinsure, you can underinsure. I mean, you could spend any amount on cyber insurance. Accomplishments.
Love it. You need it.
Another function of risk management is we operate the county's skid car program. Skid car is a mechanical mechanism that takes a vehicle and attaches to the front of the vehicle. It raises up the front end or the front two wheels, and it simulates a skid. So it helps train our employees and also the general community on how to drive on snow and ice. So in the middle of summertime, we have people going through skid car where they're practicing driving on ice, even though it's bare pavement. With the skid car program, it operates out of the road department. We have a skid pad, which is basically a big square piece of asphalt, and the person drives around cones, and then they skid and have to correct. The skid pad itself had lots of cracks, and it would damage the vehicle. The road department has been very, very good to us and has maintained the skid pad for us. So over the years, they have patched it for us. They have done crack sealing, but it got to the point where the pavement was just worn out. The cracks were creating damage to the vehicle. So we talked to the road department, and they just completely rebuilding the skid pad for us. So we're very, very appreciative of that. They ran the contract They actually, the road department staff did the work to pull it out. But the picture you see there is the skid pad after the old asphalt had been pulled out. And today it's a nice new layer of 2-inch asphalt. We've also worked on automating payments and doing online registration for skid car. Other accomplishments in risk management is our internal service fund charges have been flat the last couple of years. That's the way we are funded is we charge departments for the different types of insurance. And then another accomplishment that we're currently working on is restructuring the shared position. Whitney mentioned that admin and risk is looking at a shared position. So we're restructuring some of the duties for that. Current challenges. Another function of risk management is we process and sign off on event permits. These are typically the running races, the cycling races, the triathlons. And if those events are on a county road or use the county right of way or could impact the county transportation system, we require people to have a special permit. Those special permits come into risk management. We circulate them among different county departments and other agencies, including the Rural Fire District, Parks and Bend Parks and Rec, State Parks and Rec, really depending on where that event is going. We get that input from them, and then we sign off on the event permits, make sure they have the insurance. So we're working with predominantly Whitney on automating that process. Another current challenge is new ADA requirements for web content accessibility are at our doorstep. And so risk management has agreed to kind of take the lead on that. So I've assigned one of our few staff people in risk management to kind of be the project manager that will help the organization comply with the web content accessibility guidelines. We'll be working closely with the communications team and our IT staff and the county departments. Once we implement that, it'll probably move away from risk management because that's not quite our role, but we're leading that effort. And then the last challenge is something that continues to be a challenge, but that is PTSD workers' comp claims. I mentioned the last couple of years that the state of Oregon changed the state law and said that if it's a public safety staff person and they have PTSD, it's now presumed to be work-related unless proven otherwise. So that has shifted the burden and has significantly increased PTSD workers' comp claims at the county. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions or risk management jokes that you want to tell me.
I mean, if you want to talk website accessibility, it's just studying contrasts. Anyway,
So
go ahead.
I do have a question. So the other day we talked about assuming the risk with the homeless camp to get someone to run the program. What kind of exposure are we thinking? Because Saturday morning, first thing on my phone was a picture of a RV burnout with the airport planes like in the foreground, and then we've got a fire from there. Just, yeah, what does that look like?
Probably not much different than today's risk because that's occurring on county property and we are aware of it. So probably the risk is there today and will be there when we open the managed camp. Part of risk management is you either self-insure the risk, you purchase insurance, or you transfer the risk. The preference is to transfer the risk to another entity, which we weren't able to do, but with the managed camp, we will be self-insuring and insuring that risk.
It's also just a really different environment than unsanctioned, unplanned, uninfrastructured encampment setting. Eric, I wanted to ask about the public safety staff, PTSD, workers' comp claims. So you said that we were getting a substantially larger volume of those. Do you have a dollar number to assign to that since that policy change at the state level? Kind of, are we seeing, $500,000 more worth of claims covered, more or less?
Yeah, it's each year, because of these PTSD claims, it's probably an additional couple $100,000. Of course, these claims can last a decade or 2 decades or even further.
And then the way that risk is charged to departments, the departments that have those employees, their rates would then go up to cover those claims. Is that correct? Or
Yes, with workers' comp and general liability charges, it's based on the claims experience of those departments.
Right. And then I just noticed in the line item under resources, so apparently your vehicle insurance premiums went up pretty significantly as a resource item. So I would presume that's a charge to the other departments.
Yes, and the rate per vehicle has stayed the same.
So it's just more vehicles. That was going to be my question.
Yeah, that variable is just based purely on the number of vehicles. So when the number of vehicles increases, that charge goes up, and when departments eliminate vehicles, their charges for vehicles goes down.
All right.
I just want to say though, something I think actually Shane Nelson did was where he allowed the deputies to take the vehicles to their homes and have them parked in their neighborhoods. And I really think that helps our community a lot, just to know where, there's law enforcement nearby. So one of my friends was very concerned about it. And I said, wow, don't you want, our communities to know that you have someone in your community that could actually help you? So we might have more vehicles, but I feel like it is, they work 24/7, especially if they're parked in front of their house.
Yeah, and obviously that's a sheriff's office decision, and we just insure the vehicles.
Right. But we're getting our money's worth.
All right. Additional questions on risk management? All right. If not, it is time to open a public meeting of the Cannabis Advisory Panel. Eric, you can put on another hat and you can introduce yourself in that context.
Yes, Eric Rupp, Deputy County Administrator. Each year, the Cannabis Advisory Panel makes a recommendation to the Budget Committee and Board of County Commissioners on how to allocate the cannabis tax revenue for next fiscal year. The Cannabis Advisory Panel met in February and heard proposals from various county departments. There were 4 proposals, and ultimately the Cannabis Advisory Panel is recommending that $20,000 of the revenue go to the Community Development Department for code enforcement related to cannabis code complaints. That's been pretty consistent in terms of the money going to Community Development Department. They're also recommending $33,000 to Community Justice. Community Justice will use that money to support substance use disorder programs for juveniles involved in the criminal justice system. And it really helps fill in a gap for community service that is not really there for the youth. The panel is also recommending $50,000 to health services. Health services will continue doing public service announcements about the dangers of youth and cannabis use, both in English and Spanish. And also health services will use the funds to make resources available to parents and guardians related to youth substance abuse. And then the last area is the Sheriff's Office. The panel is recommending $80,000 to help support or continue the funding support of the cannabis detective. So the projected revenue for cannabis tax revenue for next fiscal year is $183,000. And the recommendation from the panel is to fund those 4 departments.
Okay. At this time, I will open for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? All right. We will close public comment and we can move on to the budget discussion. We have the budget summary. Is there any discussion prior to a motion?
I know the sheriff was probably going to say that they were cut back on their marijuana funding too. I think they had to cut back one person that was working on code enforcement. It's really unfortunate because we just had a presentation by our health department on the risk of marijuana and what has happened in the past 2 years because the THC level is so high for the developing brain, the 12 to 28-year-old, and especially young men. So it's, it's not going the right way.
My question to Eric was, are these allocations significantly different than last year's allocations to departments?
No, they're pretty much close or mirror that.
These have been tried and true investments across these different departments to help us address illegal cannabis production and illegal use in our community. So I'm pretty supportive of continuing those investments. I can make a motion if nobody has any more questions.
Any more questions? All right, I will let you make a motion if you so wish.
Okay. Move approval of allocation of Deschutes County's Oregon marijuana account funds of $20,000 to the Community Development Department Code Enforcement, $33,000 to Community Justice, $50,000 to Health Services, and $80,000 to the Sheriff's Office.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to thank the members of that committee for doing that work, looking at the big picture here, and also acknowledge that we're probably past the need for this committee. It's very political that we were, singled out for having to have a special committee to figure out how to spend a couple $100,000 for marijuana taxes, but that was the world we're living.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, I will call for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
All right.
Opposed? None. Abstain? None. Motion passes. And we will close the public meeting of the Cannabis Advisory Panel. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
All right, our next item on the agenda in the County Budget Committee that we resumed is property management. I saw Christine and the team wander in. So, and that is Fund 01-25 and 090 in your books.
Hello, everyone. I'm Christy Bollinger. I'm the county's property manager. I'll have Ryan introduce himself.
Ryan Dunning, property analyst, property management.
So our team consists of 3 people, us 2, and then Emily Pyle, who's our property specialist. So we're just going to jump right in here. So property management is a division of administration. Basically, we're responsible for overseeing the management of county's real estate portfolio, which consists of about 630 properties and spans about 10,000 acres countywide. We put our real estate portfolio into 3 different buckets, which consists of asset properties, foreclosed properties, and park designated properties. We also manage roughly 40 leases and licenses, and that's county as a tenant and county as a landlord. We also oversee acquisitions, dispositions of real estate. We grant easements, and then we also have a large role in homeless initiatives that the county's currently active in. As far as our accomplishments for fiscal year 2026, we have quite a few that are notable. We acquired a 10,700 square foot commercial office building in Bend to support health services.
We are currently under contract to sell just short of 40 acres in South County, in the Newberry neighborhood, which would provide eventual development of housing. We're currently under contract to purchase a duplex in Bend, which would create a new adult foster care home to support health services and their initiatives. Let's see, we executed a 65-year lease with Mountain View Community Development in East Redmond, which will provide, when they finish their development, that will provide 75 units of permanent supportive housing. We also conveyed 2 tax deeded properties back to prior property owners, so we're really proud of that. And then we're also very active in the Core 3 project, which the county has earmarked 300 acres for that project. So that's still in process.
I can acknowledge that I was able to sign the plat for that just last week, so it's finally came through, kind of a done parcel off of the 1,200 acres on the east side of Redmond.
Yeah, and you're the final signature, so that we'll record that in this next few days. So that's been a 3-year project, so. Other notable items, there on the right is just the cleanup efforts that Ryan spearheaded in terms of cleaning up the 21st Street and Managed Camp footprints in preparation for development of those projects. We also completed the development of the East Redmond Managed Camp. Completed cleanup of 137 acres, or preliminary cleanup of the property earmarked for the Department of State land transfer. Of course, ongoing collaboration with the City of Bend for the temporary safe stay area, Juniper Ridge. We're also working on a collaboration with the City of Bend and COID to fortify the new North Juniper Ridge Hydro Facility through a fencing initiative. And then we've completed, at the end of this fiscal year, we'll have completed roughly about 240 acres of fire fuel mitigation on county-owned property. So now kind of moving into dollars and cents. So our resources, so property management is mainly a general fund program. And then we also receive a transfer from the Project Development Debt Reserve Fund 090. And we're actually going to ask for an increase to that. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So now moving over into the requirements slide. You can see here we've had a 94% increase in ISS since 2023. And then for we've also had 11.9% increase for fiscal year 2027 over 2026 for ISFs. So that's been kind of an ongoing, and I think obviously a lot of departments are experiencing that same thing. But in looking at, stepping back and really looking at our materials and services, we were basically over, we came up with a net increase of 5.74%. So we really cut our materials and services to help compensate for our increase to ISFs. With that being said, we are asking for a $20,000 increase from the Project Development Fund. So that would take that annual contribution or that annual transfer from $95,000 to $115,000 from Fund 090. I'll stop there and if there's any questions.
Actually, I want to acknowledge Ryan Dunning. He took me on a tour the other day, or like last week, I think it was, or the week before. Anyway, okay, Ryan said the property where we want to do the land exchange was at 65 to 75%, where you say it's completed preliminary. We still have a lot of work to do. And when I was with the state, they said, well, they could definitely acknowledge we've done a lot of work, but it was only at 50%. So we're not that far apart, but we've got to get that place cleaned up. And, you know, another RV burned up this weekend. So yeah, they're cleaning it up for us, one RV fire at a time, I believe.
So any further questions or comments? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Ryan to talk about the Project Development Debt Reserve Fund 090.
Okay, so Fund 090, Project Development Debt Reserve primarily captures all the expenses associated with homeless initiatives. Also asset properties, things like fencing, fortifying entrances, signage, cleanup, other remediation, those kinds of projects. And speaking of that, so we'll jump over to kind of some of the homeless initiatives by location. And to start off with, we've got North Juniper Ridge, so the temporary safe stay area. And we currently budgeted $550,000. That was an agreed upon cost per agency, about $550,000. So Board of County Commissioners and Bend City Council. East Redmond Department of State Lands, we're looking at currently budget of $260,500 for fiscal year 27, jumping down to Redmond Other, which is just some of the additional areas in East Redmond. We're looking at $61,400. And then we just spoke about Core 3. So Core 3, we're at $300,000, which got moved over for some certain things that we're going to be doing down there in support.
Quickly.
Yep.
So what we've done is we've added $300,000 to our budget for cleanup of Core 3, and then staff will be coming and talking to the commissioners about this further. But the idea would be that COIC, on behalf of the Core 3 project, would actually fund the cleanup, and then county staff would be the boots on the ground taking care of the cleanup. So we have to budget that, even though if we get reimbursed from COIC, we still have to budget for it. So again, we need to come and talk to our commissioners about that, but that's sort of the game plan at this point, with their approval, of course.
So yeah, that we're in preparation for that. And then the managed camp specifically, $300,000. So the reallocated funds for operational items, we have $250,000 for 2027, additional $250,000 for 2028. And then speaking to the 300, we have the additional $50,000 for 2027 for incidentals, preparing for the managed camp for operations. Any questions on those specific items?
You have that in our handout anywhere?
It's in the handout.
But we're happy to
Do we have
provide
those? Yeah, because we don't even have 28 on our projections.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that. Yeah. Moving down to resources, some notable reimbursements. City of Bend, the TSSA. So current fiscal year, currently we're at $107,245 in reimbursements, and looking to with an anticipated $162,000 at the end of fiscal year 2026. And then jumping down for the managed camp, capital costs for the managed camp that the city of Redmond contributed, we were reimbursed $322,500. And with that, any questions on the reimbursements?
I'll just acknowledge, I mean, this has been a split vote in the Board of Commissioners. I haven't been supportive of a lot of these decisions. We're in a bad spot. You know, a county doesn't have a department of any of this stuff. You know, we have land to manage, we have land use rules, exclusive farm use, resource land is not a place for people to camp. Cities come to the conclusion that, hey, let's partner with the county. It'll be great. We'll be partners. And then all of a sudden the city is like, well, you guys are doing a great job. We'll see you later. And that's kind of happened in Bend and in Redmond. We're still working together, but it's not right. And it doesn't scale well. And it's a shame that we're having to put this money in our budget here to manage this. We'll see where it goes. As I say, I haven't been supportive, so. Yeah.
Well,
That's all that- yeah.
to some extent, it's an acknowledged evaluation of the property that you own. And so you have to capture at some point or another that the property's worth this, but minus cleanup, minus any of the rest, it's an impact to the budget that ends up being a hidden tax on the tax.
Well, and we've got the public lands all around us too. So we're just being squeezed from all directions. Federal is like, oh, well, we're not really dealing with it. We had to close China Hat, everybody dealing with it. People live in the cities, in the state of Oregon's land use system, rural stays rural. So we're just getting hit from all angles, and it's costing us money. We have no revenue source for this. This is just an ongoing expense that's not covered in any sense. So we're at the budget committee. As I say, and I haven't been supported in my thoughts here. Just can't sit here quietly on this topic.
Well, again, sunk cost is sunk cost, but we have to acknowledge that there is sunk cost in this.
Oh, and it's bigger. You know, as I say, I mentioned a little bit of coordination and guidance at the state level, state land use system, governor's office, but nobody wants to answer the phone on that.
Speaking of short-term fiscal issues, we have costs for the encampments, other related challenges with county-owned property, so other properties outside of the encampment costs, increased costs for goods and services That's, everybody feels that, and then impacts of House Bill 2089, which Christy will speak to here shortly. Long-term fiscal issues, again, impacts of the encampments and fire fuel mitigation. And with that, I hand it back to Christy.
Now, what are the costs, actually of the fire departments, because they keep having to run out there, constantly all the fires in Redmond. And, they've got costs not in the county, but, on their budget for what's, all the calls. So it's definitely got to get some kind of push to get them off that property into our managed camp sooner rather than later.
Well, remember, the managed camp's probably a 30 or 40% solution. So then it's not close to the solution of this. It costs money over time and it's still not turning the corner. But you guys are doing a good job. And I mean, it's no critique
Yeah.
on what's going on here. I really support the professionalism, implementation, and what's being asked.
I appreciate how you target what you're doing. It's millions of pounds. It's unbelievable, honestly, when you see the trash that is accumulated. And once we get done, yeah. The county or the state was actually very impressed that we're only paying $60 an hour for security. So they thought that was a great price. I don't know.
Okay, so some of our current challenges and our future initiatives are, of course, our continued workload. A lot of that is around homelessness and just competing in priorities in general. Impacts to property management resulting from the operational responsibilities that are going to come with the managed camp. Navigating complexities around encampments in general. I mean, we're all new to this, so we're just learning literally day by day. Ongoing of training of our property management staff, and then outcome of House Bill 2089 and pending 2027 legislation. We're still trying to work our way through that and what that looks like and the impacts that has brought and will continue to bring. Future initiatives, basically being able to sort of step back, make the time and look at House Bill 2089 and make policy recommended changes to our Board of County Commissioners. We've been looking at implementing Smartsheet for our real estate portfolio management system. And again, it's just a competing priority with so many other things. And then exploring the opportunity and feasibility to create a real estate asset management plan, which would then come after we do some sort of portfolio management system.
Question. What's House Bill 2089? I probably know, I just don't know the number.
That was basically it all started after the
Tyler V. Hennepin.
Tyler V. Hennepin.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah.
That's foreclosed property.
Yeah, foreclosed and how the proceeds are
You
handled.
know the topic. I
Yeah.
just didn't associate it with the House Bill number.
I couldn't remember the court case name.
And there's no real ETA on resolution.
So House Bill 2089 it passed, but I know that I believe it's Rep. Emerson Levy is looking at doing legislative changes going into the next legislation. So I don't know what that looks like yet.
Okay.
So we do have some sort of framework, but there's just a lot of nuances with it and just trying to kind of sort through that.
And there's litigation about kind of what the
With the
statute of limitations is basically going to be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And until some of those things are resolved, we are basically pausing tax foreclosed property sales.
Sales, more or less, yes. We will be talking more in the next few weeks, though, about taking tax deeds. So you might recall the state of Oregon had put a moratorium on tax deeds, and that was lifted in January of this year. That was about a 3-year moratorium because of that that court case out of Minnesota that paused everything. So we have I think there's 9 properties on the list that we do need to look at taking tax deed to. So we'll be talking with the board soon about that.
One other question that I had, thinking about the ways that we dispose of property or sell property and generate some revenues and where those flow. I was curious if we are successful in implementing a land exchange with the Forest Service in South County, and receive those 40 acres of mineral land and sell those in a competitive sale, what is the pathway for those, any proceeds generated from that into which funds?
So typically that would go into Fund 090, the Project Development Fund, but I think that there's a lot of Board of County Commissioner discretion with that.
Okay. We definitely need to replenish the Fund 090, so that's a good, if nothing else, that seemed like a pretty good default option for those funds. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Any additional questions or comments? All right, thank you for your time today. Thank you for the great job that you do. It's a lot of complex little things that in my old career, they used to talk about well, people would talk about herding cats. I'd talk about herding flies, and if it got really tough, it'd be herding kindergartners. So thanks for all you do.
And I mean, just to kind of piggyback on some of the earlier discussions, we don't really have a comprehensive strategy for addressing homelessness in Deschutes County. Where there are some people who believe that just moving people off of any given property is addressing homelessness. I don't think that that's solving homelessness. I think that's just moving it. And so in the absence of, kind of more comprehensive approaches to homelessness within the county, a lot of the burden for basically managing homelessness has been placed on property management. And, I want to express appreciation for the work that you've done to manage those issues as best you can with the resources and direction that you've been given.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're super appreciative of administration and the board, and the direction provided. So thank you.
I just hear such incredibly positive comments from elected officials, from the cities, from their staff, from the community about both of you and the sheriff's office. Ryan, your work in the field is so commendable. Christy, I think you're at every single meeting in the region addressing it in one way or another, as is Eric. And I want to, Eric is also instrumental in addressing it. So thanks to the three of you for your really great work together, your professionalism in tackling it.
Thank you.
And
also recognize Emily on our team too. She's right there with us. So thank you.
And I mean, just one more thing on this, it sounds like we will, it sounds like we will be able to review new point in time count numbers for our region, pretty soon. And that there's been a substantial decrease. And, I don't think that just happens by accident or because of kind of global trends. I think that is the result of deliberate local efforts to create pathways out of homelessness for people. And property management has been right at the center of those, providing spaces for safe parking and other things. So thank you very much for that work.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. And our next item on the agenda is the ever popular. So we will be taking it'll turn out to be a 40-minute break because we're a little ahead of schedule. So we will reconvene the budget committee meeting at 12:35. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Deschutes County Budget Meeting. We are now into the afternoon agenda. It is 12:35, and the next item on the agenda is Veteran Services. I will turn it over to Veteran Services. You can introduce yourself and take it away.
I get to sit in the middle for once?
Sure.
Look at all the extra tool.
If you want to like hop seats in the middle, we're okay.
Every slide I should move. I could do that.
Put your
I-
foot on the desk.
We need to be entertained as much as you do, so, you know.
Yeah, that's true. My name is Sean Kirk. I'm the manager for Veteran Services here for Cook County.
Correct.
Okay, well, I was set up asking me questions.
I gotcha.
That's,
This is the completion of year 2. Normally we just bounce through these first couple of slides because I don't really change them. Basically our vision and our mission statement go hand in hand, kind of the 5 W's of everything. The overall goal is to get our veterans into the office to apply or receive the benefits that they've earned while they were on active service, whether they were Guard Reserves or active duty, because all of them have active time. And we try and get them in as soon as possible. And we don't care about rank, where you served, what your branch of service was. Everybody's story is different and everyone deserves respect and the time needed to apply for the benefits if they qualify. We don't make the determination of their benefits, but we're the first line of defense on who qualifies and who doesn't, because not everybody can apply for benefits. Within that realm, there's things that we do for veterans that aren't within our office. We're kind of a catch-all. We're not the VA. A lot of veterans presume we are, but our goal is to help you with the side of the house that we specifically work, which is receiving pension and disability benefits, survivor benefits. And when we can't do that, we reach directly out to the locals community providers that we can, whether that's another county office, state office, or a federal office, or anything in between. And here we're lucky, there's a lot of them, a lot of resources. We have the ranch, we have Healing Rains, we got the CBOC, the outpatient clinic, we have COVO, we have the vet center, which is also VA, but it's a different side of healthcare that's totally separate. It takes all of us in the community here to help our veterans. So we're just the overall good source with that information. Nothing has changed staff-wise. It's still myself as a manager. We have 3 full VSOs now and a support tech. All VSOs are now fully accredited. And this last year, for the first time, everybody became dual accredited. So not only do we just have our accreditation through ODVA, we are nationally accredited as well. And I can't say for sure that we're the only one in the state, but we're one of them out of the counties that everybody is dual accredited. Along with that access, this year, every person in the office gained access to the VA system. So not only do we use what's published and furnished by the state for us to do our claims and work, but we're able to go in and see exactly what the VA has on file for an individual veteran applying for benefits, what they've done, if they've reached out to them, any contact and any notes, which is another way to help us behind the scenes, help them with their claim. We can't always share all that information with them, but we're allowed to look at it and use it as we sit down and discuss things with veterans. What we assist with directly that we do claims for, that we submit to the VA, are the disability pension and survivor and death benefits. Everything else, we pretty much advise and push them out to other places. Like a good example is education assistance. We can't do anything with that, but we know the process, the different programs that a veteran needs to get their certificate of eligibility. And then from that point, where are you going to school? And then we try and link them up with that veteran's outreach person at that college, because that's who they'll actually do their packet with. So most of these things on here are just things that we help with information, like healthcare assistance. We can help a person do their enrollment form and send it in, but after that, we're out. We don't get to see when they're approved or when they get their packet, if they've been set up for their first appointment. But we help with the with the process of getting them started. Things we've done this year, everything's still on the rise. We do a great job staying within our 10 days, but what's really of great note is last year was the first time in a while we went to nationals. So we weren't just gone for the fair. We weren't just out of the office for the ODVA conference, but we were gone for an additional week for nationals. So we were gone from the office almost an entire month last year. And we conducted almost 400 more appointments. And our phone call rate is pretty high. We've had some recent complaints, but we since learned that one of the phone numbers we've been using all this time actually went nowhere. It was a dead line. And until we finally were able to reach the person and verify it, we had no idea because we don't call ourselves. And so we have 2 numbers and they're all back running and things have been great. As far as what we brought into the county, we all know that the money we bring into the veterans doesn't specifically come back to Deschutes County itself, but directly to the veteran. And since they're here, you know, the goal and hopes are that not only is it just helping them, but they're spending that money here in the county. In the last year, we brought in 4.4 million, and this year to date, so far, we're at 4.8. I mean, that's a good increase, and it's comparable with the appointments that we've had. And we were able to do more community events. We did 2 more events this last year than the prior year. I already hit on our accreditation and what we have as far as access to the VA. This number is always interesting because not just the county, but the state's on a constant decline for veterans in Oregon. So in our system, out of the 13,000 plus veterans that we have just under 8,000 in our system, but 5,300 of those are living veterans that we provide services to. Where we're at with how many veterans receive benefits in the county, we're 11% higher right now this year than we've ever been since this office has been open. We are on ODVA's glide path of 33%. That's their target. We're right in there. It's not the same as recruiting or anything. We're not looking for market share, but we do have competitors. Covo's getting ready to have, 2 more people to do claims. You got DAV, you got the VFW. There's multiple places than just us that do claims. But when you look at that and the overall market share for what veterans are in the system, we're clearly on top. We're doing what we need to do and more to help people within the county. As far as how the budget's allocated and used, there's no changes for what we need for payroll and what we need to operate. Our operational side of the house is actually pretty small. State funds, they're routine. They're always after the fact. Every quarter I have to turn in a report, and then they give us our part of the allocation. And then at the end of the year, we do the quarterly report. And once they process that, then I'll submit the new request for next year's funding from ODVA. There's no change to that process.
And no change to the funding either.
Well, there wasn't supposed to be, but I'm hearing it went up because it's supposed to be stagnant for like 2 years, and then they're doing another adjustment. The number we went off for this year was based off last year's, but I was just told that it's actually going to go up a little bit, a couple $1,000s. I don't really have anything to say about this one. Okay, our challenges and issues with the way up front in the beginning, I didn't think the way the budget was, a small reduction would affect us because the last few years we really haven't spent all our money, but this year we've been a better steward, more fiscally responsible. And it looks like next year, if things are tight, we might have to give up some of the outreach and cut down more on advertising. Outreach is one of our main goals, so I'd probably take the hit in advertising as opposed to the outreach because that's important. How do we get out there and people see us? But if I also look at the advertising campaign, we've done this last year, every week people are coming in saying that they've seen our commercials. And we did a lot of extra things with that. We made sure we were in the Super Bowl. We paid for the Olympics, and those were above and beyond our regular campaign. So I'm not saying that we have a fire. I believe I can still do everything. It's just going to be tougher, and I'll have to make some decisions on cutting back on one program here or there, but nothing will be terminated or disappear from our office as far as what we're doing. And subject to your questions and concerns, that's all I have.
All right. Any questions for Veterans Outreach or Veterans Services? Really appreciate the job that you do and the dedication that your team has to it. And it's great. I mean, it's great to see the same staff taking on that increased call volume and being happy about it is what it sounds like. So thank you for that.
Thank you. That's actually a good comment. The average burnout for a VSO nationally is 3 years. And aside from Keith, who he didn't burn out, he retired. So he didn't quit, go somewhere else. And one other individual that moved entirely across the country. The staff has been here for quite some time. Shannon's been here 15 years. AJ's been here just under 10. Natasha has been on payroll for close to 5, but she's worked in the office as a work study 2 years prior to that. And she's a prime example of a success story because she started out at the front desk and then she became an assistant VSO. And now she's a duly accredited VSO. She's worked all the way up through it. We have, because everybody's story is different. Everybody wants to talk to a different person when they come in for help. 2 male VSOs, 2 female VSOs. If you don't click with one individual, we move you on to somebody else. We try not to say no or turn anybody away that still wants help. But the way we look at things and run our schedule on a 4-10 week, personal health is a big deal. We listen to everybody's stories every day, and not everybody has the same background or training for that type of stuff. And the schedule we keep helps us recover and do things and having buy-in in the office and more ability to do things. AJ runs advertising now. Natasha is the one who makes most of our purchases. Shannon's doing most of our billing and things like that. Everybody has their own side, not activity, but responsibility that gives them more buy-in and significance in the office. They feel more important. And you see that in the workload and what they accomplish. It's not me doing it, it's them.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for your continued service. Go ahead, Phil.
On one of your later points there about, investing in advertising, investing in outreach. I'm wondering if you have systems to measure the impact of those activities set up so that could help you evaluate, whether it's worth spending $1 here versus $1 there. I believe that health services, for example, has some experience with trying to evaluate, like, okay, well, we went to these events, and we can track by these kinds of outputs how valuable that was, or we advertised in these ways and then we got this many hits on our website. And I'm just wondering if you've looked at any of those kinds of evaluation strategies to help, again, decide, where the biggest bang for the buck is. Or
The biggest
kind of like what mix of things you need.
The biggest bang is the advertising. We don't have a set metrics that I keep down and tally up every day, but we have our office meetings and conversations, and overwhelmingly in our conversations within the offices, when we do, say, the fair or the sportsman show, who comes back for appointments? Most of the people we see in those environments are people we're already talking to. They're probably already a client. But the people who see our advertising, they're still coming in today. I didn't know you existed. So if you're looking for a bang for the buck, it's advertising. But where does the community actually see us out doing something? Well, now you're doing the outreach. And that's more of in alignment with ODVA's goal over the advertising. They're both beneficial, but bang for the buck, hands down, it'd be the advertising.
I'm sure there's synergy between the things too. I mean, seeing an ad on TV or on the web is one thing. Seeing somebody in person kind of can reinforce that for some folks. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that there's methodologies for evaluating kind of like the effectiveness of showing up in different places in different ways, and if if you're concerned about limited resources and being able to maximize that, I'd encourage you to look into
And
something.
what you're boiling things down to now, you're looking at measuring mows and mops, measure of effectiveness and measure of performance. And I mean, that can be charted. Sure, certainly.
Right? Any other questions? All right, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Have a good day. Yes. Oh,
All right, next on our agenda is facilities and the facilities improvement plan. Lee and team, come on up.
I know, right? Before. Yeah, put my brain elsewhere.
I'll just say I poked my head in the new courthouse entrance the other day. I couldn't go all the way through because I had a knife in my pocket, but looks very nice, and certainly is a breath of fresh air to see a completed building on the corner these days.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Been hearing a lot of compliments and from various folks around the community, and we're really excited to be at this stage of the project. Well, thank you. I'm Lee Randall, Facilities Director. I've been with the county since 2012 and in this role since 2017. And I'll let Eric introduce himself and Jessica.
I'm Eric Nielsen, Capital Improvement Manager. I've been with the county and in this role for about 3 years.
I'm Jessica Campbell. I'm the management analyst, and I've been with the facilities for just over 11 years.
So our primary mission is to manage county-owned facilities and buildings and protect those assets and make sure that we're providing safe and efficient workplaces for employees and for visitors, and support future opportunities for community improvement. On the left, you'll see our organization chart. We are currently at 28.75 FTE. Mid-year this year, a few months ago, we added a custodial FTE to account for the courthouse expansion. We started cleaning services there in mid-April. And so we're just bringing a person online to help cover that. The expansion square footage, the finished square footage aligned basically with 1 FTE. So we have about 28,000 additional square feet to clean in the building. And we typically look at, depending on the building, between 25 and 30,000 square feet per custodian. Just to provide a brief overview, our focus is facility management, building and grounds maintenance, custodial services, and our capital improvement program. Across the county, there are buildings in all 4 of the cities in the county, approximately 40, with the increase this year, about 525,000 square feet of office space, and that's a 20% increase since 2019. So in the next few slides, I'll highlight a few of our department accomplishments for operations and maintenance and for the capital improvement program. This building, Deschutes Services Building, we replaced one of the units that had been failing for quite some time, and it was at the end of its life. And you see a picture there on the left of crane hoisting it into place on the roof above us. The courthouse expansion, it's always a challenge to transition a building from construction to our maintenance and operations team, managing it, cleaning it, helping the occupants transition into occupying the building. And so that has been a big focus of our attention this year. HVAC controls and LED lighting upgrades. Each year, we identify projects across county buildings in order to convert to LED, as well as to add HVAC controls so that we can improve the efficiency of the systems and our ability to address problems from our office, as opposed to having to send someone to each site of those 40 potential buildings across the county. About half our buildings, we now have direct digital controls. And then a project that's currently underway, the 911 dispatch floor, just to highlight another one, where we've coordinated and worked with their team to, in parallel, along with their console replacement, to complete flooring replacement and lighting as part of that project.
Yeah, accomplishments in FY26 for the capital improvements program. The program itself is kind of overseeing a number of projects ranging from major construction like the courthouse expansion to mid to large size projects, which are primarily remodels and existing facilities, as well as some smaller remodels around the county. And the kind of more specific improvements listed here, we have the substantial completion of the courthouse expansion and opening that to the public on April 27th. We've also made significant progress on the district attorney's office remodel and the larger Gray Courthouse improvements project, completing design, completing permitting. We advertised the project for bid, had great turnout with local and regional contractors, and are nearing the final stages of contract negotiation and plan to start construction early FY27. We also completed the Fairground Solar project, which was an offshoot and kind of related to the courthouse expansion to meet a state green energy requirement. So we installed a total of 310 kilowatts of photovoltaic panels split between the north and south sister building. That completed the end of December of 2025. And finally, we completed and published the construction management manual, which is a manual that it outlines the construction management services that facilities provides to other departments and offices, as well as provides a standardized framework for upcoming projects.
Okay, looking at a few of our budget details for FY 2027. It's very similar to last year. The majority of our resources come from internal service charges. That percentage has increased due to added square feet of the courthouse, while the other 20% of the income that we receive is from buildings that are leased out, and that remained status quo with the major tenants being Oregon State Police and DHS, Department of Human Services for the state here in this building. And that's the third bullet point there. On the requirements side, our budget increased 7.58%. We saw service contract increases as well as material costs related to the added square footage. So using the courthouse as an example, we have 3 added elevators. So we're under service contracts with an elevator company for that, fire alarm contracts, fire sprinkler maintenance. So as we look at those service contracts, those materials and services costs increase with adding square footage. We've also added the Wyatt Building for health services, and there's some additional service contracts there as well. And that relates as well to the last bullet point as far as our internal service fund charges increasing. So some of the fiscal issues, as we look at the expansion of services, that's a challenge. We're always balancing not only the maintenance costs, the service contracts, but also looking at what our staffing levels need to be. On the maintenance side, our team has been doing a great job in taking on the additional square footage. As I mentioned earlier, we did need to add a custodial staff person. Management of custodial service levels in new space. There's always a transition. And so on our management team, that's extra time overseeing those spaces, our folks doing the work, becoming familiar with those spaces, stocking new equipment, et cetera. And then responding to the impact of tariffs. From time to time, we'll see charges, again, that relate to that larger economic challenge that's facing everyone. And looking at the long term, providing accurate conceptual project budgets, that's one of, we believe, a key to the services that we provide. It's challenging. We focus very strongly on it. It's a strong suit that Eric has brought to our team, and we use a variety of resources to get the most accurate project budget forecasts that we can as we look at new projects that may be on the horizon. And then continuing with cost increases as we look at our capital assets and looking across our inventory at the buildings that we manage through our asset reviews that our operations management team looks at, doing those building inspections, forecasting large replacement projects like HVAC and lighting and roofs. So that continues to be a challenge. And many of these are related to what we've discussed already. Facility planning related to countywide growth and our physical and facility infrastructure and that service delivery across square footages. Some of the initiatives that we have, we're continuing our facility condition assessments and our capital maintenance planning. That feeds into our 5-year forecast, specifically in Fund 070. And then technical training. As we're able to add more digital controls and our team is able to take advantage of that training, it gives us greater efficiency, gives us more control. One good example is smoke season. We now have about 15 or 16 of our buildings tied automatically to air sensors, so that if smoke rolls in at 3 a.m, those outside air dampers can shut down automatically, and then our teams can come in the morning and monitor and make decisions about when things have cleared and when we can open those again.
So Lee,
Mhm.
so much smoke inside. Is this building on that same system?
It is. Yep.
It was really defective. I mean, there was more smoke in this building than there was outside.
And that'll always be a challenge when we have large lobbies. Every time the doors open, especially in the morning as people come to work, that smoke's coming in. That's why we put the air scrubbers in the lobbies. Overnight, we're able to shut down and not bring in 100% outside air. But those dampers are dampers and they're not designed to be leak proof. So it's one of the tools that we can use, and it's helpful. But again, smoke is a challenge. Yep.
Well, it doesn't help that smoke season these days is January 1st to December 30th.
Right. Yep. So, and then we're continuing our focus on safety and resiliency. One piece that the district attorney's office remodel will be addressing is some seismic upgrades at that building. So we're prepared for the future. It's a good opportunity. We'll be displacing them at this point, so it's a good project to tie in with that remodel project. So our two main programs, capital maintenance and capital improvement, and those are the funds. Capital maintenance, Fund 070, and capital improvement, Fund 463. So I'll touch on a few capital maintenance projects, and then Eric will touch on some of our upcoming capital improvement projects. So elevator modernization, typically we have about one plan per year. This year we've been working on the juvenile building elevator RFP. We had some challenges with the responses, so we're going back out. So that project will be rolling over to next year, but that will be our focus. It's one of our older elevators. We have a list of HVAC equipment replacement projects, and we'll touch on some here in a minute of ones that we've accomplished. We talked about DSB. The community development building will be another one coming up. And then major envelope improvements. That's really a catch-all. It's generally roofs. is what we're talking about, but sometimes that'll include siding replacement as well. LED lighting upgrades, juvenile building again is one where we're focused on LED as well as this building in the coming year. And then parking lot improvements. One that's been on our list for a while is the Redmond Services Building, and we hope to complete that parking lot replacement this year, along with some sidewalk replacements that are needed on that at that site in Redmond.
Okay, key capital improvement projects. So first we have the district attorney's remodel. The primary focus of that project is to remodel the Gray Courthouse to provide additional office space for the DA's office. It'll include new private offices for additional DDA staff, as well as support staff and meeting rooms for the office to use. And as Lee mentioned, since we will be impacting the building with construction, we're taking the opportunity to resolve several other kind of issues with the building. One is the seismic improvements. We're also looking at replacing the roof, looking at envelope improvements with the coating on the outside, as well as site improvements to address stormwater issues, parking improvements, as well as some hardscape repair around the building. Courthouse expansion, we will be finishing that project, scheduled for the end of July as final completion. With the completion of the expansion, contractors are now working on couple of remodel areas in the existing building to provide a new courtroom, additional admin office spaces, as well as some new restrooms for the jury assembly room. We have also been working with behavioral health for a remodel of their portion of the South County Services building. We're looking at about 3,100 square feet of that building just to provide accessibility improvements within the building, as well as additional treatment rooms and office spaces. Planning. So the Bend Downtown Campus Plan is ongoing, and that project focuses on all the facilities on the downtown campus, looking at issues or ways to improve wayfinding and a campus identity to help people that come to the campus find services easier. And then we're also looking at all the facilities on campus and the occupants in those facilities, trying to address their near, mid, and long-term needs. So at the conclusion of that project, we'll have, like I said, near, mid, and long-term recommendations for improvements to the campus. And finally, the adult foster care homes, it's actually a 24-hour residential program we're working with health services on to purchase several homes, remodel them. The county will own them, and there will be a service provider in there operating the 24-hour program. So
here are the total amounts proposed for this year. On the capital maintenance side, Fund 070, 4.8 million, and on the capital improvement side, 14 million. That represents wrapping up the courthouse project, as well as some of the other major projects that Eric discussed. So for Fund 070, again, that's our capital maintenance fund, General County Projects Fund 070. Here is our 5-year projection. One thing to highlight is looking here to find it. Where's our reserve line? Why am I not seeing it? Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Thank you. So at the very bottom, our reserve line. So we've been working to build that up, knowing that we have some upcoming major envelope projects, especially on the public safety campus. So with the adult PMP building, the juvenile building, as well as several roofs. And so that's just to highlight our spending plan for that reserve line. You'll see that as we project out into 2029, 2030, we look at using those funds to address those problems that we know are coming up in the future. And then we have several of the other projects that are highlighted and our projected spending plan over the next 5 years.
Yeah, so Fund 463, 5-year projection, we have it broken up kind of into 2 categories. So I'll start with the top, which is capital projects that are funded through Fund 463. We kind of have a variety of projects, again, ranging from the courthouse expansion completion. The major expenses this coming year would be for the Gray Courthouse, for the improvements to the building as well as the site improvements, and also the South County Behavioral Health remodel, which is a transfer in from health into Fund 463. We're also just looking at kind of some minor space reconfigurations in several buildings, including the Unger building, Mike Meyer Services remodel, and also working with the IT department to optimize their space for their operations. And also a minor remodel in the Deschutes Services building. You'll see we have quite the list for this coming year in 27 and not much on the out years. And that's our plan is to complete the downtown campus plan, assess needs, and develop projects that are coming out of that plan.
The other part I would highlight is we also have the public safety campus plan that was updated in 2023. There were several projects that were identified for the near term, mainly with the sheriff's office. And so we're still working with the sheriff's office to identify how they'd like to move forward with that. So even though you're seeing those kind of empty out years, 2028 and forward, we expect that both of those campus plans, one that's been completed, one that will be completing this year, will likely bring about proposed projects that then we would be back with the board and with this committee to discuss and to highlight for all of you.
Thanks. Yeah, and the second portion of this projection is our capital projects, which are managed by facilities providing construction management services to other departments. So we're working with health services on several projects, including the adult foster 24-hour residential program. And then we've also been talking with solid waste about their upcoming projects and if we can provide any services for them. And then, as Lee mentioned on the bottom there, potential public safety campus projects.
Question then, I mean, you're saying support services for solid waste projects. Is that different funding, different? You're not doing internal service charges for any of that, or?
Great question. That's one thing that we highlighted in the construction management manual, and that's why that was a big accomplishment for us. And that was one question that departments often had. How do you separate out, what are the services that are provided through internal service fund services, and then what are services over and above that? And so under our ISF charges, kind of our standing overhead provides up through conceptual budgets. And so we've spent up to this point, quite a bit of time working with solid waste, looking at project delivery methods, helping them evaluate the information that they've been getting from their consultants. All of that is part of the internal service fund charges that we do. What we've outlined in the manual is when we get to the point where a project has been approved by the board, the funding stream is in place, and we're actually doing a solicitation for design or whatever that initial solicitation is, and Eric is then spending time on that. That's when we start looking at, that's where we start tracking our time. And then that's when, as we build those project budgets, that conceptual budget will have a line item that outlines facilities department project management fees. And then the idea there is that as we've grown and recognized the need for formal construction services in-house, we wanted to make sure that those project streams, those revenue streams for projects were contributing to that, and that program wasn't simply funded by ISF charges. So our goal is for about 50% of that program to be funded through project funds. And then as we look at needing to add staff, we're right on the cusp. Eric is very busy. His project list is probably 4 or 5 times longer than what we presented today when you look at projects that are in development or things where folks reach out to us and say, hey, if we were to consider this, what would a conceptual budget look like? And so especially with looking at the potential of the solid waste projects coming up, we're looking closely at staffing and when is the right time to be able to add staff in such a way that those project streams will fund that position. And we've established a history and a precedent of being able to use those revenue streams to fund the program. And now we're able to add staff under that same model. And that's our presentation, and we're available for questions.
All right, questions for facilities?
I just had one about Fund 130 in your booklet. This is the Park Acquisition and Development Fund. The state government payments that are coming in on an annual basis, somewhere around 330, 340, 350,000. That's basically what we get for the amount of RV sites that we have within the county.
Right.
And how many RV sites is that? And is it, and like each RV site is multiplied by X dollars to add up to that, or?
I'm not sure that the correlation is direct to the number of sites, but it is related to the number of parks that we have as a whole. And so that funding does come from the RV registration fees that the state collects. And then intended for use at a variety of parks, not just RV parks. And so historically, we've used those funds for maintenance at the Fairgrounds RV Park, at the two parks that we have on the downtown campus, the Courthouse Memorial Park, which is the memorial and the flag and the concrete. And we're looking to update that as part of the DA's remodel this year, and some drainage improvements that we need to do to that area. And then also Worrell Park here. Maintenance, we also have targeted for quite some time improving the trails to meet Oregon State Parks standards for access, so that folks potentially in wheeled mobility devices, but also folks that just have a challenge with access, to improve some of those, do some minor improvements to that park, and then as well as maintenance. And then finally, there's a park at the Fairgrounds called Center Circle Park. It's that area in the middle. And then a portion of these funds go to Fair and Expo to help maintain that area. And so there's a variety of things that we use those funds. They've also been being set aside for some of these improvements. So this year we budgeted on the capital side for the improvements at the courthouse memorial monument area, and then some improvements to the trails here at Worrell Park.
But if we're envisioning an expansion of the RV park at the fairgrounds, this is a likely suspect in terms of places where we would pool funds, accumulate funds for a while to address that.
Yeah, it could be used toward that.
And yeah, and I mean, I guess I was just trying to get a sense of, how many sites you need to generate $350,000 a year, because that'll also play into the thinking about the expansion as well. Does that, if we double the number of sites that we have, does that mean we get $700,000 a year instead? Or
we can look at getting some information on that funding formula. I'm not specifically familiar with it at this point, exactly how the state computes those funds and how they're allocated to us, but we can get more information on that.
Thank you.
I mean, the county did approve RVs as living quarters, so maybe, rental dwellings, and maybe we can get some money from the state out of that. All right, additional questions? Thank you for all the hard work.
We can check in with Human Resources if that's helpful.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry?
She's walking in.
Oh, good. Oh, okay.
We'll give you like 30 seconds to take a deep breath if you want. Next up on the agenda is Human Resources. Susan, good to see you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know most of the faces here. Thank you so much for taking the time to meet with me today. So we're going to go through the 2027 proposed budget for HR. So I'll kind of go through the slides one by one. If we want to start with the first one, that would be great. Do I have control over these?
You do?
There's a keyboard up there that you can use to control.
Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. So we have 11 positions in human resources. We're currently staffed at 10. We are behind on one position. We also work with the sheriff's office. We do have 2 positions at the sheriff's office, which are HR specialists that work directly for the sheriff's office that do their recruiting and action entry. We are currently in the process of training them so they can take over all of those duties. But currently we're going through training so that they understand what it is that they need to do. But that is also who we work with. Typically, the overview of what we do employment services, talent acquisition, which is going to be recruiting for the positions that we have, classification and compensation. So anytime that there's a reclass, when we want to change positions or create a new classification, as well as determining what kind of compensation is for those classifications. We do performance development. We also do employee and labor relations and benefits and leave administration. Some department accomplishments. The biggest one is going to be the wage equity project. I'm sure you all have heard about that for the last couple of years.
Are you doing one of those?
I'm sorry, what?
I
We have been doing one of those. And we are on track to complete that in June of 2026. We are super excited to have this project done. We have 3 phases for the wage equity. There's phase 1, which is pay equity, which actually deals with determining whether or not individuals are paid appropriately based on their classification in comparison to other people in the same classification, determined based on their years of experience and education. Then we have phase 2, which is the market study for non-rep and AFSCME employees, where we went out and took all of those, I think 700 positions and determined whether or not they were paid appropriately based on their classification. And then we have phase 3, which is a large reclassification project, which currently has about 40 positions that we're going through and determining whether or not we're going to reclassify them into a different classification. Some other things that have happened is something you may or may not be aware of is we've been not been fully staffed for the last 2 years. As I said earlier, we have 1 more position to fill. Currently, we've had 8 new HR staff or promotions within our department. That includes me. So I am new to the department. I started last July in this position, and it's been amazing so far. Let's keep it going.
Doing that so far qualified.
We also have a new senior HR business partner, 2 HR business partners, 2 associate HR business partners, a new benefits and leave coordinator, and a new admin assistant. So we've had a lot of fluctuation in our team, which means that we are all learning new roles for the most part. So we're continually trying to make sure that we're learning exactly what it is that we should be doing and what is our consistent practice in the past been. Because we've been understaffed for the last 2 years, there's been a lot of fluctuation in our department, and we're looking forward to be fully staffed, hopefully by July of 2026. So. Some other department accomplishments. This is specific to recruitment. This kind of gives you an idea of how many recruitments we've done, as well as how much FTE we've had over the years and any turnover for employees. Specifically, something I just kind of wanted to note, it looks like over the last few years, we've steadily decreased as far as how many recruitments we're doing. So, which is very interesting to me because the number of employees we have hasn't really fluctuated. So to me, that says that our turnover rate is much better than it has been in the past. You can kind of see that as you look at the last column, which shows the turnover rate. In 2023, we turned over 170 employees, whereas this last year, as of March, we've only had 85. So we're keeping the employees that we have, which is really good for us. Something else, we have done 4 director level recruitments, which includes me, health services, solid waste, and fair and expo, which has been a huge undertaking for the departments. And I'm sure you probably have seen that. Director level recruitments are much more in depth because it does take a lot of time to find the right person. So some other things that are going on in HR is we are currently in the process of bargaining 6 collective bargaining agreements. We have 7. So that is a lot of bargaining agreements. So we are currently in flux with all of those. So we're doing 911, DCDAA, which is the district attorneys, FAPO, which is parole and probation, DCSEA, which is the sheriff's office, and IUOE, which is road and solid waste. Something else that we've created in this last year is AFSCME and management meetings is quarterly. I meet with the union representatives for AFSCME. It's been really helpful. It's really built a really great relationship between us and the union, where the union rep will call me if she has any problems or questions about anything. And so that's really helpful to build those relationships. And I look forward to doing so with the other unions as well as we get all of those settled in the next couple of months. So our budget for 2027 is a total budget of $2,993,633. That's a budget change of a 6.98%. Again, we do have 11 FTE. I know in the last couple of years, because we've been short-staffed, we've had quite a bit of savings from our department, which is good and bad. I mean, it's been bad that we've been understaffed, but it's good for our budget. So we've been doing really well in our budget. Really, the majority of our budget goes to personnel services. And then, of course, 23% is materials and services. And then we have a 3% contingency. Most of this personnel services is really about onboarding and training new HR staff because we've had so much of a fluctuation. And then materials and services because of the increased cost for training and education services and just materials in general has increased quite a bit.
I was going to ask why the big change in the legal ISF, but I suppose 5 contracts would do that.
Exactly. Some other short-term fiscal issues, increasing performance development and training costs, multiple new staff members in HR, and identifying resources to ensure individual and team training resources needs are met. Some long-term fiscal issues, balancing increased service requests with demand for rapid response. Because we all are for the most part, new in my department, it does take us a little bit longer to figure out the answer, but we definitely want to make sure we're getting the right answer. So it's just balancing that service to make sure we're still hitting that demand as quickly as we can. Also balancing a robust and competitive health insurance and benefit package is super important. HR does manage all of our benefits as well, and ensuring that we can make sure that we're staying up to speed as far as what benefits are offered and making sure that we're keeping track of the surging healthcare costs. Some current challenges is completing all the stages of the county wage equity. That's a huge one. That has been my goal since I've gotten here, and I've been lucky enough to stay on track. I am very excited to have this project done as soon as possible. It's going to be quite the celebration in human resources when we're done, to be honest with you.
How long has it been going on? Whitney, it seems like it's been going on
2 years. Yes, early 2024.
Process and a project scope that has grown and grown over time. So we've learned a lot.
We have just launched an RFP for a third-party administrator for our health benefits and a pharmacy benefit manager. I know we're going to talk a little bit about that with the health benefit fund, but HR does manage those RFPs. And again, we're bargaining 6 contracts concurrently. We're hoping that we can change the end time for each of these so that they're not all at the same time. That's super important to us because right now they're all happening at once. We want to make sure in the future that that's not the case. So. Some other future initiatives. We are modernizing our employee performance review process. We're also automating multiple HR systems and digitizing our personnel files. We're going to start using Smart Sheets for a lot of our interactions, our forms, all of those things. So it'll be easier and quicker and a much more efficient process. We're also creating and delivering supervisor training countywide. Legal has agreed to assist us with this project where we can go out and do specific training to supervisors, which I don't think is something that's been done in quite some time. So. That is everything. Any questions?
Well, Susan, thank you for what you're doing. You just stepped right in that role. It's nice to have you here, and it's been most of a year, but welcome to the first time at the Budget Committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here.
Susan, you mentioned that we're negotiating our contracts with 6 out of the 7 unions right now. And is that just because the way that they've rolled out, it's like, we only got a 2-year contract with these guys. We only got a 1-year contract with these guys, and they just kind of all stacked up this year. So.
Yes, yes. So we're hoping so that we will stack them differently in the future so that we're making sure that they're not all at the same time. So some 2, some 3, some 4, some 5, so that we don't have this happen again. Yeah.
Sometimes you just get lucky.
That's exactly what we'll call it. Yeah. Any other questions?
Additional questions on the HR topic?
I'll just share. It's just been trial by fire since you have walked into this role, and Susan deserves so much credit for taking these projects and diving in and then carrying out many of the functions that we would have otherwise have had consultants or others perform. She has put her own time, expertise into these projects to keep them on schedule and either on or under budget in every case. And just an extraordinary amount of work that she's accomplished in just 10 months.
Thank you so much, Nick. I appreciate that.
Have none of these been, I thought the deputy district attorneys was agreement there.
We just came to an agreement. We're still finalizing the last of it, but yes.
Yeah.
That one was a quick one. That was unexpectedly quick. I think it was 3 sessions. Yeah.
Thanks.
You also mentioned, the huge number of new staff. And I know, at that on the departure of the prior HR director, there was some discussion about reorganization, as well as, just, hiring new people, but also kind of reconfiguring the department, in various ways. How much of that, how much are we working kind of a similar structure to what we had before, and how much of it is, we took this apart and we put it back together in a different way?
I haven't changed too much with the department because I felt like I was new and I feel like I needed to associate with what we were doing now before I decided whether or not there needed to be a change, because I didn't want to assume that somebody else's opinion was what was going to work for the team here and now. So I think, yes, we may have some shuffling and some changing, but for now, there's been a few things I have adjusted. I did downclass the manager to a senior HR business partner because I needed somebody not necessarily to manage, but to do and assist with the work more so than be the manager, because I can do that piece of it. But that's really the only big change I've made so far. Other than I did reclass one of our admin assistants to an associate HR business partner up, because I needed more people who could do that higher level work rather than assist with the admin piece. But yes, I think eventually there will be, but for now, those are the small things I've done.
And I mean, as you said more and you imagine different kind of operating structures, do you feel pretty good that you have, the people you have and the positions that you have now could fill different positions in a reorganized department? Like you'll have pretty good crossover.
I think
as
so.
opposed to having to eliminate certain positions and then hire new people.
I don't expect that to happen. If so, more of a shuffle of maybe making it more generalized rather than specific or siloed, probably in some cases. But no, I don't expect that my staff can't do the jobs that I would have for them. So, yeah.
And then I'm just curious, what's the current vacancy rate in terms of county positions?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What's the current vacancy rate
Oh,
in terms of
vacancy
county
rate.
positions?
Had it on the list.
Approximately.
Lower than it's.
It's under 10%, I believe.
Yes,
Like 9 points.
yes, I think that's correct.
That's pretty good.
Mhm.
I was going to remark in tech, because you said, oh, our turnover rates improved. Sometimes in tech, we used to mean the opposite. Our turnover rates improved. We're getting more people out the door.
Yeah,
What's the average number of years people have stayed with the county now? Where's that?
Mm.
Do you know where that is?
I do not know, but I could get,
It'd just be interesting to know. I think it used to be like 9 years, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's gotten a little bit less. Last time we checked, it was a little lower than that, but we can follow up.
yeah, I'll follow back up. Mhm. You're welcome.
As of the end of April, the financial reports, the average vacancy rate was 9.13.
All right.
Oh, I forgot the 1-3.
3.1415279. Okay, if there are no more questions, you're still on stage literally, Susan, for the Health Benefits Fund, Fund 675.
Cam.
And Cam's going to come up and join you.
Okay, I'll present from up here now. So as Susan mentioned, the HR department manages the benefits fund. But lately it's been more of a collaborative effort between HR and finance. So finance kind of focuses more on the long-term financial forecast of the fund, and HR focuses more on the actual like benefits administration side. So we're going to do this jointly. Grab this. Okay. So the Health Benefits Fund, just overview, it's basically interfund charges out to departments and employee premium contributions that support the county's self-insured health insurance model, which includes our on-site clinic and our pharmacy. And then we have about 1,320 participants that are currently enrolled in the plan. As I mentioned earlier this morning, the Health Benefits Fund financial forecast has continued to improve following some plan design changes that were implemented in fiscal year 2024 to help stabilize the fund. And total plan costs, so this chart kind of shows the plan year of calendar year 2025, but the total plan costs have continued to trail budget projections, and they appear to be trending down from the 2025 plan year. So just to give you some context, 2025 plan year was about 77.1% of budget. And then the 2024 plan year was 85.6 of budget. So from 24 to 25, we saw a decrease, and we're seeing even it trending down from 2025, which is a good thing. Okay, so here is a snapshot of the Health Benefits Fund forecast. And so, as I mentioned, as a direct result of the efforts to stabilize the fund in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, the estimated ending fund balance in fiscal year 26 is 14.5 million, which is well above that required contingency of 8 million. And I also mentioned this earlier, but because of the healthy reserve level, we've kept the rates to departments flat in fiscal year 27. So we didn't implement an increase.
Thank goodness for them. I mean, didn't we, increase it significantly?
Yeah, in fiscal, and that was another effort to help bolster the fund balance. But in fiscal year 2024 and 2025, we increased the department rates by 30% each year. So it was significant. And then 1% in fiscal year 2026.
Well, this would have been a bad year to increase the rates given what.
Right.
Yes, that would have been a double whammy.
Painful.
Yes. So we're thankful for that. And then in the model, future premium increases are projected to be somewhere between 1% and 5%. But again, this just depends on how our claim costs come in, and introducing another plan option as we're going out for the different RFPs and looking at our plan could change the projected premium increases as well.
Pam, can you remind us where the individual employee co-pays for, what kind of, you talked about this, a very substantial departmental. What did we do again for employees?
Well, in this beginning January 1st, 2026, we increased the employee share by 5%. $5, which actually equates to 5%. It's very, it worked out.
$5 a month, right?
What's that?
$5 a month.
Yeah, it's $5 a month. And then
beyond that, in the last couple of years?
I believe we did do something prior to that, but I'm not recalling exactly what the increase was. Robert, do you remember?
I was gonna say, we used to have one rate, but then we also divided up between a single rate and then a multiple rate as well. So we incorporated that change as well.
Okay, we'll move on to the next slide. So this is just a look at the health benefit fund resources. So the majority of those resources are coming in from the departments paying in their premiums. And again, the fiscal year proposed budget includes that 0% increase for departmental premium rates. And as we mentioned, the employee cost share was increased on January 1st, 2026 by $5 or 5%. And then beginning working capital, we've budgeted that at 14.5 million, but I'm actually anticipating that that should be closer to 15.3 million. But again, it just depends on if we have a sudden last minute large claim, which we've experienced in the past at the very end of the year, that could change things, but fingers crossed that that doesn't happen.
And I see there's a COIC line item in the budget, so you cover them as well.
Yes, they are on our plan, so they pay the same premiums that the departments pay.
So it's just an increase in personnel is the big increase in the funds?
Oh, for their increase? Yeah, so they've actually added about 23 new bus drivers over the last handful of months. So they definitely have a lot more employees that are enrolled in our plan now.
Oh, Tammy finally found the people with the CD.
That was transferring contract employees to employees of COIC for the Ben Transit system.
Okay.
So it was kind of just moving folks. It wasn't new hires per se.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are now are on our plan, and so we're anticipating that the premiums we receive from them will be higher in fiscal year 27.
Well, my impression is that they're doing better with recruitment and retention of drivers in the last couple of years.
The last 3 times I saw Tammy, she asked me if I wanted to drive a bus.
Well, you make frames and fabulous things. That's what you're good at.
Okay, so then flipping over to the requirement side, the proposed budget includes anywhere from 3 to 12% increases over the fiscal year 2026 projected claims costs across the various categories. So for dental, we assumed a 4.5% increase, medical 9%, prescription 12%, and vision 3%. And these are all recommendations from USI, which is our health benefits consultant. So we work closely with them just to check in and make sure that we're using appropriate assumptions in our long-term forecast model. And then all the other costs associated with the fund increased overall about 9% over the fiscal year 2026 revised budget. So fiscal issues and initiatives, medical and pharmaceutical costs continue to increase. Claims are very difficult to project, as we've seen in the past. Just a claim can come out of nowhere and we didn't see it coming. So it's really hard to predict. Potential formulary change if a new pharmacy benefits manager or PBM is selected. And then our initiatives, as Susan talked about, we're currently reviewing proposals for a third-party administrator and the PBM contracts. But we did complete the benefits consultant RFP and we selected USI in fiscal year 26. And I don't know if Susan wants to add anything to that initiative, but.
No, other than we're starting the review process for the PBM. So we're going to start that this week. We currently have 5 people who actually have requested to participate, including Pacific Source, who was our current PBM. I'm sorry, not Pacific Source, Prescriptive, which is our current PBM who manages our prescriptions. And then our TPA will start in the next couple of weeks, which is our third-party administrator. And we have 6 people who have requested through that proposal process. So.
And what is the current role of Pacific Source in this whole system?
They manage our health benefits. So they manage the claims, they do all the bill, they do all of that for us, and then bill us for those services. And
So that won't change with a new TPA.
yes, that would be who we would be possibly replacing. Pacific Source did present proposal through the RFP process for that as well to
They
continue.
were not the ones selected.
Well, we are still through the process, going through the process right now.
Any other questions?
Additional questions on health benefits fund? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How was the first experience in budget, Susan?
It was very scary. Pretty easy. Yeah.
Try harder next year. All right. And we can let our geek flags fly now. Information technology is coming up.
Right. Are we ready? Can you hear me?
We're good.
Tanya Mahood, IT Director and CTO here at Deschutes County. I will be presenting the budget along with Jenny, who will be doing 305. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Jenny Hoffman, Solutions Architect.
And Vojta, who will be covering 660 and 661.
Vojta Borovian, IT Operations.
And Zach will be taking any cybersecurity questions that we may have.
Me, man, information security manager.
All right. So starting off with the IT overview. So we have 22 full-time employees along with we've got a temp employee and soon to be a cybersecurity intern that's coming on board, which is exciting. And then we've got 8 areas in the IT department. I'm going to read them just so I don't miss anyone. Infrastructure, enterprise software support, service desk, solutions, security, development, data, and GIS. So those are kind of the 8 areas of IT, very distinct. And starting off with accomplishments, we've been very, very busy over the last year. So first one is our cybersecurity. We've definitely been working on cybersecurity and continue to improve our cybersecurity posture. Next one is expanding our low code and no code solutions across the county. That's really creating efficiencies. So think about the Pay Equity had a smart sheet that they were using on the back end. So that is creating some automations, workflows, forms, things like that. That's taking us away from paper and Excel worksheets and being able to automate some of those things. We've standardized our IT operations. That's around documentation and as well as a new service platform that we just launched over this last year. So improving our IT service delivery. We've created repeatable, supportable operational workflows within that tool. So again, really trying to make ourselves efficient and effective with support. We implemented a portfolio management framework, and that really created some transparency around the projects that we have, as well as being able to prioritize appropriately. We buy and sell software for the county. So think about Adobe, Smartsheet, things like that. So we put together a process that allows us to be able to track that and catalog that and then bill for it. So we've been really building out that process and creating some transparency for those departments and offices. AI, I pulled some stats today around our tool that we utilize. For the last 30 days, we've had 8,000 prompts, which means approximately 395 prompts a day during the week. So quite a few users are using AI here at the county. So we continue to advance and use AI here at the county. Last one, we launched a contract review process. So in the past, we didn't really look at any of the vendor contracts before, but now we're looking at them from a security perspective so that we are going into these with wide eyes and knowing what our risks would be with those contractors and vendors and being able to mitigate those on the front end.
I saw a lot of shifts in the line items between software maintenance and software licenses. Are you trying to
Yes.
rearrange your
Yes,
contracts? Or?
exactly. So we what we're finding is it was confusing between the two. A lot of our software has maintenance built into it and it's subscription based. So we decided to do away with one of them and just stay with one. So we're no longer using software maintenance. We're just using software.
Okay, makes sense.
All right. So we launched, we received a grant for .gov transition, and one of the first steps that we took was migrating our website to DeschutesCounty.gov. And so that launched 2 weeks ago. So hopefully you've had a chance to look at our website, but it is new and improved on the look and feel, as well as moving it to a DeschutesCounty.gov. We have applications that we've custom developed internally. And so we have now hired someone to be able to lower our risks around some of those high risk applications and rewrite them. We have really dove into our vendor relationships, really trying to strengthen them because that gives us a little bit more proactivity around our vendors and knowing what's coming and also being able to utilize the tools that we currently have in a better and effective way. And also internally, we've been working a lot with departments and offices and trying to meet with them more often and spend more time to understand their business needs so that we can react and help them where needed. And modernizing and consolidating some of our enterprise applications and storage solutions. This is something like moving from our on-premise storage and trying to utilize OneDrive more. So that's an example of a place that we're trying to do that and modernize ourselves. And lastly, we expanded our GIS maturity. So we were able to create a future-focused GIS roadmap. So doing some cleanup around some technical debt and as well modernizing in that area. Tip for accomplishments. Any questions?
So the pendulum always goes back and forth between on-prem and cloud. It sounds like you're swinging.
We are being very diligent about looking at each one individually and deciding what's the best. And so we'd love to say that we're cloud first, but there's a cost to that. So it's a kind of weighing that every time a solution comes out. Do we do cloud? And if we have the option, of course, we're weighing those.
Let's CapEx versus OpEx is usually where you're trying to make the decision.
Yep. Okay. So starting off with 660, and then I'll pass it over to Vojta. This fund is our IT operations fund, and it's funded by ISF charges. And the calculation for that is a combination of computer, full-time employee, printer, and server counts. And of course, we were limited with our growth on this one, which really impacts our work that we can do and accomplish. The requirements is personnel is projected at 4.98 million for this next fiscal year. And the major expenditures in this fund is 1.8 for software and 290,000 for contracted services. And if you notice, we moved Microsoft from our 661 reserve fund into now the 660, our operating fund. It's now leveled out and we feel good about it staying that way for quite some time. So it felt better to move it into 660.
Bonnie, when you said there are 22 employees, does that include how many people are in the sheriff's office and everything? Is that everybody?
Nope,
That's just you?
just us. Correct.
So how many people are at the sheriff's office then?
Sheriff's office has, do you know?
Zach?
Well, 350 to 400.
No, how many
Oh.
employees?
Oh, how many? Oh, so I'm sorry. There are four, 3 full-time and then a director. I thought you were asking total.
Get a little nervous.
Yeah, we have distributed IT and shadow IT that are in departments, and some departments have them and offices have them and some do not. But we have 22 here. Okay, I'm going to kick it over to Wojciech.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable commissioners and budget committee. In the next 3 slides, I'll be talking about some of the issues and challenges that impact our planning in IT. First one, resourcing. It's simply about having the resources to do the day-to-day work, cybersecurity demands, and improvement efforts at the same time, which puts obvious strain on the staff. Cybersecurity costs continue to rise as you invest in tools, assessment, monitoring, and the staffing needed to align with best practices. Security is no longer just one-time investment, just ongoing costs, as we have seen across various industries. Recruiting. Additionally, recruiting constraints continue to create capacity gaps and workload strain when specialized roles are difficult to fill. It slows down the whole process, how we support the county, and the team members also feel the heat of the workload just being now moved onto them until we fill the positions. We still need ongoing modernization funding to reduce technical debt. That's fairly significant in the county. It's been a lot of focus for us. A number of our core systems and processes require continued investment, just never stops. And when we defer that work, we don't do that investment into modernization. We increase support burden, obviously risk, and future costs. So it's really just a deferred budget or investment. It eventually is going to come anyway. And cloud licensing and security costs also remain difficult to forecast. Pricing models, renewals, security requirements continue to shift as we go, which makes it harder to project costs with the same certainty we used to have in the old days. Now we are all fairly experienced in negotiations. We are a small team. But at the same time, as the vendors are shifting, we are trying to get ahead of it, mostly by building relationships with them. But it's just the volume of the vendors can be fairly significant. Expansion services needs for every department. County operations rely more heavily on technology every year. We see it in every single department. There's no departments that does not use technology anymore. And with that comes expectations for uptime, support, security. They want to have access, of course. And with the volume, we are trying to meet these obligations across all the departments. We are also dealing with forecasting challenges tied to licensing, maintenance, security, retooling, and renewals that can change unexpectedly. Even with careful planning, vendor and product changes can create budget pressures mid-cycles. We do our best to forecast, but these things just naturally happen. Again, nothing new. I'm going to transition into the challenges that come from these issues. The resource constraints limit our ability to absorb a new work that can extend timelines and day-to-day service delivery. Our teams are managing operational support and project work at the same time, which often creates a different type of work happening at one point and can create a quality issue, can create delivery issues. The team is obviously seeing the heat and they are projecting a very busy kind of image, but our goal is to still deliver the service the county deserves. Second, our decentralized IT models allow departments and offices to hire or solve for local needs, but over time it can reduce organization-wide capacity and contribute to uneven service levels, inconsistent tools, and different standards and processes across the county. With the vendor expansion, it increases the administration of the relationships and the vendors and contracts that come with the complexity, including security challenges. But we know that departments want to be innovating, and we want to be there to support them. But again, it requires the resources to effectively meet those expectations. Each additional vendor creates a new overhead. It's not a surprise. We don't just like drop them in. We really want to engage them in the new, relationship, how we operate over here, and drive the value that the vendor was brought here for. Fourth, legacy systems continue to increase risk and maintenance burden. In particular, development and support for legacy systems takes time and effort just to keep them current and operational, which competes directly with modernization work, direct competition. And we have, this year, we have acquired more enterprise applications, such as Zoom for Government, ArcGIS. We are looking at faxing in next fiscal year. These are being pulled from the individual departments where they were paying essentially with credit cards for those services. This is great for the county, but again, as we absorb these new solutions, we just have much more to do with those. How this translates into the IT work, how we plan for fiscal year 27. First, standardizing software purchasing and management would help us reduce duplication of efforts across departments, of course, improve visibility into contracts and renewals, and strengthen governance around what we support and secure. Second, we need to continue meeting cybersecurity practices and regulatory compliance requirements. This is foundational work that supports resilience, audit readiness, and responsible operations. Third, we want to implement a data initiative to improve how data is structured, accessed, and validated. We know it's needed. It's an extremely difficult task to work across the departments. I'm sure it's going to keep coming up as an initiative. The goal is to create a project and engage every department and experts to review the data structures and sets and how it is used to support the county operations. Fourth, equip employees with the right scalable and supportable tools. Very important, is part of our strategic initiative as well. A fit to standard approach helps us reduce unnecessary complexity and provide tools that are easier to manage, secure, and support over time. For those of you that do not know fit to standard, essentially you look at the best practices of the tool that is being brought in, you look at your operations, look at the gaps in between, and you try to lead with the standard of that software or that tool and adjust your operations to the current standard. It can be quite a burden for the operations, but generally it can be good practice at least to assess the gaps and whether there's an opportunity to grow as a department or as a county. And lastly, AI. We are preparing for AI integration in our environment by strengthening data practices and improving how we reach and use information. The emphasis here is thoughtful readiness, not the hype. Foundational platform and information management practices, including work around SharePoint, are part of making future AI use more practical and responsible.
So a couple questions on that. So from a data structuring, difficult because most of the departments are probably, their structure is based on the legacy paperwork that they were doing perhaps last year, but, certainly a couple decades ago. How do you even approach trying to figure out how to do that in a way that's going to be cost effective?
It's a great question and something that we do ask ourselves. And I think One, we need the resources and time to kind of look at that and understand where are all our data, and then be able to do that inventory and then be able to say, okay, now that we know where all the data is, now how do we structure it? So it's a big project. It's a big lift, and we've got data in all sorts of places. We've got enterprise solutions that have data. We have departments that have their individual own data. But again, when we start moving to AI solutions that are going to be integrated into our environment, it's going to use that data. And so we want to make sure that it's right. And currently we have no resources really dedicated to that. We're just keeping the lights on around normal data usage. But we really need to be able to spend the time and effort on looking at that.
Well, and money. That's gonna get
Exactly.
expensive really fast.
Yep, I agree.
And on AI, are you trying to standardize on one model, or are you just letting the departments kind of guide you based on what tools they're trying to use?
So Zach can probably speak to this a little bit, but I would say we do have one tool that we standardize with and put policy in place and training in place. But we do have other departments that have requested other AI tools. And that's where Zach has come in and vetted those tools so that we could approve or not approve those and approve depending on data that's in there and sensitivity around that. So do you have anything to add that? No.
Are there more questions? I'm happy to talk about AI.
I mean, you just said it, the AI you pick is going to determine how you structure your data in the first place. You don't just throw AI at random
Exactly.
structures and hope that and do hope as a strategy.
Yep, exactly. It takes a lot of, like, for example, we're thinking about AI integrating with our SharePoint, and that takes a lot of work and effort. Do you want to touch on that at all?
Yeah, I think we have two platforms that are accessible to us currently, both of which that have the capability of accessing our data more robustly than we're currently using. But as we mentioned before, that that obviously brings about challenges as well. But the two models that we do and the two solutions that we have access to definitely need more constraints and more tooling before we just unleash it on all of our data that we have accessible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
All right, 661. So this is an interesting fund. This is a 10-year projection strategic fund that we utilize for non-recurring. It's, servers, hardware, such that are not every year recurring. It's, every 3 years, every 5 years, that sort of thing. So unexpected cost, and does cover some of the projects that we have, like we have a new phone system. Our phone system will go out of support in 2020, 2.5 years. So with that, we are going to fund that effort through 661, as an example. Same thing around allocation or ISF charges. It's computer, FTE, printer, and server count. And again, we're limited on this budget as well. So
We need a phone system anymore? Right.
it's a good question. Yep. You want to touch on it?
Well, you should come to our project meeting. I think the way we are approaching it, we are rethinking how it is going to be used. So we are not just buying one for one. We are going to look at our requirements. I don't think we need a desk phone on every desk anymore, but I think that the county may be interested in conducting all county business over our lines, whether it's email or Teams or phone. So we will have value proposition that is future-proof, and then we propose the project here probably next year.
Well, and that especially becomes complicated because several of the departments are pushing more toward a work from home strategy. And in the end, your office is your device, whichever device you're using, and structuring your phone system around that starts to get very complicated. But if you get it right, it becomes very useful, because then the number goes to the person wherever they are.
That's right. It's going to find them. And we see mobility coming into play for sure. It could be WhatsApp-like solution, right? But you can also use a client based on your computer, and hopefully a minimal number of desk phones down the road, but it's still needed.
Next generation isn't even calling. They're just.
Yeah.
Yep.
True.
So went the home phone.
Yeah.
Nobody has a home phone anymore.
No. Things are changing.
That's actually really important, because there's a Deschutes County 911 fund that's dedicated on landlines.
They're not there anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there's a phone tax on landlines that goes to support 911 services nationwide.
But not on cell phones.
Oh, no, there's a cell phone.
There is a cell phone tax, but the landline one is the is the big payment.
We all start with the value and then, assess what is really the best. We are working with a company called Structure that has been our partner for a long time. And we are not looking at it as Mitel replacement. We are looking at how do we do conversations in the future.
All right, major expenditures in 661 is for hardware, network upgrades, replacements, and again, phone system replacement planning. Kick it off to you for short and long.
Okay, so short-term fiscal issues. I don't have this one.
Okay, I'll cover it.
We had
So the fund was expected to run negative, but what we did was we moved to Office 365 charges, like I said, into 660. So we're looking better in this reserve. And short term, of course, addressing our technical debt, right? Like we had reserved small amounts in order to do small improvements over time, but never really a big investment in really evaluating what we had out there and whether we should change, adapt, or move, whatever that is. Some of the long-term fiscal issue is forecasting, right? Again, license maintenance, security, and unexpected changes. So similar to 660. All right, moving on to GIS. So we have 2 employees currently dedicated to GIS, and it's a different fund. Resources, the majority of the revenue comes from clerk and surveyor fees. We did increase the fees last year, so that did buy us a little bit of time, but this reserve has been continuously dwindling. In the beginning, working capital continues to decrease. So something needs to change with this, and we'll be evaluating that soon. Major expenditure is our personnel in there. And I'll kick it over to Jenny.
I'm newly overseeing the GIS area and very quickly becoming familiar with our challenges. The short-term fiscal issues is that the recording fee transaction has been low, has stayed the same, and so for the last 4 years has been depleting our resources, so that beginning working capital is going down while our costs are increasing. Staffing costs increase every year. Our license costs increase significantly as we move to the subscription model. So those are the issues we're facing right now: a budget that's static and costs that are increasing. So the long-term issue, of course, is that this instability creates an inability to plan long-term, and planning around some of those data structures and things that we need to do. Not knowing the stability of this fund and the funding of this work makes it hard to plan. And so that's a challenge. On the more technical side, our challenges are exactly what you're talking about with the data, and being that we're so decentralized, our data lives in all different places and comes to us in all different formats. And so bringing all of that together to produce the product that we heavily rely on, GIS. It's only one of our many solutions, but it's a lifeblood solution for us. So we get data that's not standardized, and so there's a lot of work to be done around our GIS data, just like any of our other data. We rely on the state for our aerial imagery, and that comes to us when they feel like it, right? When they've got new imagery, then we go out and find it and get it from them. It's low res. Many of our solutions need higher resolution, and there's a cost associated with that. So we do have updated imagery as of 2024, but it ages. So our future initiatives is, number one, finding a sustainable method for funding this budget. also currently the guys are evaluating the cloud options. We've moved to ArcGIS Online, and there's a lot of new opportunities in that. And so they're evaluating that, and then even hosting some of our data in the cloud, and measuring, weighing the costs associated with that, and the opportunities that gives us. And then the data cleanup and standardization, we have some active projects going right now addressing those things.
It starts to get problematic, especially if you're talking cloud-based, because that'll be subscription-based. And then as more people move to GIS using it, your subscription costs go up significantly.
Yeah, they're pretty much forcing us to go to subscription base.
Yeah.
Question about GIS. I mean, maybe help put it in perspective, because I know that there's many products out there and even websites that have, mapping, just the different things. So what does the county add to the GIS layers that's kind of the unique to us, or introduction to the layers that matter so much for us?
I think I'll let Tanya answer that. I'm
Yeah.
being new enough that
I think if you asked roads, CDD, all the other departments that they're manipulating the data and taking that data and using it for their business, there is an importance. And for us, we're taking and manipulating that data either on behalf of those departments, property management, clerk's office, assessor has their own GIS folks too, but we're all taking and changing that data for the business need, and then also putting it to publishing it to Dial as well. Yes, there's other data out there, but it depends on what we need it for, which is how we then can manipulate it. So
I'm sure there's probably somebody that's walked in the door and said, hey, we can do that whole thing for you.
yeah, it would be interesting to evaluate. Yeah.
Given the departmental usage of GIS data and tools, does funding GIS out of recording fees make sense?
I think it was a great model for a long time when Bend was growing. But then once, the recording fees were kind of staying the same, we don't it doesn't make sense, right? Like, we're not bringing enough money to be able to cover this. We've just been eating away at the reserves. So I think we need a different way. So I think the question is, do we really think that this is something that we need to do as a county? And I'd assume so, yes. If we say we need Dial, we need mapping, we need these mapping services, then I think it's, do we think about ISF fees? Do we think about general? I don't know, but those are the conversations that we need to have to understand if we're going to continue this work, how are we going to fund it? Yeah.
Well, I know from my standpoint, I use the imagery a lot for mapping and whatnot. And then I come into the office and I pay a fee for plan inspections and stuff like that. Seems to me that it should be tied to that somehow. The fees that you collect through the community development department, because we are using Dial quite a bit. And we're offsetting costs that we'd have to send a surveyor out to do. And it seems like everybody kind of wins on that, even though you're raising the fees. I'm not having to go out and pay for a contracted surveyor to go out and gather the information from me. If your imagery, and I notice that the imagery on your mapping, especially your aerials, has really increased dramatically here lately, especially on your Deschutes design web site. And it's quite nice to do design work on. And so I would think there would be an opportunity there to maybe take a look at associating your fees or tying your fees to the fees that are collected at Plan Check.
Yeah. It's definitely an idea that we can think about. And I know others have thrown out, do we consider Dial? Do we want to consider charged for Dial? Those are all things that we need to kind of discuss and talk about.
I don't think you get many complaints about it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
Well,
Yeah. We actually might, but
This, David, in the example that you gave, are you using that data to perform functions that then would in some way would result in a recording?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, in that sense, tying this function to recording fees captures some of the value you get.
The problem with it is that it's not called a recording fee, it's called a plot plan check fee. And so it has to be tied to that somehow, even though it gets recorded, but it's called a plot, they check the plot plan at that point against the aerial image, which I've already based my plan off of. And so it gets recorded, and and it's much better than the crayon drawings that we used to get from the septic people that used to go out in the field and draw it based upon what they thought was north. I mean, it's crazy. And with the technology that we have now, we should be taking advantage of it as much as possible.
Good thought. We'll look into it.
You can find those crayon drawings on Dial pretty quick too.
You can. Oh, yeah, they're still there. In fact, you go down and you do any sort of research, you're going to find 90% of your septic systems are drawn that way.
Right.
And, so you're basically guessing at where things are at. But at least with the property lines and things like that, you can kind of fit the septic system in, especially in some places, you can actually see where the scarred places of the ground where the septic system was put in 4 or 5 years ago. So it can be a real benefit to everybody.
And is that paid to CDD? I currently.
So you would tack on an additional fee.
Yeah, just a surplus fee or increase it or whatever you want to do, but I think there's an opportunity there.
I'm looking to the right as much as I'm looking to the left here. This is as much or more a finance model as it is a technology model. You just have to be able to blend the two. And so that's probably a good place to start to try and figure it out. This is as complex as what you're going to do with AI, and it can be more catastrophic if you have to restart.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we have a meeting coming up with finance involved in, I think, a couple weeks. So
you're going to do this kind of analysis of who uses our GIS products for what and services for what, and then talk about how you basically get them to pay.
Yep. Sounds like you want to be on the
No.
meeting. No.
I don't, but I very much support your work.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, I know there's a lot of, kind of generalities that the bullet points you put up there, because every department goes in a different direction. So thanks for what you're doing, keeping the system going. The uptime is pretty amazing here, and the evolution of what's happening is just mind blowing these days.
I'm really proud of what we do. We work really hard. The team works really hard, and it's been hard the last couple of years with not enough resources to do the work that we want to do, but I think we're doing as best as we can. So thanks.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Break for
Yeah.
I do have a couple follow-ups.
Sure.
So the first was during lunch, Dan distributed an ISF narrative and a year-over-year comparison. So this just provides some more context on how each of our internal service funds is allocated, what's driving that. So you can take a look at that. And then Commissioner Chang, you had a question about the employee share of the health benefits premium when it was last increased. And in fiscal year 25, that's when we went to the model where we broke it out between employee only and employee dependents. And it went from $90 employee only to $95 employee only. And then we added that other level, which is $116 for employees plus dependents. So that was the last time that we made an increase.
And we're proposing an additional increase now.
We increased it. So sorry, that was the increase prior to January 1st, 2026. And then January 1st, 2026 was that $5 increase to both levels.
So an increase in 2025 and in 2026. Okay.
Correct. And then you had a question about the RV fee allocation. So Jessica actually found a pretty great spreadsheet of how these dollars get allocated. And it's basically weighted. It's 50% of the funds based on campsites, 20% is based on RVs registered, and 30% is based on population. So we can print this allocation spreadsheet out, and you can take a look at that as well.
RVs registered and population in your
county.
Interesting. Okay, so just by adding, by doubling the number of RV sites, we wouldn't double the money. Okay. Thank you.
All right. More or just, all right. So our next topic will be Justice Court at 2:40, and since they're traveling, I don't think we're gonna be able to move that up, and so that gives us an extra 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes on the break. So we will reconvene at 2:40 with Justice Court. All right, everybody, welcome back. It is 2:40 and we are moving on. If it's a good joke, you got to share it. So we're moving on, and up now is Justice Court, and I see our presenters are here, so you can take it away.
I'm Chuck Fadley. I'm the Justice of the Peace, and this is Annie Small, who is our board administrator. This is her first budget presentation, and she's been working very hard on it, and I've told her not to be worried about it because she's going to do great, because she's doing a great job as our administrator. So I'm going to let her walk you through the PowerPoint.
Hey. Hello.
Hello.
We're a friendly crowd.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Mostly.
I told them that.
So our mission as Justice Court is to provide the residents of Deschutes County with timely access to justice at a convenient time and location. That includes traveling around the county in multiple evening and morning sessions. Our accomplishments the last year, we have been able to maintain court operations and timely case processing despite multiple staffing challenges. We've supported staff's well-being and retention during that time as well. We had prepared for photo enforcement with the city of Redmond. The warning period starts on the 15th, and this includes creating entire new systems, procedures, and policies with our office and with the city. And we've also hired 2 new court services assistants, promoted one to a lead role, and then hired a new court administrator. These are the projected numbers for our revenue this year, kind of split up between the normal revenue and the photo enforcement projection.
But basically, both of those numbers are about double from both in terms of revenue and costs, are about double from what we have been before, but previously for the last 10 years, probably.
So you're estimating there's a lot of red light runners in Redmond.
We're counting on, we process 5,000 to 6,000 citations. Counting on is the wrong word. We're expecting 5,000 to 6,000 citations a year historically. We think that number will increase by a factor of 5 with when they get those cameras going. They're based on the experience of other cities that have put this in.
So some of our requirements was an increased cost in personnel as well as the materials and services due to inflation and implementation of the market study. We've also increased the cost in personnel, security for courts, and materials and services due to the demand of the Redmond photo enforcement increase in citations that will be filed with the court.
A question for you then. If there's a red light traffic ticket and it's not contested, you're still processing, because not everybody's going to want to be in the room in front of the judge saying, that's not me.
Well,
what does that look like?
Yeah, we're also based on the experience of other places. We are counting on more people than we now have come to see the judge, not coming to see the judge.
Yeah, that's what I was.
So now it's about, now it's about half the people want to appear in person. And with this amount of volume, we just couldn't handle it. But on these tickets, they get a video that shows them what they did. And so, a lot less show up. We're scheduling court. We used to hold court about 5 hours a week, including trials. And we're going to be over 20 hours a week. 50 arraignments for an hour would be a full hour right now. And with red light, we're scheduling 100 arraignments an hour. And like I said, that's what others are doing. And so again, yeah, it's with the camera, they just mail it in.
And this is a choice by the city council, which is going to make the intersection safer in red.
That's their argument.
Yeah.
Well,
but most of it'll be just processing the paperwork, because I mean, it'll obviously increase the court, but there's a huge volume behind that.
There's huge, and that's, why the staff is, why we had to hire 2 new people.
And that's what Annie and her colleagues have been working very hard on, interfacing the technology. You know, we don't have anything to do with whether Redmond's going to do this or not. We don't have anything to do with how they're going to do it, but we have to be involved and have been involved in how we're going to process that volume.
And I think I might have mentioned in the past, I got a nice letter in the mail with a photo of me driving in my little Tesla down in San Francisco, and I drove across the Fee Bridge, and I didn't even know it. It was $7 in the mail, but it was obviously me in my car. So I've seen what that looks like.
Yeah, the technology, yeah, the photo is,
Yeah.
it's really amazing what they, you know, what those cameras can see. As time goes on and the public becomes trained where these signals are at, do you expect the revenue to go down? Yes, it does change behavior. What did they say about after, it takes 18 months, but it was about cut it in half, something like that.
Yeah, it kind of has the halo effect.
So there is a real safety component to it, yeah. So there is an advantage to, it's always a tough question. Are you doing it to raise revenue or are you doing it to control a bad habit? And as long as it does go down after a while, I think that's a good thing. Yeah, and you know, we right now we cost the county probably $150,000 a year over what we take in. And we're hoping that we'll be solvent, not that we'll make money, but that we'll be able to pay for ourselves. And what I've seen of the city of Redmond's budget, the police department budget, they're in about the same boat. Once they pay for the system and everything and the extra officers and that sort of stuff, you know, that nobody's going to make money. It's all about getting people to slow down and not run red lights. Thank you.
Yeah, we learned the other day at the transportation meeting, Oregon is like number 47th in the nation, the worst for fatalities. So we were talking about how we could, you know, what we can do in order to get people to slow down on our highways.
And that's Oregon, not Deschutes County.
Right, it was an Oregon statistic. The fact that there are 97 fatalities on Highway 97 in 5 years.
Yeah, and the city of Redmond has it in phases. So the first phase is just within the city, and then the second phase will include the highways that ODOT approves, where the spots are that they're going to put up.
Oh, we're gonna put it out on the highways too.
Mhm.
Within the city limits, yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
So the potential, so our short-term fiscal issues, we have a potential relocation and moving cost that's unknown at this time because we don't know where our new house will be. We have an increase of the justice of the peace going from 0.6 to 0.7 so that he can help with all of the photo enforcement coverage. And we have an increase with the pro tem extra help as well as security due to the projected court coverage needs when photo enforcement begins. Long-term fiscal issues, you know, seeing if our software will work with this increase in volume, as well as staying up with the security issues and just being able to be efficient with the adjudication of cases. And then continued increase in costs of health insurance and PERS.
Question about that relocation and moving costs is the overhead of that Redmond facility about market rate, or does this mean a huge expense if we have to find another place? As in, are we already kind of paying a market rate out there? Do we know?
Lee didn't seem worried about it when I touched base with him for the budget, so I don't.
Well,
please
he's talking about our lease at City
Yeah, are we
Hall.
paying a kind of a market rate in there?
I don't know, but I'm very concerned because with this volume, we have to be in the same building where the courthouse is. And right now we are, and it's perfect. Redmond has said they're not going to renew our lease, which is up in February because of their increased staffing requirements. And Lee's working on it on someplace else for us, but that place right now does not exist and obviously won't be ready by February. So I don't know. I just hope I hope Redmond changes their mind.
I think one analysis that Lee looked at is if Justice Court was relocated to a county-owned building, the ISF charges would basically be the same as the rent they're paying. So from a cost perspective, it would almost
Started, yeah, with that comes.
Well, shoot, there goes the fairgrounds as a suggestion.
And how does that compare to a, you know, private commercial location?
That's, sounds like it's maybe about the same. Okay. So that's gonna be possibly mid-year this year then.
Well, I don't know. You have to talk to facilities. I know he's working on it. But again, you know, I really hope that Redmond changes. But they're building.
Well, so there's a lot of different possibilities and moving parts that Lee and Christy are looking at. So there's kind of a domino effect. But we're getting through it, and I feel.
And I'm sure that Redmond would give us some extra time. If they, you know, if we can tell them that, you know, it's going to be here and it'll be done by this and within this time period, but it's just something we don't need right now, frankly, but that's the hand you're dealt.
Yeah.
Is Redmond using their council chambers during the day, doing something else? Is that what they're saying?
No, I think it's for their, you know, Redmond is popping and they're hiring more staff to do their city administrative stuff.
So you think you could be able to use the chambers as the court, but it's the office upstairs that you're not gonna have.
Okay.
That's the key, to have people to be able to go in the same building right after they're done talking to the judge and take care of it.
Yep. How about an old gym out back, maybe?
You know, I brought that up a couple of times and I'm afraid that it's a Superfund site. So,
Do you have, I mean, or a courtroom do you have special needs? I mean, or could you just take a large open space, put chairs and, you know, some kind of temporary dais in it and that would work?
Well, it would work, Commissioner, but you know, we can do that. The issue again that we have is we need to have our office right next to the courtroom. No court in this state does not have their office in the same building as where they hold court.
And there probably are still some security concerns that you have to do with, I mean, not only just court security, but just even office security, since there's so much transacting through there.
Okay.
So some of our challenges, like we were just talking about, we have training of 2 new court services clerks as well as myself. Balancing fair enforcement with financial realities of defendants, continued workload impacts due to legislative amendments and an understaffed DMV, as well as preparing for photo enforcement. And then again, what you guys were just talking about. Future initiatives is an examination of internal procedures to increase our efficiency. Anticipated citation volume significantly impacting our daily operations and staff workloads. So how can we help with that? And searching for and implementing new operating software if we see the need for it to increase our efficiency and functionality.
And that's our presentation.
All right. Questions for Justice Court? For our justice? Thank you for volunteering to work a little more, or not volunteering, but for working more.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not volunteering. I'm getting,
Yeah, you're working, you're getting
a
paid.
bump. But
Yeah, still at some point or another, there's a question as to, okay, you can pay me more to do this, but can you pay me enough more to do this?
yeah, we don't really, thank you. We don't really need to get into that. Yeah, that's my problem. I had things really good for a long time, so now I'm paying for it. Thanks, folks.
Here you go.
Right, thanks.
Thank you, Annie.
All right, and the sheriff's office should be here relatively soon. They're out there?
Oh, good.
Well, hustle them in.
They're all
Yeah,
backed in. They're
schedule
ready to
here.
go.
They're locked in money.
Literally.
Yeah. Weird. But city.
Or I think.
So.
Still too slow, yeah, still slow reading my.
Well, it just tells you.
Yeah, so whoever's.
2 hours. Okay, while they were whining and cheesing.
Oh, you
Good
don't
afternoon,
know.
everybody. Welcome back home.
Maybe you might just.
We're saying hi.
You feeling?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It's a handsome peanut gallery. There you go. Uniform.
Dave Copper.
Sheriff, good to see you.
Hello. Hello. Take care.
There you go, right in the middle of the wires.
Yeah,
Yep.
just don't trip, right?
Good for you, that's all right, we'll take care of it.
Yeah.
I brought backup with me today.
Did something get unplugged? Something got unplugged over there.
Think you're on, looks good.
I
think we got it.
We're good.
Yeah, IT.
Only one more session.
You hope. Right. I notice in here, Sheriff, that it says Ty Rupert, Deschutes County Sheriff since August 2025. So it only feels like 40 years.
Only feels like 4 years?
Yeah.
There's some truth to that.
Yeah. All right. Well, welcome. You can take it away. You get your extra 5 or 10 minutes here. Anytime you want to
Ready?
go.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, it's still.
Yeah, it's still morning. First of all, thank you for your time today. You all know who I am. I'm Sheriff Ty Rupert. I brought with me my command staff. They're all part of today. They're part of our budget. Been a lot of hard work that's gone into our budget. Incredible financial team over here and others back at the office. Our command staff, everybody had a big part in this, in our budget. So we were proud to bring everybody down here with them. So I want to start out by just a little overview. The sheriff's office, obviously, we have the sheriff. I have duties assigned to me, as you can see on the second slide. I still oversee automotive professional standards, our executive assistant, our business officer, and our communications and PIO. And then our office is broken up into, I have 3 captains. I have the Captain Brian Husband that's over detectives and special services. Captain Mike Sunberg that's over patrol in our SWAT division. Captain Michael Gill, that's our corrections division captain. Captain Gill just took over as a corrections division captain back in January. If you notice on the left, we have a mission statement, different than in the past, but not so different. When I started in 2005, it was only a couple years after that that we went to the public and asked for permanent funding. And we were blessed by our citizens in order to obtain and have them put that trust in us and give us that permanent funding. One of the things when I took over sheriff last year, it was important we changed our mission statement and we built fiscal responsibility back into our mission statement. We need to learn to live within our means. And we've done an exceptional job in the last 9 months of doing that. We're going to continue to do that. But I just wanted to point that out because it's important that our culture change and that our citizens understand that we do respect their money because it's their money, it's not our money. I want to talk some things I'm excited about. I'm excited to be here today about all this. Recruitment and training improvements and strengthening patrol and correction staff. I've been with the office for 21 years. One of the most important things to me when I took over as sheriff was to stabilize our office. And we've done an exceptional job of that. I'll use a line that's been used recently with me. Morale is going up and costs are going down. And it's very true. Recruitment and training improvements, we're open right now for 2 more for patrol, and then we'll be what I consider full based on what we can afford. Corrections, we still have a few more to go, but not many. It may not sound like a lot to you, but to somebody in the men and women in this room that have worked here for a long time, when I say we'll be on track to have 11 patrol deputies per team, it's an absolute game changer for our office. When I tell you that we're going to have 14 deputies on the jail floor,
That's a game changer for our jail. There will be 2 sergeants on top of that, giving them 16, and then we'll have 2 sergeants on patrol, so that'll take us to 13. Those are numbers that I haven't had in the 21 years that I worked there. Some of the things I did when I took over is I didn't backfill some unnecessary positions that were vacated at the top. And I'm proud to say that our captains, business manager, and Jessica, we're all working harder so we can backfill the positions on the floor or the ground level, patrol and corrections. Those are the ones that are serving our jail, and those are the ones that are serving our community. And it's very important to me that we make sure that we have the staffing levels there. You'll see the next bullet point is fiscal stewardship remains a key priority. It has, and it always will with me, because I didn't forget where I came from. Rebuilding the trust with our community to get back to a level where they appreciate the fact that they know that we appreciate them and that we respect their funds. Prime example, yesterday, one of the captains and I were having lunch. There was a gentleman that you could tell probably works construction, very dirty, sitting there having lunch. And I simply walked over to him and thanked him. And I said, I want to thank you, sir, because you obviously work hard. I want to thank you for contributing to the taxes that pay for our office. And he didn't know what to say, but it's a simple gesture. Like I said, we're redirecting resources and staffing. We talked about that. We learned we have some things that need to be upgraded over the years, and we're focusing on some of those right now. Our body cam system, which you'll hear a little more later. Main thing for me is, you know, our priority has to be public safety. We're in the public safety business, and the safety and security of the citizens in our county is first and foremost priority for us. And we will never, even though you hear me talk about reducing costs, we will never sacrifice quality or eliminate service to save cost. If anything, we're working harder for our service to go up. Community engagement is critical to me. The public loves having me come out in the community and engage. Gives me opportunity to meet folks all over our county. I've met so many incredible people. There's people that are here doing things in businesses I never knew existed. So it's been an incredible opportunity. Doing that with town halls. The ideal thing about this is I'm learning what's important to our community members. One of the #1 complaints that comes up is speeding and unsafe driving, and we've all experienced it on our highways. Obviously, the improved staffing we can talk about by bringing that 11 deputies on per team as we progress towards that. The captain's given direction with our lieutenants. So on the days that we have appropriate staffing to cover the county, we're breaking 1 or 2 deputies free on what we're calling a hybrid traffic team, and they're able to go out and specifically focus on traffic. We successfully, Captain Husband was directly involved in this, and it's a tremendous amount of work of our reaccreditation under the Northwest accreditation. That is to where we have to operate. We meet policies, we operate within those policies. They come in, they evaluate us to make sure that our office is doing exactly what we should be doing in order to obtain that accreditation. If I recall, we were the first sheriff's office in the state of Oregon to become accredited, and it's important to us that we maintain that accreditation. Most recently, we just went through our jail, Oregon State Sheriff's jail standard, and I'm proud to tell you that the compliments that I got from the evaluators, we got a score of 100%. And they were very complimentary of our staff. They said they couldn't believe how well our staff works together and the cleanliness, and it was just a raving review on our jail. And as a sheriff, I have quickly learned that the jail is a side that can hurt me in a very short amount of time as a sheriff. So it was important to me that we got that 100% compliance. Another thing I want to really focus on is the strategic partnerships and service, the collaboration across agencies, whether it be other law enforcement agencies or all of you. And I've said it before in other meetings, the collaboration that we've had with finance, county administrators, Whitney, Eric, the commissioners, everybody. I don't have to say it out loud, but I will. It had been missing for a long time. And the collaboration that I see and the partnerships of all of us, everybody in this room working together, has been incredible. And as a sheriff, I want to thank everybody for that. A lot of us are new. I'm new being a sheriff. I'm not new at the office just like the rest. The captains are new to their positions. There's a lot of new. Jeff is new. And so having that has been critically important to us. So I just want to say thank you. Next slide, please. So we have 2 taxing districts with the sheriff's office. I have my TD1, tax district 1, and I have TD2. TD1 supports our mandatory services like our jail, court security, transports, CHL, our civil unit, the mandated services for a sheriff to have under Oregon law. TD2 is our patrol, which are non-mandated but essential functions. So that funds our patrol, our investigations, and other things that fall under that. This year we rotated some things over to be covered under TD2. It's been a lot of work that's gone into this budget to make sure that we realign things to where if we're ever audited, I sleep just fine at night knowing that the realignment of where funds are coming from and going to are exactly where they should be. And we did it all based off of data that is easily supportable. And then we have our other revenue. It's non-TD related, obviously, and those funds, as you can see, come from the transient lodging tax. We have state grants. We have contract sisters with City of Sisters and Lapine. We have transfer money. We have fees and charges. We have federal grants and then donations and other. So for a total between TD1 of 45 million and a little over 16 million for TD2 and 10.5 for the other revenue, it gives us a total budget of 72,158,830. Next slide, please. And here I'm going to defer to Jessica because, like I said, this is a team sport, and so I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity. So
with the sheriff's guidance, we took steps to reduce costs and manage spending where we could. Generally, we are observing increases in personnel expenses, inflationary pressures, and our operational needs. In developing this year's budget, we didn't confine our growth to a certain percentage. We went line by line to assess if the expenses were necessary. As indicated on this slide, the primary increase for the FY27 budget is attributed to our personnel, which includes the pay equity, our hiring plan, COLA, and step increases. During this fiscal year, we reduced our total approved full-time employees from 271 to 260, and we will continue to monitor the personnel costs for necessary future adjustments. The decrease in M&S expenses resulted from our ongoing careful review of all of our line items. This is the 3rd fiscal year in a row that we were able to decrease our M&S, so I imagine this will likely be the last. We'll probably see minor increases moving forward. Additionally, we've increased our capital expenses this year to accommodate needed vehicle replacements and our replacement of body-worn cameras, tasers, and fleet cameras from Axon. Comparatively, if you look at our FY24 total budget, which was about 65.8 million, compared to our 72.1 million, we've experienced about a 6.3 million increase over the last 3 years. And out of that, 3.1 is this year related to personnel. So that's obviously hitting our budget like everyone else. And we are continuing to seek ways to optimize and utilize all of our resources to get the most out of the funds that we do have. And I'll hand it off to Jeff to continue with our forecast.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jeff Price, Business Officer at the Sheriff's Office. I'm going to deep dive a little bit into our 2 major funds, which are 701 and 702. They correlate directly to Taxing District 1 and Taxing District 2, which the Sheriff has mentioned, right? So that's the majority of the revenue that's supporting all of our operations at the Sheriff's Office. It accounts for about 85% of the revenue that we receive annually. Before we just dive into the numbers right away, though, just maybe to echo a couple of things that the Sheriff said, we are extremely grateful to have permanent funding at the Sheriff's Office. So we thank the citizens of the county. We thank the administration and Sheriff Les Stiles, who went after the permanent funding back in 2006 and then was enacted, began permanently in 2007. And so what came out of that are 2 taxing districts, right? So TD1 is known as the countywide district. And as Sheriff mentioned, that's going to support all of our mandated services, jail, SAR as quick examples. And then TD2 is known as the rural district, but it supports the funding from there comes from all the areas outside of the cities from countywide. So that goes to a lot of the other functions, patrol, crime team, detectives, traffic safety, et cetera. So We take a close look at that every year to make sure that we're staying within policy requirements. Because each of those are separate funds. They're taxing district funds, so they fall under the administrative policy F-14 set by the county, which states that taxing district funds need to have a contingency level equal to 4 months of revenue. And so that's a little bit of what these slides will dive into, just to show you the health and all the work on prioritization and, you know, difficult decisions that Jessica and the sheriff have mentioned. They all kind of anchor on us making sure that we're staying within policy and we're being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So this first slide right here, it's a combined view. So it gives you 701 and 702 combined. And here you're looking at, I don't know, quickly, if we look at FY27, you look at the TD1 and TD2 revenue, and you see the $62.4 million. So if you go back, you know, a couple of slides where the pie chart was and just TD1 and TD2 were there, it's going to match that, but be a little bit higher because that's the money we need to bring into 255 for all of our expenses. But that's the starting point. And then it's a simple ledger. You know, it's going to start with the ending working capital being pulled forward as the beginning working capital for the next year. So the 24.45 million is, you see, is coming forward as the beginning working capital for FY27. And then we've got, you know, our actuals for FY26, and then we do a 4.7% increase on actuals, or on the TD1 and TD2 revenue going forward. That's coming from Cam and team that helps support us with that. And then we take a look at our expenditures, right? So similar story, we've got good line of sight to what that's going to be as actuals in FY26. And then we project out of what does our expense growth look like over a handful of years, knowing that there's some major, you know, spikes in there that, you know, we want to capture those signals and maybe not pull them forward as part of the average, but it's roughly 5% on, you know, what's being expensed versus, you know, the revenue coming in, right? So this next slide then just gives a quick graph where the bottom light blue line is that policy requirement. So that's your 4 months that must be maintained. And the dark blue line above is what we actually have at each FY close as part of our contingency fund to maintain that policy. So you can see right now we've got a gap there, but if you look, you know, near the tail end, you can also see some convergence happening on the horizon. So we're mindful of that and paying close attention to it. Now, the next couple of slides then take a look at it by the fund level. And the difference in this graph and the graph you just saw previously was the previous slide was a graph based on dollars. Now we've just you know, kind of brought it down to the month level. And so you heard me mention that the 4-month requirement is in the policy. And so that's why you see the horizontal 4-month line right there. And this is that same data, but now you see it broken out by fund, right? You still got the combined right there in the middle at the 4.78, but you've got, you know, TD1, which is declining a little bit to the 4.7, and you got TD2, which is increasing a little bit over there in the red up to the 6.7. So that's one scenario. The next slide just goes into a higher expense growth scenario. And as you imagine, things just get worse, right? So the takeaway from these slides are really build confidence in the board here today, the committee, also in our taxpayers, that they know we're mindful of maintaining the appropriate levels. We're mindful of our expenses. We would not reach these scenarios in FY31 where we're hands off the wheel and suddenly you're below requirements, right? So step one is for us to actively make sure we're budgeting to meet those requirements. And then step two is any excess that we put into our true savings account, which is 256. And we're starting to grow that. It's not had the most attention over time is what I will say. But now we've got a direct focus on it and growing that, and it's up over $1 million now as we're able to each year with whatever excess we have continue to add to that, and that becomes our fund for emergency unplanned purchases that occur in this world related to large expensive equipment, things that go out of service that we can forecast for, but sometimes it always doesn't happen on the year that we plan for, and we've got to have a way to purchase new technology, radios, vehicles, weapons, things of that nature. So that was a quick deep dive into TD1 and TD2. And I'd be happy to take any questions when we get to that point. I'll pass back to you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Economic uncertainty, inflation, and slowing revenue growth continue to pressure our budget. As you know, when the permanent funding went into effect, it was supposed to be sustainable for approximately 20 years. Both of our taxing districts were maxed out a few years ago, so I don't have any room to expand. So obviously, and I know everybody here in Deschutes County is worried about economic uncertainty. Price of fuel right now, diesel's over $6 a gallon, the price of gas. We budgeted accordingly earlier in the year. We were fortunate earlier in the fiscal year that fuel was lower. And so we should come in okay on our budget that we had from this current year. But it's always a concern. The slowing revenue growth always is going to be a concern for us because that's where our taxing district money comes from. We monitor our budget daily. I know Jeff's looking at it daily. I stop by his office daily. We look at it daily. One of the other things that we do, when I took over as sheriff, we had 271 FTEs. We could never afford to fill 271 FTEs. And so we gave 11 of those back because there were expenses associated with each one of those that were unnecessary. That saved us approximately $73,000 a year. So we're down to 260. Right now, based on what funding we have available, we can afford approximately 246 FTEs. As of today, we have 241.5. The 0.5 is a funny one. We actually have a whole person, but it's registered as a 0.5. Anyway, we can afford 246. We have personnel meetings every 2 weeks with command staff to monitor where we're at, look at retirements, and try to plan for future positions, knowing that that is the number that we can afford and we stay there. Technology and infrastructure obviously is very expensive. One of the things that we talked about, or I talked about earlier, is our Axon body-worn camera system is approximately $2.4 million to upgrade that system, and also upgrades the tasers that go with that. That's broken up over a 5-year period, but it's still very expensive. One of the things that we identified after I took over our digital forensic lab that does all of our online or downloading of digital evidence, evaluation digital evidence, a forensic interview, or not forensic interview, but the forensics of all digital storage, basically, or digital devices. We didn't have a permanent storage solution for that data. It was being kept on portable hard drives, which is not okay. At any given time, if that building were to burn down, that data is now lost. And so built into this current budget or fiscal year 27 is bringing our own servers in from a server company, because I don't want to be in the server business, and also having an offsite storage solution as well, but it's very expensive. The bid that we currently have is $222,000 initially, but as we know, computer costs is going up almost daily, it seems like. So, but that's an absolute priority for us because there is laws of that we have to abide by in order to retain evidence storage. Cybersecurity is always a concern. Then automation is always going to be an ongoing investment for us. One of the things we're looking at is in the jail, and I'll let Captain Gill talk about it, is moving towards different cameras in the future. There's some technology that's coming down the road with AI that may help us mitigate unnecessary deaths in the jail by being able to identify ahead of time if an inmate were to do something. So I'll switch over to Captain Gill and let him talk about the next two things.
Thank you, Sheriff. As the sheriff already introduced me earlier, I'm Mike Gill. I'm the Corrections Division Commander. Have been since January. I've grown up in the jail, so I actually started there in 1996. So I've had a lot of history in that building, and have a lot of pride in how we care for both the building itself and for the inmates that we care for and our staff that work in there every day. So the bullet, or the bold there on that next bullet, talks about recent changes in Oregon drug enforcement policy. So if we go pre-pandemic, our jail population average daily, or I'd say bookings for the year, was about 7,000 a year, and our average daily population was between 300 and 330 folks in custody every day. During the pandemic, we reduced that population, and we were in the 130s average daily population, and were between 3,000 and 4,000 bookings a year. Today, we've had a little over 5,000 bookings. So we're on pace to be back to about 6,000 bookings. So with pretrial release and with deflection, we're able to get more people out of custody and care for them in community, whether in treatment or the pretrial release program. And that's helping to keep our numbers down. But that means that the folks that are staying in our custody in many ways are more challenging. So the more complex jail population leads to there's more medical and behavioral health need to care for those folks, chronic health problems, chronic behavioral health problems. I think today we have 17 people at the Oregon State Hospital who are under the aid and assist process. So we cared for them for anywhere between 2 weeks to a month before they ever made it enough through the court process to identify that they needed to go to the state hospital. So while they're waiting to go to the state hospital, we are trying to care for that person. So that is putting greater demand on law enforcement, because law enforcement in community is trying to find different options to care for that person other than jail. And when they do come to jail, then that impacts correctional resources. That next bullet, rising inmate medical mental health facility costs. So as the sheriff's already touched on, and Jeff too, like we do meet regularly to talk about all the different priorities in the office and what can we take care of this year, what can we take care of in the next budget cycle, and what's in the long range plan. So keeping a building that was built in 1994 running smoothly, not unlike this building and all the other buildings managed by facilities, there's HVAC issues, there's plumbing issues. Actually, on the day we had our jail inspection, we had a drain torn apart in the kitchen because 1994 era drain and it had failed, and we had to jackhammer out the concrete and get in there and replace a drain. So that's just the reality of managing a jail. So we are doing that. So aging buildings, but we're taking care of it. Deferred capital improvements. So there's some things on the radar. HVAC, we're in the middle of some technology upgrades, but the sheriff kind of talked on about some cameras that are on the radar that we've learned about. So we're looking at that, probably not the next budget cycle, but the one after. And so added inefficiencies, we're always working towards reducing the inefficiency and caring for the folks that are in our custody, and we're identifying what those long-term expenses are and planning for them.
I'd like to go back. I apologize. I missed one of the bullet points when I was talking. So the second bullet point on here, significant reduction in marijuana enforcement grant funding required immediate staffing adjustments. We took a $1.2 million hit this year from a loss of a grant that we had from the state. We had 2 detectives that were working our marijuana enforcement. This started out with 1 detective back, I believe, in 2019. And that detective was extremely successful in the program of basically, I don't want to say eliminating, but the large marijuana grows that were happening in our county put a tremendous amount of pressure on them. These reductions are tough because we had to make a decision of, do we just shut down the marijuana enforcement program altogether and bring those detectives back to our main office? And there's no way I'm going to do that, because the last thing I want to do is take all the work that Detective Miller put into and just go away from marijuana. And so collaboratively with the captains, we made a choice to bring one of those detectives back and put them into our detective unit. And we left another there offsite with the analysts as well as our code team. So we're still focusing on the marijuana right now. We have enough funding left in this grant that'll get us through probably January of 2027, and then we'll have to reevaluate. More than likely that detective will get absorbed into the code team, and that way we still have an emphasis on marijuana. But that 1.2 million loss from the state was definitely an impact on us. Maintaining optimal staffing levels has become more complex. We work in an environment, most recently, Captain Gill called me Saturday night and told me of one of our corrections deputies who was hurt in an altercation or use of force in the jail. We have an inmate that's in custody right now that is less than cooperative and we've had a few use of force with this individual. And one of our deputies was hurt with probably a torn rotator cuff, if I had to guess. So he's going to be out for a little bit. We have, the Oregon Paid Leave Act in our line of work. Also, we have other injuries. We have patrol deputies that are getting hurt if they're involved in altercations. We have illness. We have family leaves. Cost of living pressures on all of our folks are tough. And so all of these have an effect on our staffing. So when I say we're trying to get to 11, that's an optimal number. It's rare on any given day that we actually have 11 of those deputies on staff. I feel blessed in the fact that when I talk to sheriffs around us in other counties, for instance, Klamath County, he has 6,000 square miles to cover. I have 3,055. He has 2 deputies on any given day if he's lucky. If I have 9, I'm ecstatic. And so just to put that in perspective, but obviously the staffing levels are always going to be a concern for us because we have a public or a community to keep safe. And so there is the staffing level that we want to maintain. Delayed technology. I have a note on this. So we'll talk about, and I may have Captain Gill go over this too on the technology. Right now, we're currently in the process of upgrading our control panels to all digital control panels. Like he said, the jail is very old, and so trying to keep that technology upgraded. So that's one of the things when we talk about the modernization of what we're doing, that's actually happening right now, those control panels. And that's the control panels that operate the entire jail. We already talked about the cameras, so we'll move to the next. Obviously, the narcotics, the fentanyl, methamphetamine continue to drive significant public safety impacts. It's as long as all of us are alive, there's going to be narcotics in our community and any other community. The scary thing is while we're now, we deal with fentanyl, we deal with methamphetamine, there's other synthetic narcotics that are coming on the market that will make fentanyl look like it's a lightweight. I want to say there's some opioids that'll be coming out that are synthetic that'll be about 100 times stronger than fentanyl. And that's scary because of where it's being made and being brought into our community. We look back in 2022 or during COVID timeframe, we actually saw a reduction in narcotics in the area. And that was simply because the supply was hard to get. It was harder to get it across the borders back then. But obviously all of this, we have our street crimes team that continues to focus on street level narcotics. And then we have our code team that is multi-agency with other agencies in Central Oregon that we go after the larger quantities. Behavioral health is an ongoing issue. Our deputies are responding to several different calls for service involving behavioral health. One of the things that really helps us is our stabilization center. We put money towards that this year. Obviously, it's an asset for us. Our deputies, when they take someone in that's struggling from behavioral health, if they take them to the hospital, they can be tied up for hours waiting before that person is relieved to where they can leave the hospital. The stabilization gives us the opportunity to where they're there for maybe a few minutes, 10, 15, 20, 30 at the most, and then they can leave and get back into service, which goes back to our staffing. We're trying to do everything we can to make sure that we have more patrol on the highways as often as we can and more in the jail as often as we can. Officer safety is always going to be a concern. I talked about, we've seen a rise in the last 3 months, I believe it is. We had roughly 214 inmates in custody, and we're about 250 right now, 251.
We actually dropped back down again.
Oh, we dropped back down?
Around 220.
Okay, perfect. So we did see a rise over the last few months. We went from like 213 to 251, and now we're going back down, and I don't know why, but we do get that influx of things. We talked about inmate housing flexibility. Captain Gill, not that many months ago, we had so many inmates that were either ill or struggling from behavioral health that they had to shut down one entire dorm area just to turn it into an infirmary. And that puts a tremendous amount of stress on our medical staff and our behavioral health staff. One of the places that I was identified that we needed more help was our behavioral health specialists who work in our jail. And so we're actively recruiting for that position right now to try to give those folks some relief. I'll let Captain Gill talk about the facility limitations and the operational challenges of our jail.
Well, Sheriff, just to touch on the behavioral health piece. So we have 2 master's level clinicians that work in the jail, and they are running from crisis to crisis. The chronic medical mental health needs, the suicide ideation is real. And, jail is a concrete and steel building. It's not a therapeutic environment. And so to care for folks who are experiencing suicide ideation is a challenge. And our deputies spend hundreds of hours a week in conversation to try to mitigate and de-escalate and care for people in crisis. And if it wasn't for our behavioral health team and our medical nurses team caring for all of them, we wouldn't be able to do it. So it's super important. We're very grateful to have another person coming on board to assist with that team. Touching on that increasing complex jail population piece. So our mental health unit that we built in 2014 was 6 cells that are adjacent to the nursing station. So specifically for people that need medical stabilization or mental health stabilization. A couple weeks ago, we were at a place where we were double bunking in that unit because we had so many people that really needed that higher level of care. And it's not a hospital level of care. We have fantastic nurses and our medical director is amazing, Eden, but we're not hospital level of care. But we will move them adjacent to the medical unit and we'll care for them and stabilize them there until we can get them back to general population. But we don't want to build a new jail or build more beds, but as we look to the future to have different beds to care for a more challenging population, that's important. One of the things we're seeing is more older folks who are coming with dementia, Alzheimer related concerns. So as they work through the court system, we're trying to care for them and manage them. The other piece is the IDD population, intellectual developmental disability folks. So we have a young person who lived with mom and dad. And as a teenager, they're managed in the house. And then there's an alleged assault and mom or dad gets assaulted as an adult. Now they're in our custody and we're setting up a television so they can watch cartoons. So we're trying to think outside the box and care for that person, but there's not another option for them in community for where they can go. So we're trying to do our best to care for that person while they're in our custody and getting through the court process. So just an example of we have what we call a jail refusal. So at intake, we're assessing each individual person for whether or not they meet criteria for lodging. So we're looking at medical and mental health things. So since July of last year, we've refused 85 people. So those people have alcohol levels that are over 0.3, they have a mental health need, or they have a chronic health need where they really need a hospital level of care and assessment first before coming to jail. If they get cleared at the hospital, they're going to come and be a guest with us. So we are continuing to look for ways to care for those challenging populations. So looking at that last bullet point, we're looking at, we've been looking at plans to increase. We haven't had any major overhauls or improvements to the facility since 2014. And in that 2014 expansion, we didn't make any updates to the laundry, to the kitchen, to professional visiting space. So those are all things that are on our radar in the future that we will need to look to solve.
You good?
That's it.
So before I close, I just want to go and ask if anybody has any questions of any of us before I close.
I'll just acknowledge, yeah, that laundry and the kitchen and that meeting space is, I'm supportive of looking for a way to, plan for that financing. I mean, everything is gonna be expensive. It is a jail setting for these, improvements, but it's time to add a little bit of capacity there, for laundry in the kitchen for sure. We do a tour annually, so we've seen it over the years.
Yes.
Correct. Sir.
I mean, just broadly, I want to thank the sheriff and his leadership team for righting the ship and putting the sheriff's office on a more fiscally responsible and sustainable path. It seems like I feel like every time we talk, you're telling me about an area where you're trying to figure out how to save some money, how to optimize for, to get the most patrol and correction deputies as possible, online, so that we can better serve the community. So just thank you for all of that. I know that it's I know it's a work in progress, and I know that we can all see how much you've done.
Sure.
Especially those of us who've been watching the sheriff's budget for a number of years. One specific question I had was, you mentioned that you had within the savings that you've made, you're going to be able to make an allocation to crisis services at behavioral health this year, and to the stabilization center.
Correct.
Could you talk about that a little bit more, and kind of what kind of amounts are we talking about?
Sure. We last year, under the previous sheriff, rather than giving the stabilization center money, they agreed upon giving the opioid funds to the stabilization center. And I think budget-wise, it was easier for stabilization center if they just had a fixed number from us. And so there was an agreement made that we would give them $150,000 to the stabilization center, and that they would allow us to take some of the opioid funds back for us. And so that's what we did. So we gave them, and I think it's easier for them to budget because it's guaranteed that they would get the 150,000. And so we gave them the 150, and then we went after some of the opioid funds. Yeah, it's a critical asset for us, the stabilization center. It really helps.
Just on that, it's also worth noting that that was a good leadership effort, because a couple of the other departments and cities are also contributing into the stabilization center. So County Health can probably tell us more of what the total is, but I thought it was closer to 250 or 275 total, coming from various cities or various departments to be able to help contribute into that. So that's great leadership on your part to get that reestablished, especially since a couple administrations ago it was, well, we can't do it this year because it's tight, and that that got that leeway out. County Health has been scrambling, trying to figure out how to fund specifically that for the last 2 to 3 years.
Sure.
And I know they're still short, but at least it helps.
It does. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the comments, and thank you, Jim. Any other questions?
I got a couple of, just little nitpicking questions, just because I love going through the line items. I noticed your CHL revenue is down, and then you're predicting it down. Is that just people not renewing, or is that a policy change that's doing that?
It's not a policy. CHLs are interesting. We always see a rise when there's certain gun laws or things that are tried to put into place. We'll see a rise. During COVID, we saw a rise. For whatever reason, people get afraid. And so we'll see a rise. Back during COVID, we actually were booked out almost 12 months, if not a little over 12 months for CHLs. And now, it's within a couple of weeks. So it's not uncommon for the CHLs to fluctuate up and down. A lot of it is driven by what's going on in the world and how safe people feel. So
Mine are current, just for the heck of it. Somewhere in here. Looks like autos are going up slightly, or at least your automotive budget is going up slightly, but it's not significantly. It looks like that's stabilized in the last 3 or 4 years. There was a big buy, then there was none, then there was another big buy because of that.
correct. It's one of the very most expensive things we have, automobiles. By the time we build out a police car and hand the keys to a deputy, we're about $89,000, depending on the vehicle. And last year we purchased 4. And so this year we had to purchase, I believe we're on track to purchase 7 or 8 in order to meet the needs that we're going to need. So when the other ones age out, we have appropriate to keep that number, but they're very expensive. On vehicles too, I talked earlier on about one of the complaints I get most commonly from the citizens about speeding. And I listen to our citizens, and we took 2 of our existing Durangos and we stripped the parts off the outside, the light bars and such, push bumpers, to make them look, they're completely unmarked now. So I will, they'll be going into service
on North 97. So yeah.
They'll be going into service very shortly, so they'll be out there. You just won't know that they're out there. And it's our way to go and try to enforce and restrict some of the speeds. We're seeing excessive speeds on the highway. Since they put the barriers in the highway, it's great to reduce traffic crashes, especially head-ons. But it almost encourages, it feels like, speed, because they know that we can't turn on them anymore. So the way we combat this is by putting completely unmarked vehicles out there. The reason I bring this up is I'd looked at buying 2 new Mustangs at a cost of about $54,000 a piece, plus outfitting them. And I wasn't going to spend that money when we're trying to save. So we took 2 of our existing Durangos, stripped them down, we put wraps on them. We got one of the hoods out of a wrecking yard, and both sets of wheels and tires that we got for them, we got that were used off of Facebook Marketplace at about 2/3 less the cost of what they would have been new. And so everywhere we're doing, and so I think I'm into 2, and I'll have Pete price it out, but I want to say estimate we're about 15,000 in both cars. And it's an answer to the public for us to be able to go out and stop these folks that are doing 100 to 120 miles an hour.
I'm sure you see them coming north all the time.
I've seen some, pretty aggressive driving out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we have to stop that. And the goal isn't to write citations, the goal is to gain compliance.
But if you write the citations, people may hear about it and they'll slow down.
They'll slow down.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Gonna do, you drive to Redmond from here and you can be looking like you're going backwards and you're going like 70 miles an hour.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Since
it's
a pretty visible car, I don't speed much.
okay.
Any other questions?
I have one about your scenario 1 chart.
Sure.
You get 1, 2, 3, 4 lines there.
Mhm.
And they have different colors. They've got different numbers on them. And I'm trying to tie those into the numbers on the previous page. I guess that's what what you did here, and I don't see that. Can you just go over that real quick?
Yeah, let me walk you through it real quick. So it's not going to be a direct tie to the previous page because the graph that's at the bottom of the previous slide is on a dollar scale. This is now on a month scale. So the first line is just the 4 that's horizontal because that's the policy requirement.
Gotcha.
And then you have TD1 and TD2 are separate lines, and then the combined is the 3rd line.
Gotcha.
So we have to go down to that level of granularity because they're separate funds and we can't just look at the combined. We have to look at them independently. So this is just to show you the health at the fund level.
Thank you.
No problem.
I just thought I might ask about the ranch, since you guys run it.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you guys in the market for free donated hay again from the community? Because I remember it's happened before.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought up the ranch. We're making some improvements out there. So the house that was out there is still there. Working with some community partners, we're working with one of the excavating companies to remove the home at a little to no cost to us at all. They want to help donate that to the taxpayers if we pay the disposal fees. And in place, we already have the power being moved right now with money that we had in our budget. So we're going to bring in a FEMA type trailer to set up out there. So it'll have 2 office space. So it'll give our animal control deputies a place to work out of. And then the road department, we talk about collaboration. The road department's been very gracious with us, and this is important with partnerships. We have our 27th Street storage for our vehicles that we have to keep. If we have a homicide and it involves a vehicle, that vehicle has to stay in our custody for 100 years. So we have several vehicles out there, and they want the area, the land to expand the road department. So they gave us 2 acres across the street from there that they're fencing and graveling for us, it's going to be a huge asset for us. And one of the things we're going to do is split that to move the vehicles currently from evidence storage into that lot, but also looking at bringing a second FEMA trailer into that location. With the traffic that we have in Central Oregon nowadays, if we have a deputy at Station 10 or at the north end of town and we get a call at the south end in Deschutes River Woods or Lava Butte, trying to get through traffic, especially at rush hour, it just increases response times tremendously. And we all know that, to save a person's life, time is critical. So by having that second FEMA trailer at the road department, we'll have the ability for our deputies to work out of what we would call an East Precinct. So it would reduce their response time tremendously. But we are making the improvements to the ranch. I have ideas moving forward of how I'd like to have some shared costs in that with a possible opening of a 501c that we are looking at, but that would be totally separate from the sheriff's office. But looking for donations for people, but we would absolutely love to have, hey, kind of roundabout, but I wanted to give you an update on what we were doing there. So,
Glad I asked.
yes.
Another thing that came up previously in finance is the opportunity for dog licensing. Just welcoming people to register their dogs. We don't know exactly the number that's out there, but or was it like order up?
200,000, remember?
But well, whatever, some number is registered, but there's a lot to be registered. But just a great opportunity to, welcome people in to register their dogs and, follow the codes as we have them.
Correct, sir. Any other questions?
Yeah. Other questions for the sheriff?
I just want to close real quick. I'll make it quick. I just want to say thank you again for the collaboration of Downtown County Finance and everybody in this room with our team. It's been incredible. I also, 9 months ago, our office was in a bad place, as everybody knows. I wish you all had the opportunity to work in our building and get to see the morale change in 9 months. We have teams of people that are going out after and having celebrations together. We have teams of office staff that are doing step challenges together. It's all through a cultural change where people are happy, morale is high. We've hired 6 deputies from other agencies. They've come from either Jefferson County, Bend PD. Typically, we're losing people to Bend PD, and now we have Bend PD officers wanting to come to work for the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. And so that is a testament to the men and women of our office and us changing a culture where people actually want to work for us. And these are exceptional people. It's not like they're people that Ben wanted to lose. These are exceptional people. Same way with Jefferson and a couple from Sun River also, Sun River PD.
I don't hold.
Sorry, Jim. Don't hold that against me.
Like doing that, though.
I know. It's okay.
I just talked to Brian's neighbor's wife the other day and she was complaining about insurance. And I said, well, you must look into Deschutes County Sheriff's Office insurance. And is there room for like that person to join? You still have a couple spots, right?
We're still hiring right now. Yes.
Don't want to tell
Yeah.
somebody something that's not true.
I talk to John all the time about that.
Do you? I
you
was
go.
just like,
The neighbor.
his wife is like, we've got to do something. Anyway,
I know.
River's hiring too, I would know, mostly because he keeps taking our people.
how good is your insurance, right?
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. You'll hear that on.
Okay.
And then I'll add the last thing. I'm very proud of this budget. I was excited to come here and have our team present this to you today. Kind of on going along with what Commissioner Chang had said over the years of what you've seen come out of our office. I was very proud to present this today, but I want to thank my team. I have an incredible team. And they put a tremendous amount of work into this. So I want to thank them. I'm proud to say that we had a balanced budget and we had no special requests. We're living within our means. So thank you for having us here today.
Thank you.
Okay. There are a couple of housekeeping things because these are 2 taxing districts. We do need to open for public comment. So right now I will open the public meeting for Law Enforcement District 1. As introductions, you can introduce yourself again, Sheriff, for the public meeting.
I'm Sheriff Ty Rupert.
Okay, and we are the Budget Committee. At this time, I think we've had a good overview of Taxing District 1 and its current health as well as its forecasted health. So at this time, I will open for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? Seeing none, I will close the public meeting. I will now open the public meeting for Law Enforcement District number 2. Again, Sheriff, you can introduce yourself.
Sheriff Ty Rupert.
And we are the Budget Committee. We again had a robust discussion on the sheriff's budget as well as the health of Taxing District 2. And at this time, I will open for public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? Seeing none, I will close the public meeting and I will thank the Sheriff's Department for their time.
Sir, thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
You want skylights like?
Skylights.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
Yeah,
thank you.
The other rooms and
Well, the sheriff always have grips like they break your head.
How much more weight have you lost? You're down. How much more weight have you lost? You're down. You're still down.
Intentionally, for my health.
Yeah.
Size 36 pants. I haven't worn a 36 pants in a year.
I had to get into my size 34 tux pants on Friday. It was a little rough.
You know, it's actually helped motivate some of our employees too. They're like, the sheriff can do it, we can do it, so. You just sort of kept going. Okay.
All right.
Leading by example.
And I did see Chief Rich. I think he stepped out for a second, but we'll get to Black Butte here as soon as he steps back in.
We're way ahead of schedule.
Don't jinx it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. That could be. Yes.
Das.
He should be.
Any questions? If or do you want to speak first?
You ask me.
Do you know basically weights? So like that's almost 10.
I'll let you get situated, Chief, and I'll just note that we are now moving on to Black Butte Service District. That is in the supplemental materials in your book. Chief, appreciate you being here early. Feel free to get situated and then you can do your presentation for us.
Any seat work for the group?
Yeah. You can even like switch mid presentation if you want.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chief Todd Rich with the Black Butte Ranch Police Department.
Okay. Oh, that's true. This is since this is a independent service district, I do need to open the public meeting. So we will open the public meeting for the Black Butte Service District. Chief, you've already introduced yourself. Go ahead and do the budget discussion and then we'll open it up for public comment and make a motion.
Okay, thank you. So you've all been provided with my executive summary. Not too much to report, I'm happy to say. I'll just kind of quickly hit the highlights of this document. As you all probably recall, in May of 25, so about a year to date, we asked for and were approved for a new levy increase to our optional levy, which went up from 0.65 cents per thousand to 0.78 per thousand. So that was received. We're happy to report. Based on our home valuations, we're estimating that this year we'll have a increase of 6.24% in our revenue over last year. So because of that increase, we're able to keep this budget within that number, and we're not asking for any additional funding sources and don't need to access our contingency or reserves this year. Along the personnel lines, since the writing of this document, I originally reported that there are no personnel changes. However, about 3 weeks ago, we did terminate one employee, so that has changed. So we now currently have 3 officers, and we'll be discussing at our board level how we're going to deal with that moving forward, if we're going to put out a hiring process now or wait on that process. But other than that, it's myself, a lieutenant, 3 officers, an administrative manager, and a couple part-time seasonal volunteers. We did introduce this year what we call an on-call program. We're trying to hire some retired law enforcement who live in the area who might want to pick up some shifts occasionally as we need them to fill vacations and extra duties on the ranch. So we are in the middle of doing that. We actually have one gentleman who lives in Sisters, retired officer, who has accepted a position. He's in his background process now. So we're looking forward to bringing him on hopefully by mid to late June. The collective bargaining agreement, again, as you probably recall, in February, we signed that. That was presented to you. So that included highlights such as 15% pay raises over 2 years, increased pay and certification longevity, and some other positions were added into that. PERS continues to be a issue for us. Our rates are still pretty high. We're paying somewhere between 30.77 and 35.73%, depending on our employee. And that does include the employees' 6% that we also contribute. So the estimates for that show that it may decrease about 2% next year, but I'm waiting to see final numbers on that. Our health insurance this year did go up quite a bit. That's a result of the contract that I previously mentioned. Initially, when we were budgeting for that health insurance, we were using a plan that the union was proposing. But we, as a district, didn't feel that had much longevity, and we weren't comfortable in a brand new plan for our employees. We didn't want them getting stuck in the cold if that plan were to fold. So we did come to an agreement in the contract, but it did increase our health insurance for the sworn union represented employees by about 35%. Our non-represented employees are only going up about 0.5%. So that's good there. So overall, with our personnel, despite losing someone and some increases in health insurance, we're expecting to only be about 4.95% over our last year budget on personnel. So within our anticipated 6% plus. Materials and services this year is going to go up by about 7.24%. That's really the function of 3 items. The Coles assessment for us, a new video surveillance system we're getting for our police station, so kind of a one-time purchase. And also we introduced a wellness program for our officers, so something new for us. So created a line item for them. Only one capital purchase this year. We're requesting $75,000 for a purchase of a new vehicle to replace an older one. So in summary, we feel that this budget pretty well reflects our needs for this year and keeps us under our income. But we're pretty happy with it. And if anybody has specific questions, I have plenty of information.
You're not going to spend more than you have. That's all.
That's the goal. This year we're projecting a pretty healthy surplus. We're still working on that number, and I suspect next year we'll also have a surplus.
And then for the vehicles, is there kind of a standard rotation, or this is just an opportune moment to upgrade one of the vehicles?
We don't have an official rotation schedule. That's kind of one of our items to get around to. But it is kind of end of year, end of life for the vehicle, 100,000 miles, just it's time. So we are going to try and cycle one vehicle every year, which being a small department, that should keep, kind of create its own cycle for us.
What is your fleet size?
We currently have, let's see, 7 vehicles right now. So we have one for each officer, 6 vehicles, and then there's a spare vehicle.
Okay.
And then we do have one side by side, but that's not a daily use vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
I like your idea to bring in retired people. I used to have 3 right on my little street of 1 mile
Yeah,
that were all retired law enforcement. So
we're hoping it works.
I'm thinking it's a really good thought.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't have any questions on the line items as I saw them. How do you long-term, or what's your, I mean, obviously you got a good bump this time because you had the levy increase, but Black Butte is still pretty built out. And so your overall average value increase is pretty low. How do you maintain costs long-term moving forward without having to break the bank elsewhere?
So that 6.24% I referenced actually doesn't have anything to do with the levy because we realized that last year.
Okay.
So that's just what we're estimating, based on historical data of the valuations of the house. And there's a lot of construction going on the ranch. So we benefit for that every time someone's putting an addition or an upgrade.
You got me beat. Okay. Additional questions?
Well, that's a good point, though. I mean, redevelopment at any of these properties might be an interesting revenue source, which is downside is the property owner. Because we saw that we replaced a manufactured home with a new home and our taxes doubled. So, I mean, that may be an interesting thing to understand that could be down the pike here.
Mhm. I think that's a countywide statement.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a whole encouragement on renovate your homes.
Pay more taxes.
Well, and yeah, not promoting that, but I mean, it's the byproduct of what we did.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah.
All right. If there are no additional questions, I will open for public comment on the Black Butte Service District budget, proposed budget. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any public comment online? Seeing none, there is a motion, or well, there are actually two motions that are in your book. I would entertain a motion number one.
Move to approve Black Butte Ranch Service District budget of $3,540,762. Set tax rate of $1.0499 per $1,000 of assessed valuation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I would entertain motion two.
Set the local option operating tax rate at 0.78 per thousand of assessed valuation based on the results of May 20th, 2025 election.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Chief, it looks like you have a budget.
Great. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. All right, at this time, I will close the public meeting for the Black Butte Service District. Thank you for keeping us safe on the north end of Deschutes County.
Welcome.
The speeders coming down off the mountain.
I'll ask former Chief Kelly if he's interested in driving around a little more. All right, we are 39 minutes ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You.
So at this time, our final item of the day is, or at least of normal order, is debrief. Is there any debrief comments or any request for departments to return on Thursday?
Kind of big observation. It's a well-prepared package that we have here. It's rolling pretty well. Really do appreciate kind of just taking the time to step through each component little piece here and kind of get the big picture. So building up to our final discussions, but just want to thank everybody for putting this together, getting us through day one.
Mhm.
None of these three are departments who put in special requests, or none of these that we saw today are among the three that put in special.
Correct.
That is correct, yeah. Because I would suspect that they'll bring those up in their presentations.
Yes.
All right. Any discussions we want to expand on Thursday from what we had today?
Chair, all I would offer is during the special request discussions, one of those relates to AI from the assessor's office, and potentially we might want to invite IT back just in case you have any questions about how that might be integrated into our system, or just given that they oversee the county's AI program as a whole, we might just ask them to attend so that they can offer their perspectives.
Little expertise in the peanut gallery, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and yeah, if they have enough time, I mean, do a 5-minute demonstration about something, some scenario that's come up. I'm sure would be interesting, kind of put it in scope of what we're talking about.
I kind of, we got the heads up that that USDA Wildlife Services item is going to be a special request consideration, and I'm wondering whether we might even want to invite USDA here directly to tell us about what they do, that would justify this kind of county investment. It's sort of been an autopilot thing for us. Just, oh yeah, have solid waste, pay them another $180,000 for a number of years. And it might be valuable to hear in more detail what services they're providing across the county, and that could help us determine which of those services we think are important and how we're going to pay for them.
I was gonna maybe go down a path here, but yeah, I'd like to talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
And well, let's hear for sure. Rhodes is tomorrow, correct? Tomorrow afternoon.
You mean solid waste?
Oh, solid waste. Sorry. Yeah.
11:15.
Oh, 11:15. But yeah, so let's make sure that we at least get a discussion on what's going on there. But yeah, if we want to then bring that up, obviously as part of the special request, if we want some expertise or at least some deeper dive on what's going on, that might be a good thing to do.
Because I mean, solid waste, I would expect primarily to be interested in getting that the services that are being provided that don't have anything to do with solid waste or solid waste sites. They're going to be interested in getting those off of their books, but wildlife services themselves would be better able to make the case for the services being provided. That's just my thought on giving them the opportunity to come and be here themselves.
We did that at one point for the why am I blanking? Healthy schools. We invited the content experts there, so
Yeah.
There's precedent for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the same, but it's a little bit like Visit Central Oregon or EDCO.
So we could invite them to be here on Thursday at 12:25 during the deliberations of the special requests?
Sure.
Okay.
I can reach out to solid waste, and I don't have a contact directly, so I'll go through solid waste and just see if they're available to come
Yeah.
at that time.
Okay.
We've had, on the Wolf Committee, the Wolf Depredation Compensation and Financial Assistance Committee, we've had a number of contacts with various entities from wildlife services as well. So Jen would have some good contacts.
All right. Any additional content that we want to potentially bring back in? Hearing none, is there any other business to come in front of the committee today? If not, we will conclude the meeting for the day and we will reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.